Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
My knife. Zabuza immediately felt sorry for the damage to the beheading sword. Having been with him for so many years without this sword, he almost changed his name to Momochi Zabuza to Momochi Can't Cut anymore. Hey, who are you and why are you attacking us? Naruto took a step closer and stared at Zabuza unkindly and asked. Over there, facing Naruto, who was glowing with golden light, Zabuza's eyes were a little blank. What is this ninjutsu? Naruto's speed under normal conditions is nothing to Zabuza. But once he entered that golden mode, Zabuza couldn't even catch the opponent's back. It's so fast. The strength is even more terrifying. Even the beheading sword could be easily broken by kicking it. Want to run away? No. How can I run away in embarrassment in front of these two brats? I'm Kirigakure's ghost. Zabuza encouraged himself, then stood up with a ferocious look on his face. He bent down and picked up the fragments of the beheading sword, preparing to use them as a makeshift weapon. As long as you drink enough blood, the beheading sword can regenerate and recover. Just take those two brats next. As soon as Zabuza touched the blade, he was knocked away by a huge force, leaving a distinct footprint on his face. It was Naruto's masterpiece. Seeing that Zabuza didn't say a word and just reached out to pick up the weapon, Naruto certainly wouldn't show mercy. Zabuza fell into the water, and the blade sank with it, leaving him nowhere to be found. Damn boy! Zabuza struggled out of the water, his eyes full of hatred, and his hands quickly formed seals. He is going to use the water dragon bullet technique to teach this little ghost a lesson. When Naruto saw Zabuza's fierce expression and seal gestures, he thought he was going to use some powerful ninjutsu. He immediately stared at the other party alertly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and that person was still doing the handprints? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and sprinted out in unison. When Zabuza saw the two men's attack approaching, he felt anxious and couldn't help but speed up the seal movements on his hands. Hateful. This move requires the 44 seals of the water dragon bullet technique. Although he tried his best to accelerate, he was still no match for Naruto and Sasuke's agility. In an instant, the two of them were in front of him. Naruto kicked Zabuza hard, breaking Zabuza's arms. With a groan from him, his arms hung down weakly. Sasuke took advantage of the situation and clamped Zabuza's head with his legs, put one hand on the ground, and threw him into the air. Immediately afterwards, Naruto punched Zabuza 3 times in a row, landing on Zabuza's chest like a drumbeat. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch was so real that Zabuza didn't even have time to cry out in pain and was knocked away again. Boom! He hit a tree hard and then fell to the ground. His eyes were no longer fierce, but revealed a clear confusion. Tap, tap, tap. Naruto and Sasuke slowly walked towards the fallen Zabuza. Zabuza reluctantly raised his head, his mouth slightly open, his eyes empty, showing no resistance. Complied. Where the hell did this monster come from? Is it so capable of fighting? Hey, can you tell me what your purpose is now? Naruto asked. I deliberately showed mercy, otherwise the first punch would have left you unable to get up. Naruto released the Kurama connection mode and said, slightly dissatisfied. He is the S-class rebel ninja of Kirigakure village, Demon Momochi Zabuza. Kakashi's voice came from behind, revealing Zabuza's identity. Naruto turned around and saw Kakashi, Sakura, and Tatsuna approaching. Mr. Kakashi, you know his background. Kakashi nodded and glanced at Dazuna. Well, his goal is probably the same as the previous 2 Kirigakure Chunin, both from Mr. Tatsuna. Tatsuna looked at Zabuza, who was helpless to fight back, and a chill ran down his back. Kirigakure Kido, an S-class fugitive ninja, is a name that is not to be trifled with. If it weren't for Naruto and the others, he might have died a long time ago. Naruto-sama, I'm so grateful. Without you, I would never have survived. Dazuna once again expressed his deep gratitude. Now he understood why Kakashi, the Jonin, seemed so relaxed and at ease from beginning to end, as if he was just going on a trip. It turns out that this little brother Naruto is so powerful. Naruto, what are you going to do with him? Kakashi asked. Now that we know Zabuza's identity and purpose, the next step is to deal with this problem. How to deal with prisoners is also an essential lesson in the career of a ninja. And Sasuke, who knew the inside story from beginning to end, was now crossing his arms and looking at Naruto with interest, wanting to see how he would act. And, if he remembered correctly, Zabuza had a companion. Naruto pondered for a moment. I plan to... Whoosh whoosh. Before he finished speaking, several bursts of sound broke through the air suddenly. Countless hidden weapons are coming like raindrops. When Zabuza saw this scene, a light of hope flashed in his eyes. But the next moment, Naruto's eyes flashed. He reacted quickly, and the shurikens in his hands spread out like a whirlwind. Ding, ding, ding. Each shuriken hit the flying hidden weapons accurately and shot them all down instantly. Zabuza's vision went dark, and he almost fainted. Zabuza. Grass. No, brother, those things are not directed at you. Why are you blocking them? Zabuza was so worried. Hey, someone actually attacked me, and I didn't feel any malice at all, which is really strange. Immediately, Naruto turned around with a quick step, his gaze like a torch, directed towards the direction from which Shinben was flying. Hey, who's hiding there? Following Naruto's shout, a figure slowly descended from the treetops. It's a white mask. Ioyo Hash. Rude. Well, not that white mask. He is a man with a light body, elegant manners, long hair shawl, and a white mask on his face. Perhaps there's a gentlewoman's face hidden under that mysterious mask? Naruto was obviously also interested in this speculation, and his tone couldn't help but soften a little. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Facing Naruto's barrage of questions, the visitor was not frightened and answered calmly. The voice was as soft as the spring breeze. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. My name is Bai. Please forgive the misunderstanding. In fact, my target is not you, but him, Shiro said as he pointed at Zabuza, who was lying on the ground. Then, Bai revealed his identity. Members of the assassination force from Kirigakure village are responsible for hunting down defecting ninjas, and this time their target is Zabuza. Zabuza holds important secrets of Kirigakure. I must take him back. To be honest, thanks to you guys for knocking him down and allowing me to successfully complete the mission, I'm really grateful. Hey, there's such a troop. Kakashi-sensei, do you know about this? Naruto did not believe it easily, but cautiously asked Kakashi for confirmation. Kakashi examined it carefully and confirmed. Well, the costume is indeed Kirigakure's hunting ninja. After receiving Kakashi's affirmation, Naruto nodded with confidence. That's it, then it's no problem. You can take him away. But remember, you must strictly discipline him after you bring him back. You can't let him come out to do evil again. Naruto warned with a serious look on his face. Don't worry, I will. Bai responded softly. Then, can I take him away? Bai seemed to be hesitant. Yeah, of course. Please help yourself. Naruto said as he pulled Sasuke out of the way. Seeing this, Shiro no longer hesitated and stepped forward to pick up Zabuza. Zabuza lay on Shiro's shoulder, his eyes shining with incredible light in the gap that no one noticed. Is this safe? Is it that simple? It seems that at some point, Bai's role cannot be ignored. He thought he would die today. He never wanted to see those two brats again in his life. Everyone, see you later. Bai looked at Naruto deeply and blurted out his farewell words. Then they formed a seal with one hand, and suddenly the wind and snow blew, and their figures disappeared into the wind and snow without a trace. In a temporarily vacant private house, the figures of Zabuza and Shiro appeared here. The owner of the house has not returned from an outing, and has no idea that his home has become a temporary refuge for two uninvited guests. Mr. Zabuza, you are seriously injured. Shiro carefully placed Zabuza on the bed, fearing to shock his wounds with every step he took. Those brats are so cruel. Zabuza gritted his teeth. but knew in his heart that the other party had shown mercy. If not for that, with the power of Naruto's kick to break the sword, he would have died long ago. After all, my bones are not as strong as a broadsword. Mr. Zabuza, your hands are broken and your ribs are severely broken. I'm going out to find herbs for you. You have to hold on. Haku held Zabuza's hand tightly with a worried look on his face. Why? Feeling Shiro's sincere concern, Zabuza's heart was slightly shaken. This kid, he is always regarded by as a tool to achieve his goals. He never expected that the other party would have such a special attachment to him. However, Zabuza did not show too much emotion and only nodded slightly. Well, go and come back quickly. For ninjas, feelings are often a burden, especially for people like him. Bai looked around alertly, and after making sure everything was correct, he gently closed the door and left quietly. Is this the country of waves? Naruto and his group finally set foot on the land of wave country. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked around in shock. The people walking on the street were dressed in shabby clothes, with yellow faces and thin muscles, and looked tired and helpless. Directly in front, a middle-aged man approached slowly, with a sign hanging on his chest that read, "As long as you give enough money, you will live through fire and water." They walked through the streets, which looked more like a huge refugee camp than a country. Alas, these are all the disasters left by Cardo. Dazuna sighed repeatedly. After Cardo took control of the country, people lost their jobs and their lives became increasingly poor. In the end, some people could not even guarantee the most basic food and clothing. This guy is so hateful. Where is he? I'm going to deal with him right now. Naruto clenched his fists, furious. At this time, Kakashi reminded, Naruto, as foreign ninjas, we cannot blatantly interfere in the affairs of other countries. That's all our mission. However, Naruto seemed to hear the underlying message. Couldn't it be obvious? Hee, wouldn't it be enough to do some small tricks secretly? Hey, Mr. Kakashi, you're still smart. Naruto secretly gave a thumbs up. A few days ago, he might not have understood Kakashi's hint. However, after Sasuke's special training in the past few days, not only his physical skills have improved, but his mind seems to be running faster. Everyone, it's been a hard journey. Come to my house to have a rest first. Dazna invited warmly. Naturally, everyone would not refuse and went to Dazna's home together. In the next few days, they stayed at Dazna's home, while Dazna was busy preparing for the preliminary work of the Cross-Sea Bridge, such as collecting materials, recruiting manpower, arranging construction equipment, etc. Kakashi and Sakura are responsible for secretly protecting Tazuna from sneak attacks by Cardo's men. As for Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto has turned from light to darkness, searching everywhere for traces of Cardo, determined to teach this hateful guy a lesson. Sasuke, on the other hand, left the country of waves directly, planning to take advantage of this mission to go to the country of rain, find the Akatsuki organization, and bring Itachi back. Who is it? Where Zabuza was hiding, he suddenly opened his eyes like a frightened beast. While he was resting, he felt someone approaching. Zabuza, it turns out you're hiding here. It's really easy for me to find you. With a bang, the door was kicked open, and Cardo's short figure slowly walked in. Kato. Zabuza's face darkened. Why did you come to me? Kato looked at Zabuza with a smile, and was obviously relieved to see that his whole body was covered with bandages. Why are we looking for you? I paid a lot of money to invite you here to get rid of that old man and weaken the opponent's ninja power at the same time. As a result, you, a loser, have accomplished nothing and are still hiding here to survive. What's the point of your life? It's better to die and spit out my money. When Zabuza heard the sound, his face suddenly froze. Want to kill me? Face. Zabuza suppressed the pain in his chest and stood up. The aura of killing for many years filled the air freely. The soul-stirring murderous aura scared Kadwa to the point of urinating. He sat down on the ground and rubbed his back with his hands and feet. He didn't stop until he hit his subordinate's leg from behind. Go, kill him for me. Whoever kills him, I will reward him with a large sum of money. Cardo shouted hysterically. as if he could regain his lost face in this way. When his subordinates heard that there was a prophet, their eyes instantly lit up and they swarmed up to attack Zabuza. Kill! There are lots of herbs here. A rush of footsteps approached, bringing a face full of joy. He is Bai, and at this moment he has lost his battle attire. He put on a light pink kimono and had a beautiful face. If he didn't mention his gender, I'm afraid everyone would mistake him for a gentle and pleasant girl. Bai gently bent down and carefully put each medicinal plant into the wooden basket in his hand. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply, his eyes alert, as if he caught something approaching. Is it him? Bai was slightly startled, his eyes locked on the person coming. Not far away, Uzumaki Naruto was chasing several wandering warriors in a helpless manner. Hey, don't run away. I won't kill you. The most I will do is cut off your hands and feet. Those wandering warriors ran as fast as they could, with frightened expressions on their faces, as if they were being chased by man-eating monsters. And Naruto's words not only did not reassure them, but also accelerated their fear. What kind of ruthless character had they encountered? Cut off arms and legs? For the wandering warriors who rely on force to earn a living, this is more difficult to accept than death. This means they will lose all prestige and source of livelihood. They also didn't understand why they were being chased by this kid, just because they had taught a few displeased people. Most of the original team of about 10 people were defeated in the blink of an eye, leaving only these few running wildly. Seeing that the wandering warriors showed no signs of stopping, Naruto lost patience and made a leap to block their way. Ah! The wandering warriors screamed in fear. This guy, despite being so fast, was always hanging from behind. Was he deliberately teasing them? Really? How far do you think you can run? Naruto looked slightly displeased and started gearing up. Master Ninja, we know we were wrong. We really know we were wrong. Please spare us. We will never dare to do it again. With a plop, the wandering warriors fell to their knees neatly and begged Naruto for mercy. You didn't realize your mistake. You just knew you were going to die. Naruto shook his head. After that, he stopped talking and started directly. Howls arose. In a moment, all the wandering warriors fell to the ground, their limbs twisted, and their faces were full of pain and ferocity. Naruto put his head in his hands, didn't even bother to look at them, turned around and left in a good mood. Sasuke is right. Mercy should only be given to kind people. For evil people, the only way is to let them experience pain. Naruto! A call stopped him in his tracks. He turned around in confusion, trying to identify the owner of the voice. Turning around, he saw a gentle figure staring at him quietly among the trees, not far away. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to speak out, it would have been difficult to discover his presence. Naruto slowly approached with curiosity, looking him up and down. Sister, how do you know my name is Naruto? Oh, I didn't scare you just now. Those guys are not good people. Don't get me wrong. Naruto scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Bai covered his mouth and smiled softly. I understand. Then sister, what are you doing here? Naruto looked at the basket in Bai's hand, which was filled with weeds he didn't recognize. I'm gathering herbs. After Bai answered, he bent down and continued working. Herbs? Sister, is your family sick? Naruto also squatted down beside him, helping to pick herbs on the ground and put them into the basket. Thank you. Bai smiled gently. By the way, sister, how do you know my name? Naruto stared at Bai's smiling face and asked curiously. Well, we can't reveal it yet. Bai thought for a while. Then a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. Well, are you still trying to sell it off? Naruto rested his chin on his hand, not feeling discouraged at all, but responded with a smile. Then I'll wait for the day you reveal it. Well, okay. Bai's smile was still warm, but a sigh quietly passed through his heart. He vaguely felt that it might be difficult for them to interact again in the future. Naruto, thank you for your help. I should go back. Bai stood up. His basket was full of various herbs. Sister, goodbye. Naruto waved goodbye to him. Bai's figure was getting further and further away, but just as he was about to disappear, he paused. There seemed to be something stuck in his throat, but he didn't say it out and turn around to leave. Looking at Shiro's gradually blurring back, A trace of doubt flashed in Naruto's eyes. Why could he feel Zabuza's aura on Shiro's body? Naruto, stop looking. The little girl is gone. In the sealed space, Ninetales' joking words made Naruto blush for a while. Kurama, what are you talking about? You boy, you are very lucky at such a young age. There is Hyuga Hinata in Konoha. She went out to perform a mission, and I don't know which little girl captured the heart. Kurama. I won't tell you anymore. Naruto was so ashamed that he simply stopped talking to Ninetales. He turned around and left, passing by the wandering warriors who were still moaning on the ground, without even glancing at them. He will continue to patrol the country of waves until he finds Cardo. These herbs should help Mr. Zabuza recover quickly. Shiro thought expectantly, holding the basket of medicinal materials in his hand as he approached Zabuza's hiding place step by step. They had changed their hiding place and came to a dilapidated house that had been uninhabited for many years. However, when he turned a corner and the hiding place came into view, the smile on Bai's face instantly solidified and was replaced by cold severity. The hut was surrounded by crowds, and Bai recognized several of them at a glance. They are from Kato. Why are they here? Oops, Mr. Zabuza is in danger. Bai came to his senses and immediately ran to the hut. Boom! Inside the house, there was a sudden loud noise. One of Cardo's men was thrown directly out of the house. The man knocked down several people in succession, and they all screamed in pain on the ground. The remaining men woke up from the temptation of money. Fear appeared on their faces. Even if Zabuza was seriously injured, it was not something they could easily deal with. Come on, he can't even use his hands. What are you afraid of? Catch him, and I'll double your reward. Cardo pointed at Zabuza and ordered fiercely. Although the price is high, after all, the cost of hiring Zabuza is much higher than that of these ordinary people. As long as the wealth in Zabuza's hands is taken back, this transaction is a profit. The minions are short of breath, and the pay is doubled. They exchanged glances, then burst into louder shouts and charged again. They are afraid of death, but they are even more afraid of dying of poverty. Facing another surge of enemies, Zabuza looked calm. His arms hung limply, and his fractures had not fully recovered. Even so, he still had no fear of these ordinary people. Brush! One of his men rushed towards him. His blade flashed and struck straight down. Zabuza ducked quickly and avoided this fatal blow. Immediately afterwards, a whip-like wind whizzed out from the side of the body, hitting the lower door of the hand. Just hearing a muffled bang, the man's cheek instantly sunk and his breath stopped suddenly. The space in the room was cramped, and Cardo's men could not swarm them all. They could only rush forward to kill a few, which was tantamount to seeking death. Not long after, several people died completely. Seeing that his men were losing their lives one after another, Kato couldn't help but panic. Could it be that he couldn't even subdue a seriously injured Zabuza? I'll do it. At this moment, one of his subordinates suddenly took out a fishing net and threw it towards Zabuza. The narrow space is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Once the fishing net is spread, it is inevitable to avoid it. His whole body was tightly covered by the fishing net, and his movements were obviously slowed down. Efficient. Cardo's eyes lit up, and he quickly ordered his subordinates. Quick, get some more fishing nets. After a while, several fishing nets covered the ground, tightly binding Zabuza. Close the net. Kadwa gave an order, and all his men exerted their strength, causing the fishing net to shrink sharply. Hateful. Zabuza was filled with rage, but due to his severe injuries, he was unable to resist and could only allow himself to be manipulated. Just like that, Zabuza was dragged to the ground and slowly dragged towards Cardo. But at this critical moment, water style, Senza Shuexiang, a cold voice sounded, and thousands of water streams condensed into sharp arrows and shot out. In an instant, Cardo's men fell to pieces. What? Looking at his men who fell down like autumn leaves swept away by the autumn wind, Kadwa was horrified and looked outside hurriedly. When he saw that white figure, he felt panic in his heart. It's him. Kato recognized the other party, who was Zabuza's right-hand man. Not seeing him before, Cardo thought he had been eliminated by ninjas in previous attacks. Unexpectedly, he was hiding outside, water-style kill Shuexiang. Before Kato could take action, more dense water arrows than before came like a torrential rain. Cardo quickly hid behind his men, his short body unexpectedly becoming a barrier this time. Screams came one after another, and almost all of his men were wiped out. Only 5 of them were left surrounding him. They were all trembling and unable to hold the knife in their hands, as if they would collapse and beg for mercy at any time. "Mr. Zabuza, I'm sorry." Shiro looked at Zabuza, his eyes full of guilt if he could have arrived earlier. "Get rid of them all." Zabuza raised his head and spoke to Bai, his tone cold and ruthless. "Yes, Mr. Zabuza." Bai nodded, condensed 1,000 needles in his hand, and approached step by step. Although he doesn't like killing, he will never show mercy to anyone who dares to treat Zabuza like this. Just when Shiro was about to take action, Kato picked up a long knife and pointed it at Zabuza, who was unable to move. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Don't come over! Otherwise I will kill him." "Humph, you are stubbornly resisting." Zabuza had a look of disdain on his face. Haku had the ability to kill him instantly. By do it. Zabuza didn't care about Kato at all, and the other party didn't understand the true strength of a ninja at all. However, what Zabuza didn't expect was that Haku actually stopped. "Why?" Zabuza's face was full of astonishment. "You should take action quickly." "Mr. Zabuza." Shiro's eyes passed through Cardo's sharp blade that was close to Zabuza's throat, and his eyes were full of struggle. He knew that he could kill Kato, but he just couldn't ensure that before that, Kato would take him away first, and then Buza. Cardo clearly captured this subtle change. He's hesitant because he's worried about hurting this guy. Cardo was a little surprised. He was originally struggling in despair, but he seemed to have found hope. "Put down your weapons immediately," Cardo ordered in a stern tone. "Shiro, don't hesitate. Take action." Zabuza's eyes were burning, full of eagerness and unwillingness. Shiro stared at Zabuza, as if he couldn't read the urgency in his eyes, and slowly put down the sunbon needle in his hand. "You idiot!" Zabuza's angry scolding resounded. "There may be a glimmer of hope if you try hard, but if you give up like this, you will both lose your life. How can there be such stupid people in the world? Idiot! One idiot! Both of you, tie him up." Kadwa was overjoyed and couldn't wait to order his men. "Don't move. Otherwise I will kill him immediately." Cardo threatened with a knife and had sharp eyes. Under this intimidation, Bai Jing really did not resist and allowed them to tie him tightly. For safety reasons, the ropes are stacked layer by layer, making it difficult for even a ninja to escape easily. "Ha ha ha! God help me, there are such idiots." Cardo's heart fell to the ground, and he laughed wildly. "I thought I was going to be doomed today, but I didn't expect that things would suddenly change in a blink of an eye. Bring him to me." 2 of his men escorted Shiro towards Cardo, who glanced at Zabuza proudly. "Fortunately, your subordinate is a fool. Otherwise I would really fall into your hands today." Zabuza remained silent, his eyes locked on Shiro's body gloomily. Shiro lowered his head, his eyes full of guilt. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza." At this sentence, Zabuza, who was about to scold him, was suddenly stunned. He seemed to sigh and closed his eyes. "Forget it. I didn't expect that I would end up in hell with you," Zabuza said calmly. "Sorry, Mr. Zabuza. It's my incompetence. I can't." Cardo interrupted their conversation rudely. "That's enough. Stop talking nonsense and get ready to hit the road." Puffed. Blood splatters. Zabuza felt the hot liquid on his face, opened his eyes suddenly, and saw a delicate face. It was Haku. He rushed up at the critical moment and blocked Zabuza's blow with his back. Zabuza's eyes widened in anger. "You guy, who allowed you to block it?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza. I can't let you leave before me." Bai smiled brightly, but the blood stain on the corner of his mouth was like a blooming red flower, which was extremely sad and beautiful. "You like blocking, don't you? How many times can you block it?" Cardo sneered and raised the knife again. This time, The tip of the knife was downwards, vowing to penetrate the two of them with one blow. Boom! At this moment of life and death, a golden light broke through the wall and knocked Cardo away instantly. The long knife fell from his hand and fell to the ground. Ah! Cardo screamed and flew out as the wall broke apart. Naruto glanced at Bai, who was lying on the ground, his eyes suddenly sharp. He kicked up the blood-stained long knife, and the handle of the knife flipped in the air like an arrow being shot, extremely fast. It instantly penetrated Kato, who was in the air before he could land. The tyrannical force carried Cardo's body flying hundreds of meters and was finally embedded in a boulder. Well, Kato held the sharp blade on his chest with his hand. Blood kept pouring out, and soon he took his last breath. The invisible black hand behind the land of waves simply exited the stage. After Cardo's death, those subordinates were not spared for Naruto's anger, even though most of them could not afford to be seriously injured. Naruto punched them a few times and sent them one by one to reunite with Cardo. Are you willing to help him do evil? Then continue to accompany him on the road to hell. After dealing with all this, Naruto quickly ran to Shiro and slowly injected Nine Tails chakra into his body. In the blink of an eye, the horrific wound on Bai's back began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a moment, the ferocious scar completely disappeared, leaving only a smooth and white back. He actually saved us. Zabuza stared at Naruto's face that was branded in his heart with a complicated expression. Naruto carefully helped Bai up, his eyes full of concern. Are you okay? Sister? Elder sister? As soon as this title came out, a strange look appeared on Zabuza's face. Doesn't this kid know that Bai's a boy? Naruto! Shiro snuggled into Naruto's arms, his cheeks slightly red. The reason he didn't tell the truth when leaving was because he thought he would never see Naruto again. It's time to leave a good impression. Unexpectedly, the reunion comes so quickly, it's hard to handle now. Do you want to tell him the truth? Naruto, how did you find this place? Shiro thought for a while, brushed past this embarrassing topic, turned to Naruto, and asked. Naruto rubbed his nose and grinned. Hey, I felt Zabuza's aura on you before. I thought you were being targeted by him, so I followed you here secretly. But I didn't expect that you were actually working with Zabuza. Bai looked gloomy and whispered, I'm sorry, Naruto. I didn't want to deceive you. If you feel guilty, you can take our lives as compensation. Zabuza looked surprised. If I don't speak, my life will be involuntarily? He is Kirigakure Kairen. Momochi can no longer be killed. Why are you always being pinched for your life like a trash fish? Before Bai finished speaking, Naruto waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. Well, it's no big deal. You were also hired by Cardo to attack us. This was not your intention. I don't blame you, let alone hurt you. Bai suddenly raised his head, with hope shining in his eyes, and looked at Naruto. Then what are you going to do with us? Will you let us go? Naruto shook his head. It's impossible to let go. After all, you did attack us, and this account must be settled. Naruto touched his chin and pondered for a moment. How should he punish them? Suddenly, Naruto had a flash of inspiration and clapped his hands. Well, how about you two come back to Konoha with me? Work for Konoha for a year, and then leave freely? Okay, no problem. Upon hearing Naruto's request, Shiro was filled with joy and agreed without hesitation. How is this a punishment? It's just a year of working for Konoha. They've been in exile in the ninja world for so long. Isn't the way to make money by working for others? This visit to the country of waves was also done by Enkidu. Seeing Bai readily agreeing, Naruto was also happy. Okay, let's set off immediately. Oh no, I still have to complete the mission. I have to wait until the mission is over. You guys should follow me on a mission first. I just have 2 more people. Seeing the 2 people reaching an agreement so quickly, the person who had been watching finally couldn't help it anymore. Ahem. A slight cough announced his presence. Ah, Mr. Zabuza. Shiro looked slightly embarrassed, chatting happily with Naruto, and actually forgot that Zabuza was still there. He hurriedly tore the fishing net off Zabuza's body and helped him up. Mr. Zabuza, what do you think of Naruto's proposal? Haku asked softly. Zabuza looked at him faintly. What about me? Haven't you already decided? Why are you asking me what to do? I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza. I made the decision on my own. Shiro turned to Naruto with an apology on his face. Sorry, Naruto. Maybe we need to discuss it again. Zabuza suddenly said, What are you discussing? I looked at him confused. Go to Konoha and work for a year. I can afford it, sir. Zabuza said, pretending to be heroic. That's great, Mr. Zabuza. Shiro said with a smile. Zabuza glanced at the shining golden Naruto and complained secretly in his heart. Choose a ghost. From the moment Naruto appeared, the choice was no longer in their hands. They had to do whatever Naruto said. Hey, if that's the case, let's go find Grandpa Dasna first, and then we'll go back when the bridge is built. After saying this, Naruto took a step forward and walked in front. Etc. Zabuza stopped him. What's wrong? Naruto asked confused. Although Cardo's crimes are serious, his property is huge. Now that Cardo has been solved by you, these properties have become ownerless wealth. If you don't take it, you can't take it for nothing. I'm not very good at this kind of thing. Naruto scratched his head. He had no specific concept of huge wealth. It doesn't matter, I understand. I'll go with you to handle it. Zabuza said. From the moment he made the decision, he had already tilted towards Konoha. Once I had no choice now, I didn't have a choice. That's okay, let's go. I don't know how many bowls of ramen I can buy with this money. Zabuza smiled secretly. Ramen? You can eat it for 10 lifetimes. Rain country. The heavy rain was pouring, as if there was a hole in the sky that would never be filled. Inside the Akatsuki organization base, there are all kinds of people sitting around a long conference table. The distance kept deliberately between them silently outlines their partnership in pairs. Uchiha Itachi, next to the dried persimmon Kisame, as calm as water. The scorpion of red sand, with Deidara standing next to it, has a strong artistic atmosphere. Flying section and angle, a strange combination. There is also that lonely figure, with only his Nepenthes Baijua left, standing quietly in the corner like an abandoned potted plant. On this day, a rare moment of free time for all members, the members of the Akatsuki organization gathered together without leaving home. At this time, Nagato, who controlled the most powerful puppet, Tendo Pain, slowly walked out of the darkness. Accompanying him is the angel Conan, the white tiger of the dawn. I've called everyone together today because I have an important plan to announce. Tiandao Pain glanced at the audience with a calm tone. In general, this time it's just 2 sentences. What are those 2 sentences specifically? I think it's these 2 sentences. Then these 2 sentences, I think they are better than those 2 sentences. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization quickly stopped him. Wait. Stop it. What exactly are you going to say? Can you get to the point? I'm very busy. If we continue to talk like this, how long will it take? Tiandao Pain frowned and was rude. Okay, let's keep the story short. We plan to dash. Before he finished speaking, Hayden's excited voice rushed in and interrupted him. Hey boss, are we going hunting? The sacrifices offered to Lord Evil God recently are really pitiful. I was just wondering where to find some fresh stuff. Hayden stood up suddenly, his eyes flashing with fanaticism. Tiandao Pain glanced lightly. No, if it had been anyone else, I'm afraid he would have been angry because of such a rude interruption by his subordinate. But facing Hayden, whose IQ and EQ were not online, Nagato could only shake his head helplessly. Hayden suddenly felt like a deflated ball. Oh, sit down and stop whining. Engel scolded Hayden impatiently while counting the money. Mr. Itachi, what do you think the leader is going to say? Come on, take a guess. Kisame smiled at Uchiha Itachi with a happy face. Itachi didn't even raise his eyelids. I don't know, and I'm not interested in guessing. Tendo Pain, or Nagato, was about to continue, but suddenly, boom! There was a sudden violent explosion in the conference room. Fire shot in the sky, and shock waves raged. In an instant, everyone present used their own methods to avoid the explosion. With just one look from Tendo Pain, Shinra Tenjin responded, and a huge repulsive force surrounded him and Conan, blocking all harm. Earth-style Earth Spear. Angle quickly hides the money bag and reinforces itself with Earth-style. Not to be outdone, Kisame reacted almost instinctively and pulled out the Samahata muscles on his back, blocking most of the impact. Uchiha Itachi transformed into a sky full of black crows at the moment of the explosion, escaping invisible. The puppet master Xie was slightly passive, and Fei Liuhu was blown to pieces. The worst thing was Haiden, who faced the explosion head-on and was blown apart. Even the butt flew away, leaving only the head rolling on the ground. "Hey, Kakuzu, come and help me. I'm so faint," Haiden shouted loudly. Kakuzu saw the right moment and stepped on Haiden's head as he was rolling on the ground. Your shoe stepped on my face. You didn't ask for help yourself." The smoke of the explosion gradually dissipated. In the smoke and dust, Deidara scratched his head in embarrassment. It was just a little bit close to completing the new technique, but it still exploded. "What a pity. You guy, do you want to die? That is my precious work of art. You are committing blasphemy against art." Scorpion walked out of the broken amber and stared at Deidara with a gloomy expression. "Well, if the puppet is broken, just fix it. What a big deal." Deidara's indifferent attitude immediately D off Scorpion. "You guy." Without saying a word, Xie pulled out a scroll. Bang! With a sound, the puppet of third-generation Kazekage came out in response. That was a famous figure in Sunagakure village in the past. After his death, his body was turned into a special human puppet by scorpions, which allowed the operator to use all the ninjutsu the puppet had during his lifetime. Sand iron boundary method. Magnet style breaks out. The surrounding sand and iron filings in the buildings seem to be summoned and gathered into a huge iron ball suspended in the air. It seems it's time to show off my artistic charm. Not to be outdone, Deidara was busy mixing clay with his hands, preparing for an explosive feast. Okay, everyone, stop it." When the war was about to break out, Tian Dao Payne's cold voice covered the whole place like ice. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible force swept in, and Scorpion and Deidara, no matter how powerful they were instantly suppressed to the ground. "Can't move. Is this a place where you can do whatever you want?" Tian Dao Payne approached and looked at the dilapidated conference room, sighing secretly. "Let these guys chase their dreams together. Is this plan reliable? Put the ninjutsu away. Put ninjutsu away." As the pressure was relieved, although Scorpion and Deidara were still angry, they did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of this almost godlike leader. The two quickly withdrew their techniques. Tian Dao Payne glanced around and found a stool that was still in good condition. With a slight wave of his hand, the stool automatically flew to him. After sitting down, he said to the crowd gathered around him, "Come here, the meeting will continue." Kakuzu, Kisame, and the others slowly gathered together, followed by Haiden with a thread wrapped around his body. A flock of crows gathered into human form, and Uchiha Itachi quietly appeared. When everyone arrived, Tian Dao Payne was about to speak. Unexpectedly, the ground trembled, and the pitcher plant Baiju emerged from the ground. Obviously, this guy had just taken refuge underground. Baiju was about to sneak behind the crowd, but Tian Dao Payne stopped him. "Wait a minute. I remember you weren't half black and half white. Why did it all turn white?" Tian Dao Payne asked curiously. As soon as he said this, others couldn't help but cast doubtful glances. "That's right, their impressions have always been black and white. So why is there no black at all now?" Well, I used to have a lot of sun, so I look darker. But recently, I didn't get a lot of sun, and it turned out to be nothing." Nepenthes Baiju scratched her head and said, slightly embarrassed, "Alas, that guy ran off to who knows where and has not come back for how many days. Now that he is alone, he will be suspected even if he holds a meeting." "Is that so?" Tian Dao Payne looked at him dubiously. "Correct." Zhu nodded seriously. "All right." Tian Dao Payne decided not to dwell on this issue. He looked around, watching everyone with vigilance. "Now, no one can interrupt me, right? Okay, I've called everyone together today to..." Boom! A huge arrow burning with black fire penetrated the ceiling of the building beneath them, The earth shook and the mountains shook. For a moment, it seemed as if the whole world was trembling. Rumble. The ensuing huge hole triggered a chain reaction, and the entire area began to collapse and collapse. Everyone was buried under the rubble in an instant. The black flames spreading on the wall are even more unstoppable, even if it's rock. It's steel. I can't resist its devouring, seeing that this place is about to turn into a sea of fire. Shinra Tensei. There was a loud roar, like thunder from heaven and earth, and a huge repulsive force was raging. In an instant, everything around him was reduced to ruins and dust settled. Among the ruins, the black flames scattered, and the people buried underneath were able to see the light of day again. Tiandao Pain raised one hand high, and the team members gathered around him safe and sound. No one was injured. Haha, is someone attacking us? Kisame Inakasaki said with interest. Pressure Massinet. Although the sudden attack made them a little embarrassed, that was all. After all, they were unscathed. Not to mention, this is Akatsuki, the most terrifying collection of combat power in the ninja world. Each member is an elite ninja from each country, and the leader holds the power of God. The legend of the Samsara, is just a reality among them. The person who has such destructive power is by no means an unknown person. I am afraid it is worth a lot of money. Kakuzu's tone was calm, but he could not hide his assessment. Boss, let me offer this guy as a sacrifice to the evil god, Haydn suggested enthusiastically. Everyone's posture was relaxed, and they obviously didn't take each other seriously. Only Uchiha Itachi looked solemn, and the black flame was clearly Amaterasu. In this ninja world, who else but himself can possess Mangekyo Sharingan and cast Amaterasu? Who is this person? Itachi was filled with doubts. Chief, who is the other party? Itachi looked at Tendo Pain, who had been silent. He knew that Pain had a secret technique that could sense the movements of the entire Yuin village. This ability is extremely powerful, and Pain must know the opponent's identity very well. Facing Itachi's inquiry, Tiandao Pain cast a profound look. It's Uchiha Sasuke. Every member who joins Akatsuki has a background that cannot escape constant scrutiny. It is impossible for Nagato not to know about Uchiha Itachi's past and his younger brother Sasuke, who stayed in Konoha. Itachi's calm eyes suddenly filled with surprise. Sasuke. A young figure flashed into my mind. No, it can't be him. He is only 12 years old. How could he have such power? On that tragic night, he had just opened a Magatama. Itachi secretly denied it and thought instead, was the leader testing him? Chief, could it be that you saw it wrong? Itachi asked. Tiandao Pain chuckled and did not answer. He turned to the others. Whoever is going to deal with him, those who invade the divine domain will only die. I'll do it. Haydn raised his hand excitedly, carrying the Bloody March scythe, and walked out of the team. Kakuzu, you team up with him. Happy to oblige. Kakuzu shrugged, not caring. This time, it seems that I can make a lot of money again. The immortal duo set off immediately. Tendo Pain's attitude made Uchiha Itachi feel heavy. Could it be? Really, Sasuke? I'll go with you. If it's Sasuke, the target must be me. Let me solve it. After saying that, Uchiha Itachi wanted to go with Haydn and Kakuzu, but Tiandao Pain suddenly stopped him. Uchiha Itachi, you stay. There was undeniable power in his voice. Itachi paused in his steps, the hands hidden in his sleeves clenched unconsciously, and a flash of red flashed in his eyes. But in the end, he slowly relaxed, and the abnormality in his eyes calmed down. Before the truth is known, it is not appropriate to have a conflict with Tiandao Pain. Yes. Itachi took a deep breath and watched as Haydn and Kakuzu's backs gradually faded away. On top of a towering water tower, the half-complete Susanoo body on Sasuke slowly faded away, disappearing like morning mist meeting the sun. If we do this, we should be able to draw them out. Sasuke whispered, his voice so soft that it seemed like he was just whispering to himself. Hey, Sasuke, what are you doing here? Came a voice from above. That guy Pain is not easy to deal with. especially the one who can swallow all the ninjutsu. It's really difficult without Sage Mode. On top of Sasuke's head, there was a small and exquisite nine tails, which was Naruto's special gift on the occasion of parting. Knowing that Sasuke was going to act alone, Naruto was naturally worried. He simply gave half of the nine tails power in his body to Sasuke to ensure that he would have a safe journey. Sasuke raised his head and his eyes flickered. I wanted to ask for a long time, how do you know so much? Do you even know about Pain? Logically speaking, Pain has not shown his face in the ninja world at this time, right? You have been hiding in Naruto's body. Where did you get this information? Besides, that boy Naruto is usually very clumsy, but he can actually use your power. This is obviously not his own ability. So, the problem must be with you, Nine Tails. Kurama's eyes narrowed. Well, Uchiha Sasuke, are you going to interrogate me instead? Aren't you also very weird? Looking at your current appearance, how do you look like a 12-year-old boy? And those ninjutsu, I can't bear to tell you. If you didn't still have Indra's chakra in your body, I would have doubted whether you were a fake Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke had a dark look on his face and couldn't help asking, then what's going on with you? You also live a new life? As soon as the word heavy work came out, Nine Tails was startled, leaned out from Sasuke's head, and looked at him, his tone full of disbelief. The same to you? One person and one fox looked at each other, and after a moment, they laughed out loud at the same time, as if all doubts were solved. Where are you from? Sasuke asked. During the Fourth Ninja War? Or even later? Sasuke recalled that it was during the Fourth Ninja War that Nine Tails connected with Naruto and became a true partner. If Nine Tails is so friendly, then his rebirth point should not be earlier. It was later than you think. By that time, Naruto had already married a wife and had children. Kurama fell into deep memories. He has a child named Boruto who is naughty and mischievous all day long, just like Naruto when he was a child. And you, when did you come? After Kurama finished speaking, Sasuke's eyes became meaningful. Instead of answering, he asked, then do you know Otsutsuki Momoshiki? Kurama said without thinking. Otsutsuki Momoshiki? Of course you know, that guy is very powerful. But in the end we lost, but then a more difficult move came up. I paid the price with my life to let Naruto defeat him. Sasuke pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke. Nine Tails, before we were reborn, we were probably on the same timeline. Huh? Nine Tails was stunned. Sasuke continued. My last memory is when I was training in Konoha. After the battle with Ishiki, Momoshiki controlled Boruto and destroyed my Rinnegan. In the blink of an eye, we are back to this era. I see. What a coincidence. Nine Tails was quite surprised. No, this is not a coincidence. There is someone behind it. Sasuke shook his head in denial. Human? Who has this ability? Shinomiya Yue? You must have heard about it, right? Nine Tails nodded. Naruto has a close relationship with him. But in our time, this person didn't exist at all. Sasuke explained. He was like a stranger from the sky, arriving suddenly, quietly rewriting history. Nine Tails thought for a while and asked, then what are you going to do? Get rid of him. Get rid of him? Why would I do this? Sasuke looked a little surprised. Huh, but you're not. Isn't it nice to be like this now? If we do it again, we can choose many things again. Look how happy that boy Naruto is now. The fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina are both resurrected. He never has to be alone again. That's true. It seems like this is a good thing. Nine Tails nodded in agreement. Okay, no more chatting. Guests are coming. Sasuke looked up and saw two figures approaching in the distance like lightning. It's that feared pair of immortals, Haiden and Kakuzu. Whoosh. Hey. Sasuke drew out the imitation Kusanagi sword, and the blade shone with dazzling, thunderous light. The Akatsuki organization's immortal group? This title sounds too funny. Whoosh. With two blasts in the air, Haiden and Kakuzu landed lightly on the water tower near Sasuke, forming a double team. Haha, it turned out that the one who attacked us was a little guy. I thought it was just a little ghost. I wonder if Lord Evil God would like such a sacrifice. Haiden laughed and looked Sasuke up and down. Sasuke glanced at the other person, and information about Haiden quickly flashed through his mind. immortal body could be restored even if it is torn to pieces? Then let him taste the taste of rebirth from the ashes. Amaterus, his left eye locked on a Haydn, and jet black flames instantly burst out, wrapping tightly around Haydn. I technique Amaterasu. Its black heat is comparable to the surface of the sun. Once ignited by this black flame, it will never be extinguished unless the target is burned out. Well, Haydn's whole body was wrapped in black flames, his skin cracked, and his flesh and blood melted, but there was no pain on his face, and he seemed to be enjoying it. It's so comfortable. Hey, are you stupid? If you continue to burn like this, even if you are immortal, you will not be able to escape death. Kakuzu's green bean-sized eyes were full of surprise. He was both shocked by Sasuke's eye skills and inconceivable by Haydn's stupidity. Soon, Haydn's body was completely burned, leaving only a pale skeleton, which fell from the water tower in the blazing flames. After solving one, it's your turn next. Sasuke turned his head and locked eyes with Kaku. Kakuzu didn't seem to dare to neglect, and immediately summoned masks with wind and fire attributes. Fire style, head hard work. Wind escape, press. Composite ninjutsu, flame wind and waves. One mask spits out fire, and another mask spits out violent wind. Fire borrows the power of wind, and wind aids fire. In an instant, a sea of fire swept towards Sasuke. At this moment, the raindrops in the sky were evaporated before they hit the ground, and they couldn't even get close. Boom! The sea of fire engulfed Sasuke in an instant. Dead. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, did not relax, and continued to instill chakra. The raging fire continued for a whole minute, until the water tower completely melted and turned into a pool of molten iron. Kakuzu then slowly stopped. Who can withstand such an attack? That kid must be. It's an interesting trick, but unfortunately, it doesn't work for me. A calm voice suddenly came from behind, and Kakuzu's body trembled. Behind me? How is that possible? And why can't my body move? Kakuzu struggled desperately, but to no avail. He could only see a black flame penetrate his chest. That should have been a scorching flame, but at this moment it penetrated him like a sharp spear. In an instant, the black flames exploded violently and scattered in all directions. Impale Kakuzu like a sea urchin. In the blink of an eye, all 5 hearts in his body were destroyed. No! Kakuzu's eyes widened, and he slowly fell down. As Kakuzu fell, the surrounding scene fell apart like broken lenses. In reality, Sasuke slowly withdrew the black flame in Kakuzu's body. In fact, Kakuzu is immersed in the world of Jinjutsu from the very beginning. He didn't even move for a moment, but Sasuke just jumped and easily killed him. The immortal duo now. Fall. Akatsuki Organization Base Ruins. Deidara, Scorpion, you two should go for a run. Tiandao Pain said this out of the blue, causing everyone to look at him in surprise. At this time, Sia was holding a large and small hammer and was busy repairing his damaged puppet. Hearing this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Aren't those 2 guys already gone? Is that guy so strong that he needs to send out 4 people? Although he was quite dissatisfied with Haydn's stupid green figure, he had to admit that that guy's immortal body did have 2 brushes. Especially with that weird secret technique. If the information is unclear, the opponent can be defeated in minutes, and even receive a box lunch directly. They're dead. Pain's tone was indifferent, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Relying on the art of Yuhu's freedom, Tiandao Pain witnessed everything. Haydn was instantly killed as soon as he came face to face with him, and a ball of black flame similar to what Uchiha Itachi once used directly melted his body. Kakuzu froze on the spot, being manipulated by Jinjutsu, and his entire heart was destroyed in one blow. The so-called immortal duo within the Akatsuki organization could not survive even a minute. Dead. Everyone looked at each other. How long had they been out for? And the fun was over. The enemy's strength is a bit beyond my expectation. Deidara, Scorpion, go and deal with him. Remember, he can control the same black flames as Itachi. With careful dodge and superb Jinjutsu, Kakuzu was controlled instantly without any resistance. I didn't see his eyes, but it's probably Sharingan. Remember not to make eye contact with him. Tendo Pain conveyed the information he observed one by one. After finishing his words, Kisame took a deep breath and turned his eyes to Uchiha Itachi. Black Flame, Jinjutsu. Isn't this Mr. Itachi's signature? It seems that the other person is really Uchiha Sasuke. They are indeed brothers. The two brothers are so similar. The little bit of luck in Uchiha Itachi's heart completely disappeared. It should be Sasuke, but I don't know how he got Mangekyo. When he left the village, Sasuke only had one Magatama open. Chief, since he is such a powerful character, how about Mr. Itachi and I go together? Just in case, so as not to lose manpower again. Kisame suggested with a smile, and it only took one glance to tell that Itachi couldn't wait to find Sasuke. So he simply went with the flow and helped Itachi express this meaning. I have to say that there's indeed a blood feud between the two brothers. The younger brother went to the Kingdom of Rain to seek revenge on his elder brother. After hearing about it, the older brother was anxious to meet him. Tendo Pain examined Uchiha Itachi for a while and finally nodded. Okay, then the four of you can go together. Don't make any mistakes. Don't worry, it doesn't matter whether it's Black Flame or Jinjutsu. I'll throw 2 bombs from the sky and all problems will be solved. Deidara said with a confident smile. Let's go, fight quickly, don't waste my time. Scorpion said expressionlessly. C2 Dragon. Deidara spurted clay from his palm, instantly creating a flying clay dragon. Deidara jumped up and was about to take off, but found that Scorpion had also climbed onto the dragon's back. Hey, don't you appreciate my art? Why don't you fly there yourself? Deidara muttered and complained. Stop talking nonsense and open the way. Sia simply didn't bother to talk to him. Deidara curled his lips, controlled the clay dragon to rise into the air, and roared away. Mr. Itachi, let's go quickly. Kisame walked to Itachi and smiled. Itachi nodded calmly, but he didn't know what he was thinking about in his heart. Rumble. The skies seemed to have a hole, and heavy rain poured down, accompanied by rumbling thunder, shaking the world. From time to time, a flash of lightning flashed across, bringing a moment of brightness to the darkened earth. The clay-flying dragon roared past under the control of Deidara. He was condescending, scanning the city shrouded in rain, looking for Sasuke's figure. Where is that kid hiding? The building blocked his view. Deidara looked around, but Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. Hey. Deep in the dark clouds that Deidara and Scorpion didn't pay attention to, a force of thunder quietly gathered, ready to go. Deidara wrinkled his nose and looked at Scorpion doubtfully. Hey, do you smell anything weird? It was like something was burnt. Scorpion cast, are you stupid look. Do you think I can smell things with my nose? Scorpion has long since transformed himself into a puppet, and there are not many human senses left. That's right. Deidara nodded in realization. So your art is not perfect enough, so you might as well give up early and join my explosive art. That's the best art in the world. Sia ignored this and concentrated on repairing his puppet. Deidara felt bored, turned around, rubbed his arms, and muttered, Why do I feel my skin is a little numb? The words just fell. In an instant, dazzling thunder exploded, and the dark clouded sky seemed to have opened a thunder door filled with dazzling lightning. The gathering of thunder is like the end of the world. This strange scene made Deidara's eyes widen. It's so beautiful. But the next second, he looked confused. Oh, what's going on? Roar. A huge thunder beast suddenly rose from the thunder pool, with copper bell-like eyes, a ferocious face, teeth and claws, proudly displaying its huge figure. This is a monster made purely of thunder and lightning. It looked up to the sky and roared, its sound shaking the sky. Scorpion was also dumbfounded. This is comparable to my art. Deidara stared obsessively, with a look of intoxication on his face. Scorpion's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly grabbed Deidara. Idiot! Stop looking, it's coming towards us. The thunder beast opened its bloody mouth and roared at them. At this time, there is no time to explore who this sacred thing is and how it appeared. Xian knows in his heart that if they don't avoid it, the only fate waiting for them is to turn into ashes. Deidara came to his senses and anxiously controlled the clay flying dragon to try to escape. But no matter how hard he tried, the flying dragon seemed to be imprisoned by thunder and lightning and remained motionless. Oops, my clay is restrained by lightning style. There are high-voltage electric fields everywhere here, and I can't control it. Deidara shouted in horror. What? Dropped the chain at the critical moment. Scorpion was shocked. Scorpion glanced at the ground far below, gritted his teeth, couldn't care less, and jumped down while dragging Deidara. The moment they broke away, the giant clay dragon was swallowed up by the Qilin, leaving not even a single spark behind. Hey, we can't survive if we fall like this. Deidara shouted in midair. Shut up. Siak coldly shouted and summoned the puppet of third-generation Kazekage again. Magnet style, Satetsu no Tsubasa. The phantom of third-generation Kazekage created a large amount of sand iron out of thin air, which condensed into a pair of sand iron wings behind the scorpion. Scorpion grabbed Deidara and dived towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Wait, man, I remember that iron conducts electricity easily, right? Deidara stared blankly at the sand iron wings on Scorpion's back. What? Is there such a thing? See, I was extremely shocked. Deidara was also stunned. You actually don't know? Have you ever gone to school? No. Scorpion looked gloomy. What should we do now? What should I do? It's over. Deidara looked at the approaching Kirin with despair. Magnet style, sand iron sky. Scorpion did not give up. He tried his best to use the magnet style of third-generation Kazekage. Countless sand and iron gathered together to form a huge iron wall. Boom! The unicorn hit the iron wall instantly. A dazzling thunder burst out, and the blue thunder and lightning lit up the whole world. Damn, it has come to this point that we have no choice but to give up. Scorpion gritted his teeth and reluctantly threw the scroll of third-generation Kazekage, letting it maintain defense in the air so that they could escape. The sky suddenly darkened, and all the lightning was blocked. Deidara raised his head after the disaster. Are you saved? Brother, you are still awesome. However, the two of them could not breathe. On the water tower in the distance, Sasuke's lips curved into a sneer. The whereabouts of his raised left hand. Follow the thunder. The Qilin, which was originally blocked by the sand iron sky, seemed to be blessed by some kind of power, and it looked up to the sky and roared. It hit hard and hit the iron wall with all its strength. Boom! A small opening was knocked out of the indestructible sand iron sky, and the thousands-mile-long dike collapsed in the ant nest, and the gap rapidly expanded. In an instant, the sand iron sky collapsed. Qilin pounced towards the two people below. Devour them in their horrified eyes. Is this Sasuke's progress? Uchiha Itachi, who was about to arrive at the battlefield, looked up at the power that was like a natural disaster and felt a sense of relief in his heart. Neither Deidara nor Scorpion is good at lightning style, so the user of this technique is self-evident. Uchiha Sasuke. That's an exaggeration, Mr. Itachi. Are all you Uchiha clan such monsters? Kisame sighed softly. Uchiha Itachi chuckled. Maybe. On the battlefield struck by thunder, everything became flat. Only a desolate land was left, and two figures lying on top of it. Deidara, his once fluffy blonde hair was now standing on end, and his face was covered with burnt marks. Although he was lying on the ground, his body was as straight as a javelin, and his hand were placed neatly by his side. The boy of Wagakure stood at attention. At the same time, his body flashed with tiny electric lights from time to time, occasionally triggering convulsions. Ta-ta-ta! The sound of footsteps gradually approached, and Uchiha Sasuke came slowly. He looked at Deidara and Scorpion. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. You're not completely dead yet? On the other side, Scorpion slowly climbed up from the dust. When the figure of the instigator came into view, his face was full of disbelief. Such a technique comparable to a natural disaster was actually produced by such a young man? If it weren't for the critical moment, he would use the red secret skill 100 machine exercises, summoning hundreds of puppets to resist, supplemented by a full blow from the Inferno-style scroll. He and Deidara were probably already wiped out in that catastrophe. It looks like it's time to unveil it. Sia took a deep breath, reached his right hand behind his back, and pulled out the last scroll. Originally, he was carrying 4 important scrolls. One roll is a disposable consumable that stores fire style. One volume contains his most famous work, the 3rd generation Kazekage puppet. There is another volume, which is the famous red secret technique, 100 machine exercises. What's left now is the secret in my hand. Sasuke's face turned solemn when he saw this. He knows all about Scorpion's abilities. Back then, in the battle between Scorpion, Grandma Chiyo, and Sakura, when all the scrolls were exhausted and they were still at a disadvantage, Sia calmly took out the 4th scroll, as if it was the master key to solving everything. All the scrolls in Scorpion are used to store items. So what secret is hidden in this last scroll? Is it Unit 00? Or Danger Wanderer? It can't be Gundam, right? No matter who you are, disappear here. Sia's face was full of confidence, and he slowly unfolded the scroll. Sasuke's eyes tightened. He would never let the other party succeed. Lightning style, Chidori knife. With a flash of lightning, Sasuke instantly crossed the space and stood in front of Scorpion. What? Scorpion was shocked. It was so fast. He barely had time to react. Lightning style speed was invisible. Ninjutsu is famous for its quickness, especially since the opponent is clearly very grandmaster in this art. Clang! Sasuke swung his sword, and the scroll immediately split into 2 halves. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths is hidden in this scroll, it will be of no use at this moment. Then Kuzunagi's sword turned and pointed directly at the core of Scorpion's chest. That's his real vital point. Once damaged, it means death. Scorpion's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. It was obviously the first time that he and Sasuke met. Why does he feel that the other party seems to know everything about him? Go aside and stand still. My target is not you. You will deal with it later. Sasuke gently moved the Scorpion with his Kusanagi sword and pointed to the open space aside. Sia looked at Sasuke deeply, said nothing, and stepped aside as instructed. Now that you're here, don't hide. When Scorpion stood still, Sasuke suddenly looked somewhere and called out, "Gwa! Gwa! Gwa!" A large number of crows suddenly gathered in the sky. They screamed and covered the sky. Sasuke chuckled and gathered the power of lightning in his hands. His Sharingan locked on a few inconspicuous crows and then whipped out the lightning like a whip. The thunder and lightning turned into countless sharp swords and flew away quickly. Chidori Sunbon. Call out. Each 1,000 swords accurately hit the target selected by the commander. The crows cried out and fell, losing their vitality. Soon, all the crows in the sky disappeared, and it turned out that most of this scene was just Jinjutsu's creation. Such a little trick is full of loopholes in front of Sasuke today. It seems like you've made rapid progress over the years. Uchiha Itachi's figure slowly appeared, looking at Uchiha Sasuke with an indifferent expression. Itachi's eyes secretly glanced at Deidara and Scorpion beside him. Had they all been defeated? In a short period of time, half of the members of the Akatsuki organization fell to Sasuke. Is the Akatsuki organization too weak? No, Sasuke is too powerful. Finally appeared Itachi. Sasuke stared at Itachi's figure, his eyes full of memories. Brother, if you count the time, I haven't seen you for 16 years. However, we brothers will be reunited soon. Come back to Konoha with me. Sasuke's lips twitched, but suddenly paused and turned into an intriguing smile. The Idea King is here. He received the other party's message. To be honest, I wanted to have a serious discussion with Itachi a long time ago, but I never found the opportunity. Now that he has the King of Ideas in his pocket, he plans to relax a little. Ninetales, it wouldn't be a problem to lend me some power. Sasuke's figure appears in Ninetales' habitat. Huh, okay. Ninetales blinked. Although he didn't know why, he just wanted to lend some strength, so he wouldn't refuse. Bring it on. Sasuke extended his hand, and Nine Tails responded tacitly. The fists touch each other. Mind to heart. Nine Tails' chakra surged in like a tide, climbing onto Sasuke's smiling face. Real world. Boom! For a moment, it was like a thunderous explosion. Sasuke's body burst out with an unrivaled aura, and the earth trembled under this power, with cracks everywhere. What followed was a wave of suffocating power that permeated the entire venue. Sasuke's clothes are like shining lights, with the 6 paths symbol printed on the skirt, and his whole body is filled with strong purple light. Uchiha Sasuke Kurama Connection. This is the power of the tailed beast. Feeling the huge pressure coming from Sasuke, Itachi's face was filled with shock. Where did Sasuke get the tailed beast? Sasuke took steps slowly, raised his face slightly, his eyes full of disdain. Itachi, why are you so weak? Is it because the hatred is not deep enough? Now you are indeed not qualified to stand in front of me. My stupid brother. The 9 tails in Sasuke's body is only a quarter of a 9 tails in its heyday, but it has given him an unimaginable increase in power. Uchiha Itachi. Well, he was still doubtful about the other party's identity before, but now it seems it was absolutely him. Even though his heart was full of turmoil, Itachi's face remained calm. Sasuke, if you think you can face me with the power of the tailed beast. Itachi's eyes gradually changed, and the pattern of a pair of 3-edged windmills appeared in his eyes. Then you are dead wrong. Tsukuyomi. Mangekyo suddenly activated. A string of blood and tears slid down Itachi's face. One of the strongest Jinjutsu. Only Tsukuyomi under the distinguished heavenly gods. However, Sasuke suddenly turned his head and faced him with his back. The monthly reading is invalid. Put away those ineffective pupil techniques. My eyes are more profound than what you see. Every weakness of yours cannot escape my eyes. Itachi was silent. How did Sasuke know Tsukuyomi's defense method? Hey, how dare you get distracted while fighting me? Itachi, you are indeed slow. Sasuke's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Itachi was shocked. He lowered his head and saw the tip of a sword flashing with lightning coming out his chest. Sizzling. The lightning quickly spread throughout his body. Immediately afterwards, Itachi's body exploded and turned into a flock of crows scattering. One of them suddenly transformed into a human form high in the sky. He threw multiple shurikens at Sasuke and quickly breathed out flames that blended with the shurikens. Fire style, Phoenix, Sage Flower, Nail Crimson. Sasuke didn't dodge. He waved his sleeves, and all the fireball shurikens bounced away. But the next moment, a huge fireball struck. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Clang. Sasuke's eyes were focused, and with a wave of his thunder knife, the great fireball broke instantly. Dissipate into nothingness. After that, no matter what kind of offensive Itachi launched, Sasuke defeated them one by one. Fire style, cut. Exploding clone, kill. Shuriken, kunai, etc. are not a problem, cut. In short, just fight all the way to the end. At this moment, his numerical value was ridiculously high. No skills were required, it was purely numerical crushing. So that guy Naruto has always fought like this. Feeling the raging power inside his body, Sasuke couldn't help but sigh. Don't be afraid, Mr. Itachi. A loud shout came suddenly. I'm here to help you. The dry persimmon Kisame suddenly appeared behind Sasuke, raised his Samahata high, and struck hard. This blow is so powerful that it can split a rock. However, Sasuke just glanced behind him indifferently, turned around, and kick without looking back. Boom! Kisame flew out in an instant, and his body set off a huge wave of dust on the ground, drawing a ravine of dozens of meters on the ground. Kisame was lying at the end of the ravine, kicked his legs, and passed out. Itachi was slightly startled. You. Forget it. After seeing Kisame's miserable end, Itachi decided to go all out. Susanoo. A huge chakra wave emitted from Itachi, and the orange half-completed body of Susanoo condensed and formed around him. The right hand holds the 10-fist sword, the left hand hangs the 8-foot mirror, and the 8-foot Magatama hangs on the chest. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo is equipped with 3 sacred weapons. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. A sharp attack roared towards Uchiha Sasuke. Then let's play with you. Sasuke chuckled and unfolded his Susanoo as well. The ancient bow of Mega from heaven. Sasuke drew his bow and knocked an arrow, and an arrow burning with black flames flew out, instantly colliding with Uchiha Itachi's attack. Boom! A series of explosions covered the entire land. Violent vibrations swept across. But the 2 Susanoo statues stood tall and motionless like mountains. The fire light dissipated and the dust settled, revealing the unscathed figures of both sides. Sasuke, if you are hit by the Jukin sword, you will sleep forever in the world of Genjutsu. It's not too late to surrender now. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke calmly, as if he wanted to give him a way out. Snort. A powerful weapon must hit. Itachi, you don't understand this, right? Looking at Sasuke's confident look, Itachi didn't say anything more and directly raised his Jukin sword. Respond with action. However, at this moment, suddenly, a sound sounded like countless people praying. Holy give big, pineapple. Immediately, a godlike figure slowly descended from the sky. God Pain. Coming. Buzz boom. An astonishing force suddenly pressed down from the sky, with such suffocating pressure that even the powerful Susanoos of Sasuke and Itachi couldn't help but tremble. Why did this guy come? Itachi frowned slightly. He didn't like this unexpected change. What if this person hurts Sasuke? Itachi always felt elusive about the self-proclaimed god leader. Uchiha Sasuke. Heavenly Tao, pain hung high above the clouds, his cold eyes shooting down like arrows. Intruding on God's territory is a guaranteed death. But since you came with 9 tails, as long as you are willing to hand over 9 tails, I can let you leave safely. Nagato, who was behind everything, was secretly happy. He never expected that Uchiha Sasuke would show up carrying 9 tails, the most difficult thing to capture. They originally planned to quickly collect other tailed beasts, putting the strongest and most difficult 9 tails at the end, but now it seems that they have a chance to get this strongest power in advance. In comparison, the dead Haiden and Kakuzu seemed insignificant. Therefore, he can graciously let Sasuke go for the sake of 9 tails. But once 9 tails is taken away, whether Sasuke can survive is not his concern. When Sasuke heard this, a smile appeared on his lips that I didn't care about. Want to get 9 tails? Okay, you can get it yourself. You can't expect me to offer it to you. Sasuke pretended to be relaxed, as if he really wanted a hand over 9 tails. With that said, he actually lifted Susanoo and revealed his true body in front of the enemy. It's quite sensible. Tiandao, Pain, cast an approving glance, then slowly descended and landed smoothly. He is not worried about Sasuke playing tricks because he is a god and has his own confidence. Seeing that Tendo Pain had really arrived, Sasuke was both amused and helpless. He didn't seem to have expected that the other party would be so easily fooled. Did I really trick you? If you had stayed at a high place, I might not be able to do anything to you, but now. Before he finished speaking, Sasuke suddenly got angry. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of electric lights exploded, turning into dense lightning needles and heading towards Pain of Heaven. In just a moment, lightning-style Qianban was close at hand, but Tiandao, Pain, only raised his eyes slightly. An invisible force filled the air instantly. Buzz. Those thunder needles seemed to be frozen, all solidified in front of Tiandao, Pain, making it difficult to move forward. Do you still want to resist, pointlessly? I thought you were a sensible person. Tiandao, Pain, looked a little disappointed. In the end, it still has to be solved by force. Then, your attack should be returned to its original owner. Tiandao, Pain, waved lightly, and those lightning needles were instantly bounced back. Sasuke stood still. An illusory fox-headed image appeared around him, turning into an indestructible shield that blocked all lightning rods. Ding, ding, ding. The time has come. Under the fox's head, Sasuke had a successful smile on his face. After the Shinra Tianzhong is cast, there will be a short 5-second cooling period. The other party certainly wouldn't have guessed that he would have this information, right? Whoosh! Sasuke disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Tiandao Pain. What? Tiandao Pain's pupils tightened. This speed is too fast. Puff! Sasuke punched Tendu Pain right in the face. At that moment, Tiandao Pain's face was twisted like a piece of rubber that could be kneaded at will, and the scene was extremely shocking. Tiandao Pain let out a shrill scream, and his whole body flew out like a kite with broken strings. The so-called majesty of God disappeared at this moment. At the same moment, Nagato, who was far away in the depths of Yuin village, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His chakra was connected to Tendo Pain, and Sasuke's attack also affected him. How could it be possible at this speed? Nagato looked shocked, even though his samsara could capture the enemy's movements. But it was to no avail. The Tendo Pain he controlled could not catch up with Sasuke's speed, and he could only watch the opponent's fist fall. Everything seemed so futile. It seems that the other 5 paths must be sent out. The way of heaven alone is not enough to fight Uchiha Sasuke. Nagato's face was gloomy, and he slowly closed his eyes. Chakra's output surged, and his face twisted in pain. At the same time, in a hidden corner, 5 figures slowly opened their eyes. The screen switches back to the battlefield. Hey, stop lying on the ground. That punch didn't completely kill you. Sasuke looked at Tendo Pain, who had been silent for a long time, and couldn't help but start teasing him. Upon hearing this, Tiandao Pain, who wanted to wait for the other 5 Pain to arrive, couldn't pretend any longer and had to get up dejectedly. Just when Tendo Pain was about to say something, there was a flash of purple light, and Sasuke's face with a slight smile came close to him. What do you want to say? Tiandao Pain's expression changed, and he quickly activated his pupil technique, Shinra. Before Shinra's 10 march could even start, Sasuke moved faster. One Shu Soul was firmly imprinted on Tiandao Pain's face. Poof! Tiandao Pain was like a shooting star. This kick directly kicked him hundreds of meters away. It was hit and pierced, and finally it was like a nail, piercing deeply into a boulder. His legs trembled uncontrollably for a few times, and finally stopped completely. Nagato's vision went dark, and he completely lost Tiandao Pain's perspective and control. Oops! Even if 6 Paths Pain is a puppet made from corpses, he will be reimbursed if he gets beaten up badly. It has to be remade. What kind of monster did this guy come from? Nagato silently recalled the 5 Pain who had just been sent out, but all the Tendo Pain were defeated. All that's left. It's better not to give others heads. A dozen Chi song. It's not that I won't help you. It's just that I can't help you. Just wish yourself well. At this time, there was a subtle change in Itachi's expression. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Tiandao Pain, who had become silent. Then he turned his attention to Uchiha Sasuke, who was opposite him with a smirk on his face. Uchiha Itachi's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Kill a god-level boss in 2 hits? It's so fast that people have no time to react, and it's so strong that people can't resist it. Is this Sasuke's current strength? Are you kidding me when you fight with me before co-writing? Recalling the way Sasuke played against him, it was like a child playing house, and even Itachi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Well, Itachi sighed, a sigh of relief and relief. The huge Susanoo on his body slowly dissipated. Although it is unclear how Sasuke grew up to this point, with Sasuke's current strength, his mission as an older brother has been completed. The next step is to sacrifice himself so that Sasuke can have a Mangekyo Sharingan that will never go blind. Help him reach the next level. Yo, are you planning to give up resistance? Itachi, I thought you could play with me a little longer. Sasuke raised his eyebrows and smiled with interest. Itachi was expressionless. Are you getting carried away so quickly? You won this time. I have nothing to say. You'd better do it now. Otherwise, when I find the opportunity, I will kill you without hesitation and dig out your eyes as a sacrifice on my eternal road. Itachi said something against his will while hinting at how Sasuke made Mangekyo evolve into eternity. Sasuke shook his head helplessly and walked towards Uchiha Itachi. Itachi showed no intention of resisting at all and looked at Sasuke quietly, with a kind of relief in his eyes, as if he was determined to accept his fate. Sasuke walked up to Uchiha Itachi, and the two looked at each other. At this time, if Itachi suddenly activates Tsukuyomi, Sasuke may not be able to resist. But Itachi didn't take action. Obviously, he just said that he would deal with Sasuke if he had the chance. He was just trying to be brave. Sasuke suddenly raised his hand and gently touched Itachi's face. Uchiha Itachi thought he was going to take away Mangekyo, and deliberately, sarcastically said, $1% at. After being taken out, Mangekyo cannot be stored like ordinary Sharingan and requires extremely strict storage methods. If you don't understand, don't ruin my Mangekyo, why not? Itachi's words stopped abruptly. Sasuke's hand suddenly moved to the back of Itachi's head and pressed lightly. Their foreheads touched. Itachi, don't say that again. Sasuke sighed softly. Itachi's eyes dilated slightly, full of disbelief. Looking at Sasuke's face so close to him, Itachi was completely stunned. Sasuke continued, I know it all the truth, everything, I know it all. Naruto and I got rid of Danzo together, and no one will force you to do things you don't want to do anymore. Come back to Konoha with me. The third Hokage has retired and is now in charge of the fourth generation. He will help you take off the hat of a traitor, and you can return to Konoha with dignity. We will never be separated again, brother. Sasuke's heartfelt words were like a key, quietly opening the long-standing shackles in Itachi's heart. He stared blankly at Sasuke, his chest filled with thoughts he wanted to express. He was full of doubts, not only wanting to know how Sasuke learned all these secrets, but also wondering where Sasuke's amazing power came from. However, all the questions turned into a heavy sigh on his lips. Why? A long-lost smile bloomed on Itachi's face, and the indifference in his eyes melted away, replaced by endless tenderness. He backed away slightly, keeping a slight distance from Sasuke, then stretched out 2 fingers and tapped Sasuke's forehead. Sasuke, you have grown up a lot. Itachi repeated this gesture of affection that was reserved for their brothers, causing a bright smile to appear on Sasuke's face. The brother he knew so well was finally back. However, the joy did not last long. Itachi's expression suddenly changed, and a violent cough followed. Blood foam continued to flow from his mouth, and it was obvious that his body was extremely weak. Elder brother, Sasuke hurriedly stepped forward to help Itachi. Itachi was already weak and had been suffering from blood succession boundary diseases for many years, and the fact that he had just used Susanoo, which was extremely draining of his pupil power, made it even worse. Hey, you guy, come and save people. Sasuke suddenly raised his head and shouted to the sky. Shinomiya Yue had previously vowed that Itachi could be saved even if he died, so he felt relieved and had a desperate battle with Itachi. Now that the war is over, it's time to ask him to clean up the mess. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure fell from the sky. Your dad is coming. Boom. Sigong Yue landed heavily, causing quite a commotion. Itachi, who was on the edge of semi-consciousness, was stimulated by the sound and seemed to regain his energy instantly, turning his head to look at the person. Sasuke's dad? Isn't that his dad too? Could it be that Uchiha Fugaku is here? However, when he saw that the visitor turned out to be a kid about the same age as Sasuke, Itachi's eyes instantly widened, and he finally couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. Hey, you can't take advantage of me like this. Sasuke looked at the smiling Shinomiya Yuzuki, and his face turned half dark. Just kidding, sorry. With a smile on her face, Yue walked to Sasuke and squatted down, suddenly took out a ball of light, and quickly injected it into Itachi's body. That light blended into Itachi's body, and in an instant, Itachi's face miraculously returned to rosy color. What kind of treasure is this? Sasuke's eyes widened. The immortal body. Yue answered easily. Fairy body? Sasuke's voice couldn't help but rise a few degrees. Is it like the first Hokage's physique? Right. Hiss. Sasuke was shocked. He could bring out such a treasure? Isn't this incredible? Yue looked at Sasuke's eager but afraid face and smiled. Yue raised her eyebrows and said with a hint of temptation in her voice, "Would you like to have one too?" Sasuke's throat moved, and he really wanted it. But he had just helped Itachi, so it seemed inappropriate to make a request at this time. So he declined and said, "I'd better forget it. This must be very precious." Yue put her arms around Sasuke's shoulders. "Hey, this thing is indeed not cheap, but do we still need to talk about money in our relationship? How can our feelings be measured by money? In one word, it's either or." Sasuke's face was full of surprise. It turned out that the relationship between them was so good. Yuzuki's words have reached this point, and Sasuke's refusal would seem a bit ungrateful. Well, with the immortal body, I also want to experience how powerful this thing is. It can actually create a strong person like First Hokage. Sasuke said impatiently. Yue took out a ball of light again and shot it on Sasuke. After listening to Sasuke's words, Yue couldn't help but laugh. You can't cultivate a strong man of Hashirama's level with the immortal body alone. You're still far away. However, it can still be done to shorten some of the gaps." Although Sasuke heard Yu's words, he was unable to make any response at this moment. He only felt endless chakra surging within his body. The power was so huge that it was almost as powerful as a tailed beast. This is still the early stage of the immortal body. Yue glanced at Sasuke, who was adapting to the new power, stood up, and left without disturbing him. He caught a glimpse of Scorpion, who was sneaking away and was about to slip away. He just smiled, ignored him, and walked straight in the direction of Tiandao Pain. There, following Yue's gaze, Xie's whole body trembled, not daring to make the slightest move. The look in that guy's eyes, how terrible. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to pay too much attention to them. He just glanced at them casually, looked away, and left quickly. At this time, Scorpio picked up Deidara and ran away without saying a word. While Sasuke has not yet taken action, Itachi is unconscious, and a mysterious strong man is ignoring them. How long will it take if they don't escape now? Even the leader has been defeated, so I see no need for this Akatsuki organization to go back. Simply divide Akatsuki's property. You go back to your Wagakure. I go back to mine Sunagakure. On Yue's side, he also found Tiandao Pain's body at this moment. To be more precise, it was a severely damaged puppet. He pulled Pain out of the pile of rocks. He had to admit that even if he became a puppet, these Pain were still surprisingly tough. Despite his tattered appearance, Pain's body structure was mostly unscathed, with only the Akatsuki organization's robes being torn, revealing a muscular body. Shinomiya looked at Tiandao Pain with a mysterious smile on her lips. The world has become so weird anyway. It's not a big deal to have one more super brother. Having said that, Shinomiya began to restore the vitality in Tiandao Pain's body that had been dormant for countless years. After some careful operations, except for being unconscious, Pain at this moment was no different from ordinary people in other aspects. No consciousness? This is not a problem at all for Yue. That's what he does. He then took out a piece of memory crystal and embedded it into Tiandao Pain's body. As the memory crystal gradually integrated, Tiandao Pain, oh no, should call him Yahiko now, slowly opened his eyes. With a deep breath, Yahiko sat up suddenly. He immediately lowered his head to check his chest, as if the moment when the kunai penetrated his heart was still in front of him. What's going on? Yahiko's face was full of confusion, but then a memory that did not belong to him flooded into his mind, which was the days when he was manipulated by Nagato as Pain of Heaven. Everything gradually becomes clear. Thousands of thoughts converged into one sentence. He is back. Soon, the confusion in Yahiko's eyes dissipated, replaced by unprecedented determination. Since I have been given a second life, this time, I will lead the Akatsuki organization to glory. Fulfill our dreams. Yahiko has made up his mind. His past failures have made him understand what is most important in the ninja world. It is not a kind heart, nor is it an ideal to end the war, but power. Only absolute power can change everything and prevent the Akatsuki organization from falling into a tragic fate again. Suddenly, a slight sound from the side caught his attention, and Yahiko realized that there was someone next to him. He turned his head and looked at Shinomiya Yuzuki. Are you with Uchiha Sasuke? The other party is young and possesses Uchiha Sasuke's chakra. Obviously, he has a close relationship with Sasuke, and they should be hostile. Yahiko did not underestimate the opponent because of his age, but there was a hint of wariness in his eyes. Sasuke had defeated his predecessor with 2 moves. The boy in front of him might not be as strong as Sasuke. Yue did not rush to respond, but looked at Yahiko carefully, nodding with satisfaction from time to time. Yahiko was once just a mortal with mediocre qualifications, but now his eyes have turned into samsara eyes. This was something Yu deliberately and accidentally kept. Even Yuzuki didn't make fun of the black sticks on Yahiko's body. Of course, those black sticks now have become decorations and can be removed, but they still look more interesting with them on. When everything came together, Super Brother was born. Of course, this samsara eye only has the ability of heaven and can control gravity and repulsion. As for the power of the other 5 paths and the other abilities of the samsara eye, there is none. This is a little trick for Yahiko. After all, in the ninja world, you can live without it, but you can't live without it. Your mightiness. Yahiko looked slightly displeased. The other person stared at him and said nothing. What did he mean? Sorry, I was a little obsessed. By the way, what did you just say? Yue said with a smile. Fascinated? Yahiko was stunned, and then his body tensed involuntarily. Will he encounter misfortune just after he is resurrected? No, that's not possible. Unless it's Nagato. You're thinking too much. I'm not interested in men. Yue saw Yahiko's misunderstanding and immediately felt funny. Really? That's best. Yahiko secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's get down to business. May I ask why you're here? Although the Akatsuki organization did attack Uchiha Sasuke, it is also true that he attacked us first. You can't deny this, right? Besides, Sasuke also killed 2 of our members. How about settling the score? Yahiko mistakenly thought that Yu was the reinforcement brought by Sasuke. When his strength was inferior to others, he naturally tended to reconcile. However, Yue waved her hands, turned and left, with a playful smile on her face. Don't be so nervous. I'm just here to have some fun. You can continue to do your work. With that said, Shinomiya Yuzuki left without looking back, leaving Yahiko with a confused look on his face. Looking at Shinomiya Yue's unresponsive back gradually disappearing, Yahiko was convinced that the other party had really left. What a weird guy. Yahiko stood up from the ground. In this case, he didn't plan to pay attention anymore. He turned around and jumped into the air vigorously, like an arrow from a string, flying towards the predetermined direction. Although he was still confused about his rebirth, Yahiko only had one thing on his mind at the moment. Return to the Akatsuki organization as soon as possible and share this rare joy of rebirth with Nagato and Konan. After a period of flying, Yahiko finally set foot on the familiar land of Yuin Village again. Nagato, Konan, I'm back. Yahiko's eyes flashed with excitement, and his chest was filled with surging emotions. Looking around, the familiar sights made him speed up his pace and hurried along the path in his memory. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Akatsuki organization, squeak, as the door was slowly pushed open, Konan and Baiju, who carried the pitcher plant, entered together. The light from the outside took the opportunity to slip in, bringing long-lost brightness to this dark room. In the center of the room, on a huge instrument, the skinny Nagato sat quietly. Konan looked up at him, thought for a moment, and then said, Well, Scorpion and Deidara escaped. Should we consider recruiting new personnel? It's the only one left in the Akatsuki organization that can be used now. Konan tapped his finger and pointed at the pitcher plant, white Jew on the side. Seeing this, Baizetsu waved to Nagato and grinned. Hi. Nagato glared at Baiju. Hey, you are so big. I'm very angry now. Baiju chuckled and quickly shrank his head. The Akatsuki organization, which once swept through the ninja world, now has its members dying and running away, leaving only an unknown guy by his side. Nagato has mixed feelings in his heart. He stroked his forehead helplessly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Recruitment will be discussed later. The key now is how to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. I don't think Uchiha Itachi can be his opponent. If Sasuke kills Itachi and then targets us, it will be a headache. Nagato frowned. This was undoubtedly a disaster for the Akatsuki organization. If he had known this, he should not have interfered in the family affairs of the Uchiha clan. But in the end, he lost 4 members in vain. If I have no choice, I might have to trouble you to take action. Conan looked at Nagato, his eyes filled with distress. Nagato's physical condition is getting weaker, but his strength still cannot be underestimated. In her opinion, nothing seemed to be able to stop Nagato. This was the power of the Samsara Eye, a power that even Jiraiya highly praised. Ahem. Facing Conan's trusting gaze, Nagato felt a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment and finally said, Maybe, if he really comes, I will handle it. Even so, Nagato was not sure. After all, Sasuke became ridiculously powerful after merging with Nine Tails. Only 2 strikes destroyed Tiandao Pain, and Tiandao Pain could represent almost 80% of his strength. If he faced off against Sasuke, I'm afraid one more punch will be the end. Maybe not. Yeah. Conan nodded slightly. Then I'll go prepare to recruit people first. Once you take care of Uchiha Sasuke, we can start rebuilding the team. Conan was about to turn around and leave, but he inadvertently noticed a figure slowly walking into the room. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was Tiandao Pain. The opponent's Akatsuki organization robes were in tatters, but the main body seemed to be fine. A trace of confusion flashed across Conan's face. He remembered that Nagato had said before that this Pain had been defeated. Why did it appear here again? Just as he was about to turn around and ask Nagato, Nagato's eyes were full of horror. Conan, get behind me, Nagato said in a deep voice, his eyes firmly fixed on Tiandao Pain. Conan thought Nagato still controlled Pain and didn't notice anything unusual. As everyone knows, Nagato can't feel the opponent's chakra receiver at all at this time. The person in front of him is not Tiandao Pain at all, just a substitute with the same appearance. Nagato, what happened? Although Conan was confused, he still retreated to Nagato as instructed, staring at Nagato with confusion in his eyes. He is not Pain. I can't control him at all. The real Pain was destroyed in the battle with Sasuke. Nagato spoke solemnly, with an unspeakable heaviness in his tone. What? Conan trembled slightly, and after a moment of surprise, his eyes turned cold. Layers of paper slowly appeared around her, as if ready to fight at any time. Who are you anyway? There was a questioning tone in Nagato's voice that could not be ignored. Facing the caution of his former companions, Yahiko did not panic at all. He raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and slowly opened his lips. Nagato, Conan, it's me, Yahiko. Those familiar words made Nagato and Conan feel shocked and full of disbelief. Nagato looked at Pain's familiar face and spit out a name with hesitation. Yahiko. The name escaped from the long doorway, and Conan couldn't help but feel trance-like. How long has it been since they mentioned this name? Is this really him? Yahiko raised his eyebrows, with a hint of joking in his relaxed tone. Don't believe it? Both Nagato and Conan were silent. This scene was beyond imagination. Yahiko has been dead for many years. How could the leader who was once as warm as the sun be reborn on his own body? Even Nagato, who controls the Samsara Eye, cannot easily accept this reality. Based on your words alone, I can't determine your identity. Nagato tried hard to suppress the waves in his heart. Yahiko seemed to have anticipated their reaction and said confidently, It seems that I can't convince you unless I share some exclusive memories. Yahiko smiled confidently, with nostalgia flowing in his eyes. Remember? That time you almost collapsed on the roadside from hunger, but Conan took you home. You were so hungry that you almost fainted, but you still insisted on feeding the puppy. Its name seems to be Tiny, right? Later you joined us. In order to make a living, we stole fruits from the market together. You ran slowly and were caught, but I went back to rescue you. Also, when you were studying with Jiraiya-sensei, if you failed to catch a fish, you would be dragged into the water by the fish. Yahiko's words were like a trickle, gradually awakening the memories deep in the hearts of Nagato and Conan. Those past events correspond exactly to what Yahiko described. Nagato looked at Yahiko, who was talking eloquently, and the image in front of him gradually overlapped with the brother-like figure in his heart. Yahiko. Conan covered his mouth, his eyes filled with tears of shock and excitement. Yahiko, it's really you. Nagato looked at him, his hands shaking unconsciously due to excitement. If his legs had not been disabled for a long time, he would have rushed forward and tightly embraced this lost and recovered miracle. At this moment, Conan has taken the first step and turned words into actions. Yahiko. Conan rushed forward and hugged the other person tightly. Conan. Yahiko gently patted her back to comfort her. Although it's a bit embarrassing, I still have to ask, Yahiko, how is your current situation? Nagato's voice sounded, and his eyes wandered between Yahiko's Rinnegan and the black rod on his body. Is the person in front of me a memory of pain, or is Yahiko's true form resurrected? I am resurrected. I don't even know about the reincarnation eye. It was embedded in my eye socket when I woke up. Now I can freely use the power of heaven. As for these, they have outlived their usefulness. Yahiko casually pulled out a black rod from his face. Those black rods were once tools of control. After being removed, his body immediately repaired itself without any pain or feeling. Seeing this, Conan curiously removed a black rod, but Yahiko was unharmed. These signaling devices that were once used by Nagato to control pain have now become decorations. Does this mean that Yahiko is completely resurrected? It's so nice. With Yahiko here, our dreams will soon become a reality. Conan said with joy. Yahiko has returned and possesses extraordinary power. Under his leadership, the Akatsuki organization seems to be on track to end the war and realize its dream of the other side. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Yahiko's face suddenly turned serious. He turned to Nagato and asked, Nagato, how many fighting men are left in the Akatsuki organization? Uchiha Sasuke comes with bad intentions, and he also has a mysterious helper. He is definitely not an easy character to deal with. We have to be prepared. Upon hearing this, Nagato glanced around the room, finally stopping on Yahiko. You, me, and Conan. Nagato replied. Well, what happens next? Yahiko listened intently. Nagato blinked. No more. No more. These are the only people in our Akatsuki organization. Yahiko was surprised. Although he has memories from the Tiandao pain period, he will not know anything about it just after being resurrected. But Tendo Pain is essentially a puppet and is in standby mode most of the time. On weekdays, it is Conan who conveys information for Nagato. Only when encountering something really important, Pain will take action personally. Therefore, the information Yahiko knew was actually limited, otherwise he would not have asked Nagato. That counts him? Nagato suddenly pointed at the pitcher plant white Zetsu, who had been standing silently in the corner. Hi. Shiro waved to Yahiko and grinned. Yahiko was speechless for a moment. Forget it. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. I'll think of other ways. Ta-ta-ta. At this time, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, and Yahiko and the others immediately looked at the door. Who is it? Yahiko's face darkened. This is the core area of the Akatsuki organization, and people from Amigakure village usually dare not approach it. At this moment, the person coming is most likely Uchiha Sasuke. Yahiko raised his right hand slightly, ready to activate the 10,000 elements at any time. Even if he is defeated, he could delay some time with 3 stages of attraction and 1 frame of little Shinra, so that Nagato and Conan can retreat. Hey, pretty boy, why are you so nervous? It's me. At the door, a smiling figure walked in. It was Shinomiya Yuyue. Is it you? Yahiko frowned. It's this mysterious figure again. Yahiko, do you know him? Nagato asked in a low voice. Well, he was the first person I saw after my resurrection. Yahiko nodded. Immediately, Yahiko put down his hand. If Shinomiya Yuyue had intentions, he should have taken action long ago. It seemed that the other party had no ill intentions. Of course you saw me. After all, I am the one who made you reborn, Yuyue said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the three of them looked at him. Did you do it? Yahiko said in surprise. Otherwise, you don't think you won the resurrection match, do you? Yuyue spread her hands. If you confront Lauda, see if he kills you with his elbow. Yahiko looked at the other person carefully and recalled that he was indeed the only one beside him at that time. And a strong person like Shinomiya Yuyue should not lie. I'm so grateful for your help that has allowed me to regain my life. You must have something to ask for during your visit this time. How can I help you? Yahiko knew very well that the other party would not help without any reason, let alone the extraordinary thing of resurrecting the dead. The cost of this is definitely not small, so the other party must have something up his sleeve. Of course, Yahiko never imagined that there really were people like Shinomiya Yuzuki in the world who did not care about rewards. If we talk about the purpose, maybe it's just to have fun. But this time he did come with a purpose. He needed to use his reincarnation eye. Since you said so, I'll tell you the truth. I want to use the eye of reincarnation to resurrect two people. Shinomiya Yuyue raised two fingers and said bluntly, borrowing the reincarnation eye. When the three heard this, they exchanged glances with each other. Your Excellency, don't you have the ability to resurrect the dead? Why do you need the samsara eye? The samsara eye does have this ability, but the cost of using it is extremely high, so it is really unnecessary. Nagato couldn't help but ask questions. He didn't want the samsara eye to fall into the hands of unknown people. Shinomiya Yuyue waved her finger. No, this is different. Resurrecting Yahiko is more special and simpler. But the two people I plan to resurrect will not be so easy. As for the cost, there's always a way to find someone to take over for this kind of thing, so don't worry. The process of resurrecting Yahiko is quite simple. It only requires reviving the life energy of Tendo Pain and inserting a memory crystal. This set of operation costs is low. Not even 10,000 gold coins are needed. After all, Yahiko's memory crystal is still a bargain. But the samsara eye is very different. If you want to buy a pair in a mall, you can get it for 500,000 yuan. You just have it on hand now. So Yue has no intention of spending any more money. Come on, Nagato-chan, my skills are very fast. I promise it won't hurt to take out the eyes. Yue had a smirk on her face and quietly stretched out her hand. This, Nagato hesitated. Nagato, lend it to him. Yahiko spoke slowly. He could sense the calmness and composure in Yu, revealing an overwhelming sense of superiority. If you refuse, you may not get any good fruit. Of course, this is just Yahiko's worry. Yue is not a bandit. If you can't borrow it, you can always rent it and give a little sweetness. All right. Nagato nodded lightly, and then clicked the button without hesitation. Before everyone could recover, he had already taken off his samsara eye. Oh, what a cruel person. Yue gave a thumbs up, originally thinking of doing it herself. After all, he had a gentler method. Take it. Nagato handed over the rinnegan, and with his eyes still bleeding, the scene was quite a bit like a thriller movie. TSK, it seems like I have to show my sincerity. Yue took out a special container and put away the rinnegan, then flicked her fingers. An array of gentle energy went straight to Nagato. This is the power of Six Paths Yang, which contains extremely powerful vitality and can help the door recover its body. This thing is a lot. After all, Kagaya is a Six Paths level existence. Even if her condition declines slightly, this little energy is still nothing to her. Now Yue and Kagaya are almost inseparable. They deduct points from Kagaya every day. As time goes by, the inventory will naturally become richer. Bathed in the nourishment of the yang power of Six Paths, the surging vitality instantly filled Nagato, and he couldn't help but moaned softly. After a while, Nagato's thin body gradually began to plump up, and his dry hair became soft and smooth. When he raised his head again, his complexion improved significantly, as if he had been reborn. What's going on? Nagato slowly opened his eyes and looked at himself, full of surprise. The body, which had been weakened for many years due to carrying the power of the samsara, miraculously recovered to its original state. Etc. Yue was stunned for a moment. Holy shit, the yang power of 6 paths was so strong that it even regenerated Nagato's newly lost eyes. I can't put my reincarnation eyes back now, Yue complained silently in her heart. However, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan didn't seem to care about this. They were overjoyed and gathered around Nagato, helping him stand up. Thanks to the yang power of 6 paths, Nagato's leg injury was also healed, and he was filled with emotion at the feeling of standing up after a long absence. Although Nagato's pace was a little unfamiliar, he quickly adapted to it. The three of them walked towards Yue together, full of gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency. Haha, you don't have to be so polite. I have to thank you for lending me the samsara eye. Yue replied with a smile. This is different. Konan stared at Yahiko and Nagato with tears in his eyes. Thanks to Yuzuki, the three of them could finally be reunited as before. Nagato nodded solemnly. The two cannot be compared. If you need help from the Akatsuki organization in the future, just ask. Yahiko added with a smile. Of course, murder and arson will be avoided. We don't want to cause a war. Yue was amused. That's not the case. By the way, we're breaking news. How should we deal with this? Yue suddenly took out the bottle containing the samsara eye. As the samsara eye reappeared, the three of them suddenly realized that Nagato had new eyes. Yes, then what should we do with the samsara eye? Don't need to dig out new eyes? Nagato said quietly. You did this on purpose, right? Hee, it's just a coincidence. Nagato stared at the samsara eye. Although it can give people supreme power, but the price hidden behind it is too heavy for ordinary people to bear. Recalling that he had become neither a human nor a ghost because of it, Nagato shook his head slightly. Forget it. You better take the reincarnation eye. He clenched his fists and raised the corners of his mouth like a self-mockery. I've become unfamiliar with the 5 elements escape technique after relying on the reincarnation eye for these years. It's time to pick it up again. My power of 5 spirits is not in vain. Nagato's free and easy attitude exceeded Yue's expectations. You really don't want it anymore? Yue blinked her eyes, looking a little surprised. Well, then please keep it safe and don't let it fall into the wrong hands. Nagato nodded slightly in approval. Haha, don't worry. Once this samsara eye is in my hands, it will be like a meat bun beating a dog. It will never come back. Well, although the metaphor is a bit crude, that's what it means. After Yue heard this, she pocketed the samsara eye again. This samsara eye is a good thing, and it runs through the entire Hokage plot. It can be said that it is said that 3rd generation was passed on at a glance, but the person's eyes are still there, and this thing was taken away by him, and the plot package changed. A lot of gold coins burst out again. Where do you plan to go in the future? Will you continue to stay in the country of rain? How about coming to Konoha and joining me? This trip has been fruitful, but Yuzuki still wants to go one step further and abduct the 3 little ones of the Akatsuki organization. But as soon as the words came out, Yue suddenly remembered that there seemed to be unresolved grievances between Nagato and Konoha. Sorry, I made a mistake when I didn't mention it. If you touch other people's scars, even if it is not intentional, Yue will immediately and sincerely apologize. Nagato was slightly surprised. No one should know about this except himself? How did the other party learn about it? But now is not the time to think about this, Nagato responded. After so many years, I understand that this is not Konoha's fault, but the sin of the war itself. I will not deliberately target Konoha again, but the hatred has not been completely let go. I need time. Yue nodded. I didn't think well, so I'll take my leave now. Everyone, I'll see you later. Goodbye. The 3 of them said goodbye in unison. Immediately, Shinomiya Yue turned and left, her steps seeming a little lighter, until Shinomiya Yue's figure completely disappeared from sight. At this time, Yahiko suddenly put his hand on the shoulders of Nagato and Conan, smiling like a flower. In this way, how about we go around the ninja world during this period to relax? At the same time, appreciate the customs of other countries. Great idea. Nagato and Conan naturally had no objections and readily agreed. Then let me go and make arrangements for Yuin Village? Conan asked. No need, just send a clone to handle it. Let's set off now, Yahiko suggested. Just as the three of them were preparing to set off, Yahiko suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned to look at the lonely figure in the corner. We can't leave this guy behind. After all, he is one of the few partners of our Akatsuki organization. Yahiko walked by Zetsu and squatted down, smiled and asked, How about traveling together? Baiju didn't react for a moment. Come on, let's go. Yahiko pulled up by Zetsu and led everyone to leave this place and move towards the outside world. I don't know how long it took. In a room at the Akatsuki organization base, a space-time vortex slowly opened, and a figure covered in gravel stepped out of it. It was the masked man. He shook his body, and gravel fell to the ground. This Luosha is indeed difficult to deal with, but that's all. As long as someone helps me hold it back, I can capture one tail. Next time, bring Haiden and Kakuzu with you. Let them attract attention. After saying that, the masked man pushed through the gate of opening and walked out. Not long after, he came to the usually bustling hall. But at this moment, it seemed extremely quiet here. Why is it so quiet today? The masked man looked left and right, but there was no sign of anyone. He was wandering around, and even Deidara, who is usually the laziest, was not in the base. Are they all out on missions? The masked man was a little confused. Go to Nagato and ask for details. Using Kamui's power, the masked man teleported deep into the Akatsuki organization's base. Long before he could finish speaking, the word door was stuck in his throat, because all that appeared in front of him was an empty chair, and Nagato had long since disappeared. Where are the people? The masked man's eyes suddenly widened. Nagato has spent more than 10 years here, so he won't suddenly run away, right? Did I go to the wrong place? This is not actually the base of the Akatsuki organization. The masked man patted his forehead, thinking he was hallucinating. Since the last time I went to Konoha, strange things have happened one after another. Absolutely, the masked man shouted suddenly. Even if everyone else is gone, she should still be there, right? That is the embodiment of Madara's will. However, there was only his lonely echo in the room. The masked man was completely confused. Lien Ju is missing? This is wrong. What could possibly happen to this guy that is so important that he would leave the Akatsuki organization and not return? I have the Moon Project canceled? What happened? How many days have you been away? Why did everyone in the Akatsuki organization disappear when we came back? It's not just a few years. There was a pop. The masked man slumped limply on Nagato's specially customized chair. His inner irritability reached the extreme. Oops, my samsara. It's a small matter if Nagato is missing, but it's a big deal if the reincarnation eye is lost. Nagato, what have you done? Without the Rinnegan, how can I activate infinite Tsukuyami? Hi. The eye of reincarnation, got it. In a flash of white light, Shinomiya Yuzuki appeared behind Sasuke like a ghost, patted his shoulder lightly, winked, and smiled. Huh, so fast. Sasuke turned his head, slightly surprised. You just killed Nagato and then took off his eyes? A trace of helplessness flashed across Yuyue's face. Damn it, I'm the image of the Predator Demon King in your mind? Not really. I just think Nagato is not a kind person, and you may not show mercy. Sasuke doesn't have a good impression of the Akatsuki organization. There is no absolute right or wrong in this matter. Standing is as light as a feather in the scale of the ninja world. Unless you're a big shot like Hashirama. With strength, whatever you do is right. If you don't have the strength, you just wait to be tortured. Obviously, neither the samsara, Nagato, nor the five-spirit King Nagato has that level of power. Okay, let's change the topic. Where is Haiden? This guy has an immortal body. He has a perfect eye. He can use it in any way. Yua looked around, only to find that there was no trace of Haiden. Do you want to help you look for it? Sasuke looked a little embarrassed. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Yuzuki nodded and sat next to Uchiha Itachi, who was still awake. Sasuke sighed and walked towards the previous battlefield, secretly wondering if there were any remains of Haiden. Soon, Sasuke returned, dragging something in his hand that stunned Shinomiya Yuzuki. Hey, moving skeleton? What is this? Yua looked curious. You want Haiden? Sasuke tossed it casually. The skeleton broke free from its restraints and immediately wanted to run away. Yua hooked her fingers and cast with style instantly. The strong tree trunk broke out of the ground and bound the skeleton tightly. Is this really Haiden? Yua circled the skeleton, her eyes full of surprise. Sasuke nodded with a complicated expression. If I had come a step later, this guy might have really escaped. I knew he wouldn't be killed. He would just starve to death. But I didn't expect that you can still move with only bones left. Yua tapped the skull lightly, and the hollow thumping sound confirmed that there was nothing inside. Can you control body actions without thinking? To be precise, Haiden's current state should be in a special state of death, unconscious and without memory. The movement of the skeleton is purely based on biological instinct. This immortal body is really outrageous. Who is the evil god that can give people such a heaven-defying physique? Yua was amazed. He had learned that Haiden's immortality originated from a series of evil experiments conducted by the evil god cult. A large number of experimental subjects were subjected to cruel experiments, but in the end, only Haiden survived and gained this ability. It seems that there are quite a lot of secrets hidden in the ninja world. Yua was thoughtful. Forget it. Now is not the time to study this. Let's settle the matter at hand first. Yua used the power of Six Paths Yang again. Since this skeleton is still alive, it cannot be regarded as a dead thing. The power of Six Paths Yang can make all living things rejuvenate. Bring it on. Yua flicked her fingertips, and the power of Yang surged in. Buzz! The majestic life energy surges. In an instant, changes occurred, and flesh and blood spread rapidly on the skeleton and grew wildly along the bones. In just 1 minute, a new Haiden was reborn on the skeleton. Tisk TSK thief. Yua praised repeatedly and carefully looked at the person in front of her. Sasuke, give this guy some Jinjutsu, change his memory, and I'll make him work for me. For him to accept me as Lord with all his heart, this is simply a natural arrogance. I have decided that this pair of reincarnation eyes will be placed on him. It doesn't matter if he is injured. He can recover as before by absorbing some energy. Sasuke nodded and was about to step forward when the corner of his clothes was suddenly pulled gently. He lowered his head in confusion, and a bright smile broke out on his face. Brother, you finally woke up. Itachi smiled softly, nodded slightly to Sasuke, and then slowly sat up. It's up to me. Sasuke's Jinjutsu hypnosis may be at risk of being cracked, but my method is foolproof. The weasel seal was formed, and a distinctive crow slowly appeared. It's not an ordinary crow, it's a powerful crow, a crow with a Sharingan. Are they distinguished heavenly gods? Yuzuki also noticed the Sharingan in the crow's eyes, which was Uchiha Shursue's pupil technique. The strongest Jinjutsu distinguished heavenly gods. Take it. Itachi waved his fingers lightly, and the crow fluttered its wings and flew to Yuu's shoulder, where it stood obediently. In an instant, Yua felt that her chakra was closely connected with the crow, and she felt the power of the distinguished heavenly gods residing in its eyes. Nice one. Yua was overjoyed. With the power of this thing, Haiden finally had something in his life. Brother, how do you feel now? Sasuke asked with concern. Great, better than ever. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists, feeling the changes in his body. The past ailments completely disappeared, my body was filled with majestic chakra, and even my vision became extremely clear. Is it because of him? Itachi's eyes turned to Shinomiya Yuyue. That's right, this guy planted an immortal body for you. The immortal body. Uchiha, Itachi repeated in a low voice, his eyes full of thoughts. At the same time, Yue grabbed the crow and went straight to Haiden, lifted his eyelids, and slapped the crow in his face. Eat me, distinguished heavenly gods. Call out. The eye power of distinguished heavenly gods instantly penetrated into Haiden's mind, quietly reshaping his consciousness. From this moment on, Haiden will be completely loyal to Shinomiya Yuzuki. Then, Yuzuki took off Haiden's original eyes and inserted the Rinnegan eye into them. In just a moment, the Rinnegan eye took root in Haiden's eyes. Done. Perfect. Yue looked up and down, and suddenly noticed Haiden's bare arms after his rebirth, and then remembered that he was not wearing clothes yet. I actually forgot to get him an outfit. How could this be possible? How could my little brother be so careless? Yue looked around, and her eyes finally landed on the unconscious Kisame not far away. He raised the corner of his mouth, walked to Kisame, and easily took off the other person's Akatsuki organization robe. It's okay. Kisame is still wearing pants underneath anyway. For male college students' personal use. It's 80% new, so just make do with it. Yuzuki tossed it casually, and the branches formed by wood style quickly put the robe on Haiden. Kisame, I feel a chill on my back. Hey, don't sleep. Get up and move around. Yuzuki shook gently, waking up Haiden. Haiden opened his eyes in confusion, a pair of samsara eyes emitting a captivating light. His eyes immediately focused on Shinomiya Yuyue in front of him. A trace of doubt passed through his mind, but soon, information about Yuyue flooded into his consciousness. Haiden's face suddenly burned with a fanatical light. Lord Evil God, are you saying that you're the evil god? I am your most devout believer. Oh. He struggled desperately. If it weren't for Wood Styles' restraint, he would have pounced on him and worshipped him. Evil god. Yuyue's eyes widened. It feels like something is not quite right. After scratching her head in embarrassment, Yuzuki suddenly realized that distinguished heavenly gods had set herself up to be the most loyal person in Haiden's heart. But then again, isn't the most important thing in Haiden's heart the illusory and unpredictable evil god? This time, it was a hit by mistake. After releasing the restraints of Wood Style, Haiden slid to his knees in front of Yuzuki. Leave a trail along the way. Lord Evil God, why did you come to the ninja world in person? Do you need me to offer a sacrifice? I'm going to find a sacrifice to offer to you right now. He looked around, and his eyes fell on Sasuke and the Itachi brothers. Upon seeing this, Sasuke immediately responded with a kind smile. He couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that these two brothers were not something he could deal with. So he quickly changed his target, and soon, the unconscious Kisame came into his sight. Haiden's eyes lit up, and he was about to run towards Kisame. Lord Evil God, the sacrifice has been found. Please be patient. Haiden rubbed his fists and palms, sharpening his sword at Kisame. Kisame, etc. Wait a minute. Yuzuki and Uchiha Itachi stopped him almost at the same time. Yuzuki glanced at Itachi in surprise, and then said to Haiden helplessly, Okay, I don't need any sacrifices. Haiden was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Sir Evil God, you don't need a sacrifice? It feels as weird as hearing someone say that you work for your boss, but refuse to receive a salary. Why do I need those things? Come, stand next to me. I will give you a task later. Haiden's face was full of confusion, but he still obeyed. At this time, Yue turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, do you know the art of reincarnation in dirty soil? Certainly, Sasuke nodded. During the more than 10 years of wandering in his previous life, he had studied almost all ninjutsu. How could he miss learning the art of reincarnation, which was so brilliant in the Fourth Ninja War? That's good, otherwise I have to learn it myself. Yuzuki took out a hair which belonged to Kushina Uzumaki. Using this hair, she could be reincarnated from the Pure Land. Please begin your performance. Sasuke took the hair, slightly confused. Where is the sacrifice? After all, Reincarnation in the dirty earth requires sacrifice as a price, using the soul of living creatures as the medium to summon the soul of the underworld. Almost forgot. Let's use this. Shinigong Yue waved her hand, and a white puppet appeared. Reincarnation puppet, a product specially designed for the reincarnation of the dirty land, which can 100% inherit the power of the deceased. This thing is very cheap in the mall, and Yue has several of them. With the sacrifice, there would be no problem in performing the spell. Sasuke put his hair on the puppet and began to form seals, then slapped the ground. The art of reincarnation from dirty soil. Yue looked on with a smile, like a commentator. The train from the Pure Land to the present world is about to leave. Passengers, please hurry up and get on the train. Suddenly, a strange breath filled the air. Countless paper-like objects fell from the void and slowly attached to the reincarnated puppet until they were completely wrapped. Later, the puppet's shape gradually became clear, with long red hair and a beautiful face. It is the whirlpool Kushina. Kushina was stunned for a moment and slowly opened her eyes. With a trace of confusion in his eyes, he looked around and at Yue and others. Where am I? Sasuke stood up and smiled slightly. Welcome back to the human world, Kushina-senpai. I am Sasuke. Do you remember me? Huh? Sasuke. Kushina tilted her head, and then a bright smile broke out on her face. Sasuke, I remembered. You are Mikoto's child. Then, her expression became a little surprised. You have grown so big. Last time I saw Mikoto take you out, you were just a little taller. Kushina gestured with her hands as she spoke, her eyes full of memories. Sasuke smiled. 12 years have passed. People always grow up. Has it been 12 years? There is no concept of time in the Pure Land. Kushina is filled with emotion. Naruto should be as old as you now. That's right, that Naruto guy is now an outstanding ninja, and his strength can be considered a little bit stronger. Sasuke, were you the one who revived me? Kushina looked down at her reborn body and hands. Yes. Kushina was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. Actually, it doesn't have to be like this. I am already a dead person. Sasuke shook his head in denial. No, this is important. Growing up in an environment with family members around and without family members is completely different. Having said this, Sasuke turned his head and cast a meaningful glance at Uchiha Itachi. Originally, he was accompanied by his relatives, but they were suddenly eliminated. Human power changes the environment, right? No need to eat hard. Itachi felt helpless, as the situation at that time was indeed beyond his control. Danzo's threat is imminent, and the Uchiha clan is too radical. Sasuke continued, if it weren't for Naruto's innate resilience, I can't imagine what the world would be like. The big spiral wheel may have hit Konoha long ago. Big spiral wheel? What is that? Well, it can be understood as an extremely powerful tailed beast jade with destructive power enough to shake the world. Sasuke touched his chin and gave an example. This technique was told to him by Yu Yu. Although he explained the principle and hoped that he could teach it to Naruto, Sasuke himself has not learned it yet. Kushina heard this and covered her mouth in shock. Naruto wants to destroy Konoha? Has he had a bad life these years? It's not just bad. Sasuke recalled Naruto's lonely childhood in the original time and space and shook his head helplessly. It's very bleak. Kushina fell into silence. After a long time, she sighed deeply. It's our problem. Please take me back to Konoha. I will make it up to Naruto in the future. What he didn't have, I will spend the rest of my life filling. Don't worry, Naruto is living very well now, and your current state is not really resurrected yet. There is still one step that has not been completed. After it is completed, we have to resurrect Namikaze's Minato. Beside, Shinomiya Yuyue's voice suddenly sounded. Minato. Kushina's eyes flickered when she heard the name. Who are you? Kushina looked at Yuyue curiously. Naruto's best friend, a third-level monk. Just call me Shinomiya Yuzuki. Shinomiya Yuyue bowed slightly and introduced herself. Well, then I'll call you Yue. Kushina blinked her smart eyes and spoke with a smile, as friendly as the big sister who lives next door. You just said that the resurrection process is incomplete? No wonder I can't feel body temperature, breathing, and the breath of life. What's next? I can't wait to meet Minato in Naruto. Kushina is full of expectations. Bang, bang, bang. Yue clapped her hands gently. Haiden, now it's your turn to perform. Haiden's eyes widened, and he pointed at himself with a trembling finger. Me? Really or not? Lord Evil God, I didn't even know I had this ability. Yuzuki pointed at the Rinnegan in Haiden's eyes. You didn't have it originally, but I have given you this ability. Following Yuzuki's words, Haiden suddenly felt a flood of information pouring into his mind about the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 7th path, the heretic way to master the innateness of reincarnation. Haiden opened his arms and shouted excitedly, Oh, Lord Evil God, I feel new power. Then why are you still standing there? Come on, let's start forming seals. Use the art of reincarnation on her. Yuzuki raised her fist towards Haiden with a faint smile. Just when everything seemed to be ready, Haiden suddenly said, If I say I can't form seals. Gah! This time, let alone Yuzuki, even Sasuke, Itachi, and Kushina were shocked. One of the basic skills of ninja is hand sealing. How could someone not know it? You don't even know how to seal. How do you usually fight? Yoyue's eyes widened. I don't need ninjutsu. I just rush forward with a sickle and chop. Haiden made a slashing motion. When Yue heard this, she directly raised her forehead. Okay, just learn from me. Fortunately, reincarnation only requires 2 seals, so Yue can barely hold on. The seal of the future is activated, and the seal of the past is maintained. First this, then that. Do you understand? Haiden's eyes widened, and he looked serious. After Yue demonstrated several times, he finally nodded. I understand, Lord Evil God. Then let's start. Remember, the target is her. Yuzuki pointed at Kushina. Haiden nodded, and then began to make a not-so-standard seal. Fortunately, the execution of the reincarnation technique was quite tolerant, and the technique was successfully activated. A warm energy overflowed from Kushina's body, and her earthly body gradually transformed into a real flesh and blood body. Does this count as a complete resurrection? I can feel the power of life. Kushina was full of curiosity. Yes, it was successful, Yue said with a smile. Plop! Suddenly, there was a sound of falling to the ground, and Yue turned around to look. Haiden fell to the ground weakly, his body size shrunk greatly, and he was so thin that he was skinny and boneless. Yue raised her eyebrows. It consumed so much? It seems that the reincarnation eye is really not easy to play with. Just wait, I'll find some supplements for you. Yuzuki would not let Haiden let such a good-looking person die like this. He had anticipated it, so he had already prepared countermeasures. He strode to the side of Kisame, who was still unconscious. It seemed that Sasuke's kick made this guy enjoy it. I fell asleep, and my sleep quality was excellent. Yuzuki stepped over Kisame and picked up the weapon called Samahata. This is an artifact that can swallow chakra for his own use. With it, Kisame even earned the title of Tailless Beast. This shows how extraordinary it is. But the same shark muscle is not something that just anyone can control. Seeing Shinomiya Yue reach out, it suddenly changed from the harmless long knife appearance. In an instant, a big mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly bit into Yue. Bang! However, a dull punch fell hard, and Samaji was immediately suppressed under the punch. Boom! The tyrannical force instantly created a big hole in the ground. Samaji instantly became calm and didn't dare to move again. Be calm. I'm just borrowing some chakra. After getting Samahata, Yu glanced at Kisame lying on the ground, ignored him, turned around, and walked back. Kisame, are you a human? You stole clothes and weapons. Here, take some chakra from Kido. Without saying a word, Yuzuki threw Samahata directly onto Haiden. Hungry Kido, Haiden was stunned for a moment, then recalled that this was also one of the abilities given to him by Yu. Immediately, He grasped Samahata tightly with both hands. Hungry Keto starts. His hands were like two black holes greedily absorbing chakra, feverishly extracting the huge energy stored in Samahata's muscles. Haiden's immortal body can quickly recover from any injury as long as it is nourished by energy. With the influx of massive amounts of chakra, his shriveled body swelled up like an inflated balloon. Too strong. Lord Evil God, I have been resurrected with full blood. Haiden jumped up and looked at his body with excitement on his face. Take Samahata with you. This will be your new weapon from now on. Don't use that broken sickle. Just right, this guy can also work part-time as a mobile power bank when paired with Haiden. Yes, Lord Evil God. Haiden happily picked up Samahata, not caring at all that this was the weapon of his former colleague. After all, in his heart, Lord Evil God's orders always come first. Okay, the next task is to resurrect Minato. Yua looked at Kushina, but before that, we have to lift the zombie seal. Minato used the ghoul seal, and his soul was taken away. It's still in Shinigami's belly. We have to find Shinigami to release him. Kushina thought for a moment. Are the corpses sealed away? I know the solution, but you have to go to the Uzumaki clan's ancestral hall and use the Shinigami mask there. That ancestral hall has been moved to Konoha. Just go back and look for it. I happen to know the location. Sasuke from the side suddenly interrupted. He is familiar with this place. He went there with Orochimaru. Okay, let's go back to Konoha first. Yue agreed, and everyone was preparing to set off when Itachi suddenly said, well, bring Kisame with you. He is a person who knows current affairs and can be used by Konoha. His strength is not bad. Kisame. Shinomiya Yue turned her head and her eyes fell on Kisame, who was only wearing big pants and had all his weapons and clothing stripped away. Well, bring it with you. Although he has been doing so much, he still made a small contribution. Haiden, go and do it, Yue ordered. No problem, Lord Evil God. Haiden executed it immediately and came back with Kisame on his shoulders. His execution was excellent. Haiden, you have to change your name from now on. The title of Evil God sounds weird. Yue reminded that if you recall that in Konoha, you would definitely attract a lot of strange looks. Then what do you want me to call you, Lord Evil God? Just call me by my name. Okay, Lord Evil God. Shinomiya Yue. Konoha has really changed over the years. Whirlpool Kushina looked around, observing the rapid changes in Konoha village with novelty. By the way, where's Naruto? I really want to see him. She asked suddenly. I went on a mission and I haven't come back yet. Yue was thinking about something and answered casually. Yue, let's go back first. Sasuke suddenly interrupted, pointing to the path extending ahead. Go straight along this road, and at the end is the place where the Uzumaki family masks are stored. Itachi and I have to evacuate first. It's not appropriate for him to show his face until his wanted order for treason and ninja is revoked. Besides, I have to rush back to the country of waves later. The mission there is not over yet. Hey, want it? Kushina turned her head and stared at Uchiha Itachi in surprise. Wanted Itachi? What's going on? Who could have done this to such a good boy? I have to talk to Minato. She was so angry that her cheeks bulged. And Mikoto, this is so careless. His son is wanted and he doesn't care. Hey, speaking of Mikoto, how is she doing lately? Yuzuki, Sasuke and Itachi made eye contact with each other. Yue, it's none of my business. You can find your own way to explain it. Sasuke, it's none of my business. It's all my brother's fault. Itachi, how about we say Danzo did it? Why don't you say anything? Kushina was confused. Don't worry about it for now. Let's resurrect Minato first. That's the business. Yue pushed her and secretly winked at Sasuke and Itachi, signaling them to move quickly. Kushina-senpai, let's take our leave now. The wind is blowing. You guys are a little weird today. Sasuke and Itachi fled away, and of course, Kisame was taken away with them. Yuzuki used ninjutsu to speed up, taking them through Konoha and quickly approaching their destination. Soon, they arrived at the target location, and the ancestral hall where the masks were stored was right in front of them. That's it right here. Kushina couldn't wait to trot forward, obviously looking forward to seeing Minato again. However, a beam of golden light flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The visitor was none other than Namikaze's Minato. Minato! Whirlpool Kushina was startled. Minato has actually been resurrected in advance. Excited, she rushed over with tears in her eyes. Minato! The couple reunited and missed each other even more. But at the critical moment, Minato cleverly avoided this hug. Kushina stood blankly on the spot, looking at each other in disbelief. The grievance almost overflowed from his eyes. Minato! Minato quickly waved his hands and explained, "Sorry, Kushina, I am not the person you are looking for." Even though Minato wanted to give her a hug to comfort Kushina when he saw her eyes dim, but this was obviously not appropriate. I feel sorry for myself in this time and space, and I feel sorry for his wife. Because he himself is never willing to let other men embrace his wife, even if he comes from different time and space. Hey, why are you here? That's fine. It saves me the trouble of explaining. Yue stepped forward and explained to Kushina, "Let's go, your Minato is waiting for you to resurrect him inside. He is a visitor from another time and space. Although he has the same name, he is not the one who belongs to you. He has his wife." Why? After some explanation, Kushina seemed a little confused, but she realized that the person in front of her was not her husband. She wiped away her tears in embarrassment and smiled through her tears. "Sorry, I admitted the wrong person." "It's okay, you go in. I'll guard you here." Minato Namikaze smiled gently. The three of them continued walking forward and entered the ancestral hall. In the ancestral hall, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes shuttled between the masks, and finally settled on the Shinigami ghost face, which she recognized at a glance. "That's it. As long as you put it on, you can summon Shinigami to appear, but the price is..." The person wearing the mask will become a sacrifice to Shinigami, and his soul will be taken away by Shinigami, and he will pay the price with his life. Kushina's words were calm and firm, but Shinomiya Yuzuki didn't seem to care, and told Haiden with a relaxed expression, "Haiden, come on. Your stage has arrived. Death? Nothing to fear, because what is about to appear is the noble phantasm of death. Haiden, is Shinigami stronger, or is the evil god better? Let's wait and see. Lord Evil God, please feel free to leave it to me." Without saying a word, Haiden walked straight towards the mask and put it on his face without hesitation, even though he knew that the price behind it was death. Kushina's eyes flashed with admiration. What a warrior. She hurriedly reminded, "Concentrate chakra, and Shinigami will come when called." Haiden did as he was told. Immediately afterwards, a huge and illusory figure suddenly appeared, ferocious and terrifying, with a face like an evil ghost. Shinigami Yuzuki threw a kunai, casually, and Haiden opened a gash in his abdomen. Shinigami followed suit, and also overturned this move on his own body. In an instant, a faint light burst out from Shinigami's belly, which was the soul of Namikaze Minato in this world. Yue acted quickly, threw out a reborn puppet, and immediately formed a seal. Reincarnation from the dirt. After seeing Sasuke use it, Yue has quietly learned this technique and now uses it herself. In an instant, Namikaze Minato's soul seemed to be pulled and integrated into the reborn puppet. It worked. Yuzuki was looking at the reborn Minato when Haiden complained impatiently. Go away, don't bother me. You want to take away my soul, sir? Are you kidding me? My soul will always belong to Lord Evil God." Haiden was seen baring his teeth and claws, seemingly arguing with something invisible. After a battle, Haiden finally won. He took off his mask and smacked his lips in disdain. "Want to separate me from Lord Evil God? Dreaming." Sensing Yuzuki's gaze, Haiden immediately straightened his back. "Lord Evil God, I didn't bow to that guy. Here you go." Yuzuki smiled softly. The evil god was obviously more powerful. Not even Shinigami could take away Haiden's soul. Turning his eyes to the side, Minato was already hugging Kushina tightly, and his whispers were full of tenderness. Yuzuki didn't bother him, and just motioned to Haiden with his eyes. Haydn understood this and immediately activated the reincarnation technique. In their affectionate embrace, Namake's Minato was completely reborn. The yellow flash that died young comes to his loyal Konoha again. Soon, the two let go of their embrace, and Minato looked at Yu with a smile like the warm spring sun on his face. Kushina told me that you gave us a new lease of life. Thank you, Yu. Well, and this one, what should I call him? Minato's eyes turned to Haydn, who was holding Samahata and sucking greedily, but the latter was too busy enjoying to respond. Just call him Haydn. Mr. Haydn? Okay, I'll note it down. Minato then asked with a bit of worry, is Konoha in big trouble now? Does it need to go to the point of resurrecting the dead of past generations? Yu thought for a while. That's not true, but a lot of things have happened during the time you passed away. Now the situation in Konoha is a little bit complicated. Yu made a gesture that indicated the distance between her fingertips. But overall, it's pretty good. Resurrecting you is just for personal needs. Minato secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that something was not wrong with Konoha. As long as it's not Konoha's problem, it's not a big deal. We can sort it out slowly. I think it would be more efficient to have another person explain it to you in person. Oh, then please ask him to come. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed, and another Namake's Minato appeared in front of him. A trace of surprise flashed in Minato's eyes. Meeting yourself? What kind of unfolding is this? Kushina held Minato's arm and explained with a bright smile. This is Minato from another time and space. He is helping us take care of Naruto during our absence. I see. Thank you so much. I hope Naruto didn't cause you too much trouble. This time, and Space Minato said a little shyly. Anyway, Naruto is very sensible. Just a few simple and implicit sentences and get to the point right away. Then, let me explain the situation here clearly to you now. It's time for me to return to my own time and space. I'm very happy here these days. The two Minatos looked at each other, smiled tacitly, and then raised their hands simultaneously. Bang! The two fists touched lightly, and apart from some private memories, each other's experiences and knowledge were instantly shared. This time, and Space Minato suddenly became enlightened. So many things have happened during this period of time, as well as other seniors from different time and space. Then I'll take my leave first. Yue, I'll trouble you later. Everyone waved goodbye to him. Goodbye. Minato disappears in an instant, preparing to take his Kushina back to their world. The sun climbed up to the treetops. Yue woke up on time as always. Looking out the window, today is already the third day of Minato's resurrection in this time and space. Naruto and Sasuke also returned from their mission to the Land of Waves. Cardo died, and the construction of the cross-sea bridge went smoothly. The future of the country of waves seems to be gradually brightening. Konoha Village is also on the right track. Through the memory sharing between the two Minatos, he seamlessly connected with the current Konoha without any sense of disobedience. The Konoha collapse plan in the original plot is approaching step by step, but Yuzuki feels that in this time and space, Orochimaru will most likely not appear, unless he has the ability to challenge Namake's Minato alone. Stepping into the living room, Yue caught a glimpse of someone busy in the kitchen. Taking a closer look, Yue was suddenly surprised. I went, and when I got up, I saw Kagaya holding the spoon. Kagaya, who has not been exposed to human fireworks for thousands of years, can really cook? Yue tiptoed closer to observe, and saw Kagaya adding something to the pot from time to time under the guidance of Hei Zetsu and Tian Wenjing. Mom, put some salt and stir it. No, you should put the oil in first, right? What is this? Forget it. Add some more. Since it can be placed here, it can definitely be eaten. Seeing all kinds of condiments being thrown into the pot, Yue couldn't help but feel chills running down her spine. This is a G laboratory, right? Escape is the best option. Dust style flashed, and Yue turned into a white light and tried to escape, but at this moment, a space door suddenly opened in front of her, and Yue fell headfirst into it. In an instant, he appeared in front of Kagaya. Yue, lunch will be ready soon. Let's eat before leaving. Busy Kagaya slowly turned around, with a smile on her face. Yue glanced at the black stuff in the pot, and her Adam's apple moved involuntarily. This thing, is it really edible? Yue, seeing that Shinomiya Yue did not respond, Kagaya tilted her head slightly with a look of confusion on her face. Okay, I'll eat it. Yue forced out an exaggerated smile, her eyes showing determination. This is Kagaya's first time cooking, and he will taste it no matter how it tastes. Kagaya's face was full of happiness, and she smiled with her eyes narrowed. Mom, I feel like it's ready to cook. It should be cooked through, Tian Wenjing said casually while staring at the fire. When Yue heard this, she felt inexplicably uneasy. Which one cooks based on feelings and shoulds? Well, Yue, please wait a moment and take this out first. There is another dish waiting for you later. Kagaya quickly scooped up the dark stuff, put it into a deep bowl, and then handed it to Yue. As soon as Yue took it, a strange smell hit her nose, and her face changed. It's just pure enjoyment. Then, I'll take it out first. Yue seemed to be running away, holding the mysterious dish and running away. Yue, remember to enjoy it slowly. In the living room, Yue put the unknown thing on the table. Looking at it, she couldn't feel the slightest bit of appetite. How should I say this? But if he doesn't eat, he's afraid that it will dampen Kagaya's enthusiasm. Just when he was struggling, an idea flashed in Yue's mind. New ideas are coming. With a weird smirk, he opened the group chat at her face. Good things should be shared with good brothers. In the group, everyone was already chatting happily. Uchiha Bito, Minato-sensei, I'll be there in 2 days. What's the date over there now? Namikaze Minato, it's still early. It's only June. I will inform you then, and I will ensure that you're the first to hold Naruto. Remember, it's hug, not explode. Uchiha Bito, Minato-sensei, you are a bad student, don't make such a joke. Uchiha Itachi, Obito, you have the nerve to talk about others. Uchiha Bito, oh, here you are, good brother. Let's have a prize-free guessing game. What's red when cut? Uchiha Itachi, watermelon? Uchiha Bito, it's a clan member. Uchiha Itachi, so, it's a clan member? I thought you were talking about watermelon. Wait, something seems wrong. Shinomiya Yuzuki. 6. Shinomiya Yue. Okay, stop making trouble. I have something good for you. Shinomiya Yuzuki sent a red envelope to Uchiha Bito. Uchiha Bito received a red envelope from Shinomiya Yuzuki. Uchiha Bito, what good stuff. Shinomiya Yue, just eat the gift from our ancestors with confidence and boldness. Yue smiled sinisterly while closing the group chat. Glancing at the empty bowl in front of him, he felt very proud. In this way, Kagaya's heart was saved, and he didn't have to bite the bullet. Best of both worlds. Yue, you finished eating so quickly. Kagaya led the black Zetsus out of the kitchen, holding a large, tightly covered plate in her hands, looking mysterious. What is this? Yue stared at the big plate curiously. Naruto and the others gave us a bag of seafood they brought back from the land of waves yesterday. Come and try it. Seafood? Nice guy. Yue picked up the chopsticks expectantly. As Kagaya opened the lid, he quickly took off his chopsticks. But the next second, Yue's face froze. A crab clamped tightly on the chopsticks he stretched out. Crab, what do you want? Let's make gestures. The corner of Yue's mouth twitched. She suddenly took out her chopsticks and tapped lightly on the shell of the naughty crab. Crab, be honest, brother. Yue suddenly stood up expressionlessly. I remembered I don't really like seafood, so I'll leave this delicacy to you. I'm quite full from the big bowl I just had. You guys can enjoy it slowly. I'll take it out first. Saying that, Yue smiled and ran away. As soon as he stepped out of the house, Konoha guy Ryoko's day began. Let's go see how that guy Haiden is doing with his training. Yuzuki walked leisurely towards the direction of Konoha's training ground. With his endorsement, Haiden, the former S-class renegade ninja from Yugikure village in Kawanaguni, settled in Konoha as if by magic. The stains of the past seemed to disappear, and the rebellion of other countries was poured into the village, which was something that was unthinkable before. The charm of power is really tempting. As soon as she approached the training ground, Yue was attracted by the chants coming from the distance. There was a burst of enthusiasm in that voice, which made people want to join them involuntarily. Shaoli, there are only 10 laps left. Hold on. This is our passionate youth. Metkai's passionate voice burned rock, Lee's fighting spirit like fire. Yuzuki walked into the training ground with a smile, already having a plan in mind. Isn't Haiden immortal? Since he doesn't know anything about anything other than physical skills, it's better for him to learn the 8 gates evasion technique from Metkai. See if the immortal body can reach the gate of death, or even if it can still be alive and kicking after opening the gate of death. Teacher Kai. Yue greeted Metkai, who was sweating profusely on the court. Hey, Yue, it's you. Do you want to sweat together and release your energy that has nowhere to go? Metkai ran with heavy rocks on his back, his clothes soaked with sweat, but he still had a bright smile on his face. For such people, failure to succeed is simply unforgivable. I'd better forget it. I'm not a physical practitioner. By the way, Teacher Kai, where's that big guy I brought over a few days ago? Yue deliberately didn't mention Haiden's name, knowing that Teacher Kai might not remember it. Looking around, Haiden's figure was nowhere to be seen. Could this guy be lazy? Something was wrong. Haiden was not afraid of hardship, and how dare he disobey Lord Evil God's orders? Metkai blinked his eyes and thought about it before he suddenly realized. Ah, you mean Haiden? He didn't come today. Yuzuki was quite surprised. She didn't expect Kai-sensei to remember Haiden, which was really interesting. Boom, boom. Metkai walked over, and every step seemed like the earth was shaking. He gave a thumbs up, grinned, and showed a white fang. That guy Haiden is quite able to endure hardships. He even completed 10 times the special youth training with me. Without him here today, I always feel like something is missing. Teacher Kai spoke highly of Haiden. Yuzuki nodded slightly when he heard this. I understand, Kai-sensei. Let me go first and see what Haiden is up to. Okay, I hope he can continue to come to training tomorrow. Yuzuki smiled, turned around and left, heading straight to the cabin arranged for Haiden. When they arrived at Haiden's residence, the door was unlocked, so Yu just pushed the door open and entered. Haiden, are you resting today? I walked around the room, but there was no trace of Haiden anywhere. When he walked in the bedroom, he saw the same shark lying alone on the floor. Not at home, going out to play. Yu muttered and prepared to leave. At this time, the same shark on the ground started to move on its own, and Haiden's voice came from inside. Lord Evil God, is that you? I'm here. Samaji was twisting and turning on the ground, and Yu was shocked. Are you inside Samahada? He stepped forward and put his foot on the twisting shark muscle. You used it as a bed? Haiden's voice came from inside Samahada. How can it not be possible? It swallowed me up by itself when I was sleeping last night. Shinomiya Yue. This answer really surprised Yue. I didn't expect Samahada to be so stubborn. It had only been quiet for a few days before it started to make noise again, unwilling to admit that Haiden was its new owner. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Yue clasped the 2 pieces of Samahada's jaw with both hands, broke it with force, stepped on the lower jaw with her foot, and inserted her hand into the sticky mouth. Feeling her fingertips touch something, Yue yanked hard. Haiden, who was all wet and covered in Samahada's saliva, was rescued. Lord Evil God, thank you so much. Haiden's face was full of gratitude, and he slowly got up from the ground. Yue casually summoned water style to rinse her hands, and said helplessly, Go and clean yourself quickly. Okay, go right away. Haiden hurried to the bathroom. Not long after, Haiden tidied up, put on new clothes, and reappeared. Yue carelessly sat down on Samaji's back, causing Samaji's whole body to tremble, fearing another iron fist. Yuzuki ignored Samahada and turned to Haiden. What happened? Let's not train today. By the way, how's the progress of cultivating Psychic Beast that I told you about last time? Psychic Beast? Haiden thought for a moment, then turned around and picked up a gourd from the bedside table. Lord Evil God, please see, I have cultivated some in the past few days. Although the number is not large, It should be enough to deal with those who displease you. Haydn pulled out the stopper of the gourd, and an incredible scene appeared. Countless mosquitoes poured out of it. Haydn's psychic beast is neither a mighty toad nor a cunning snake, but a swarm of mosquitoes. Upon closer inspection, the compound eyes of these mosquitoes have been replaced with tiny samsara eyes. To be able to witness the samsara eye, which is smaller than an ant's legs, is considered an anecdote. This is the use of the animal path, one of the 6 paths powers of the samsara eye, which can directly transform and cultivate psychic beasts. Yue nodded with satisfaction. Yes, with these mosquitoes, you can deal with whoever you want. Another T0 level combat power was born, Mosquito Haydn. Haydn smiled and scratched his head. This is all thanks to your wonderful idea, Lord Evil God. I can't figure out such a trick myself. Secretly sending mosquitoes to suck blood and then activating the death department to rely on blood. Who could have predicted this? Only the supreme evil God can conceive it. Yue waved her hands, looking very humble. I just borrowed the wisdom of netizens. Okay, you go on with your business. I'll take the first step. Yue smiled slightly, stood up, and prepared to leave. Congratulations, Lord Evil God. Haydn straightened his back and watched Yue leave. However, as soon as I walked out of the room, the message notification sound of the group chat in my mind was endless. When Yue caught a glimpse of the news, the smile on her face gradually solidified. Why did she go astray the more she talked about it? He was so frightened that he quickly stopped to explain, otherwise he would probably have to live on another planet. Uchiha Obito. What the hell is this? It's still warm. Did you just give birth? Video.mp4. Obito uploaded a video, and everyone clicked to play it. The picture in front of them was shocking. A dark mass was lying quietly on the ground. Obito filmed it from a distance, and you could smell the fragrance through the screen. Senju Hashirama. This is this. Namikaze Minato. Obito, don't eat this randomly. Uchiha Obito. Minato-sensei, am I that stupid? 6 paths, Obito. 114514. Uchiha Madara. This is snow. Uchiha Itachi. I can't tell that the group leader still has this elegance. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Wait, this is not mine, it's Kagaya's. Uchiha Obito, what? You feel even more perverted when you say that. You still steal from others? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Wrong. It's not Kagaya's fault. This is the lunch she made by herself. It just looks a little weird and tastes a little weird, but it's definitely edible. Uchiha Obito. I understand everything. Okay, no need to explain. We won't publicize your unique hobby everywhere. Just don't send it to me next time. Although I'm not very smart. You don't really think that I can put weird things in my mouth, do you? Shinomiya Yue. Shinji, don't understand yet. It's really not what you think. In the group, the dispute between Obito and the group leader over a strange item made Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but chuckle. But even the interesting discussions in the group could not stop him from leaving. He closed the group chat interface without hesitation, because tonight a long-planned plan is about to kick off. It was already dark, but Uchiha Itachi's room was pitch black without any light. Dong dong dong. There was a soft knocking sound outside the door, followed by a very respectful voice. Young patriarch, it's almost time. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly and replied calmly. Well, I'll go over immediately and let everyone gather. As the sounds outside the door faded away, in the darkness, Weasel's figure quietly turned into a flock of crows, fluttering its wings and flying out of the window, disappearing into the boundless night. In front of Nanga's shrine, Uchiha Shursui stands in front of the shrine, ready to go. Behind them is a well-organized lineup of 120 Uchiha elites, all of them with sharp momentum. The last of whom is Elite Chunin, with both eyes open, which almost brings together the essence of the Uchiha clan. If something goes wrong, the Uchiha clan will suffer heavy losses. However, that won't happen because the leader of this operation is Uchiha Itachi, someone who knows the script for the future. Quack, quack, quack. In the night sky, countless crows suddenly gathered together, swooping down like a black torrent and finally condensed into the figure of Uchiha Itachi. Young Patriarch. The appearance of Uchiha Itachi lifted the spirits of everyone present. During this period of time, the young patriarch has shown his iron fist and implemented drastic reforms in the family. And he is so powerful that no one is dissatisfied. Everyone, let's go. Uchiha Itachi's order was brief and powerful, and the established deployment had already been conveyed, so there is no need to elaborate at this moment. As you command. Uchiha Shirsue's body flashed and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was on the top of a tall building. The other elites followed closely behind and disappeared into the vast night. Uchiha Itachi turned around. Inside the shrine, his parents and younger brother were waiting for him quietly. Uchiha Mikoto saw his gaze, smiled, and encouraged. Go, Itachi, realize your ideal. We will wait here for your triumphant return. Although Uchiha Fugaka said nothing, the recognition in his eyes was worth 1,000 words. But Sasuke was full of attachment. Brother, when will you come back? Itachi chuckled, his eyes as gentle as water, and touched Sasuke's eyebrows with 2 fingers. You don't have to wait for me tonight, Sasuke. Sleep well. When you wake up, Uchiha is still standing, and Konoha is still the same Konoha. Nothing will change. Root Stronghold. It's not good, Danzo-sama. A member of the Roots had a gloomy face and walked over quickly, speaking in a heavy tone, the Uchiha clan. There's been a rebellion. Danzo opened his eyes suddenly, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. What? Uchiha launched a rebellion? Why? During this time, the changes in the Uchiha family gradually improved their reputation in the village, and they were no longer feared. Although Danzo was dissatisfied, he could only watch. After all, Shisui and Itachi suddenly cut off contact with him, and he had no way of knowing the current situation inside Uchiha. I thought that Uchiha was unwilling to accept the position of Hokage and wanted to win the hearts of the people. But unexpectedly, news of a rebellion came. So, wouldn't all the previous layouts fall short? Not to mention, even if they really overthrew the rule of Konoha, the Hokage throne that they had taken by force would not be stable. I think these Uchiha are crazy, but coincidentally, they're not clear-headed, which just suits my wishes. Danzo snorted coldly, the pleasure of getting something for nothing welling up in his heart. Originally, he was thinking about where to collect more Sharingan for Orochimaru to study, but now, the opportunity came to him. Let's go, order all the Root members to besiege Uchiha. When Danzo was gearing up for a big fight, the Root member who tipped off the information spoke with a serious face. Danzo-sama, should we go to the Hokage for help first? Our people are almost overwhelmed. Danzo frowned, and his eyes shot at him like ice. How could our people suffer so many losses? You led someone to take action without permission? Did I allow it? How do I teach you on weekdays? Danzo taught a meaningful lesson. We are the Roots of Konoha, and we will never act rashly until it is a critical moment of life and death. Got it, idiot, the Root member murmured. But Uchiha has already arrived at the door of our house. Is it possible that we are still sitting idly by? Danzo's eyes widened. He grabbed his collar and asked in disbelief, What did you say? Uchiha didn't attack the Hokage building, but instead came to the door. Yes. And that Uchiha Itachi, he's like crazy, killing everyone he sees. Danzo-sama, let's hurry up and get reinforcements. The Root member's eyes were full of horror, wondering what kind of horrific scene he had witnessed. Waste. Danzo threw him aside casually, but his heart was filled with turmoil. Why is Uchiha's target the Root? Damn Uchiha. I told them they couldn't stay. It's all because of Hiruzen's indecisive character. Danzo gritted his teeth and turned towards a hidden shadow, where there was a secret passage leading to the ground. Uchiha came out in force, and he and his subordinates alone were unable to withstand it. Hiruzen must be notified immediately, and an army must be assembled to counterattack. But the next moment, boom, there was a deafening roar, and a black shadow flew straight towards Danzo like a meteor in the night sky. Danzo immediately became alert and ducked to one side. Bang! The black shadow fell heavily to where Danzo was standing just now. Only then did he see clearly that the black shadow was actually a person. Someone used unimaginable force to throw him over like trash, and now he has become a disgusting piece of meat. The only thing that can identify his identity is the incomplete root mask. Danzo only glanced at it and then looked away, without even a trace of emotion in his eyes. He had seen scenes more disgusting than this, coming from those laboratories. You bring this news to the third Hokage immediately. Danzo turned around and gave instructions to the root on the ground that reported the news. Yes, Lord Danzo. The root member immediately got up and fled through the secret passage. Looking at the departing figures of his men, Danzo waited patiently for more than 10 seconds, guessing that the man was far away from the secret passage, and then destroyed the secret passage with his own hands. It is not only a passage, but also hides many ulterior secrets. Danzo raised his eyelids slightly. It came so fast. Fierce fighting sounds came from above, with metal collisions, roars, and various ninjutsu bursting sounds intertwined. Suffer death, wind escape, fire style, lightning style. At the same time, there were bursts of dull, thunderous sounds, the source of which was unknown, which was frightening. Every roar was accompanied by a short scream. Then everything fell silent, and a creepy atmosphere filled the air. Slowly, the movement above calmed down, leaving only sporadic sounds in the distance. It seems that the battle above is over. I am afraid that one side has been completely defeated and everyone is dead. Boom! A figure suddenly broke through the top floor building, plummeted, and made a huge crater in the ground. The visitor was dressed in a battle suit, holding tightly a tungsten iron rod covered with flesh and blood, and every drop of bright red slipped quietly down the tip of the rod. Uchiha Itachi. Danzo narrowed his eyes and looked at the uninvited guest carefully. His heart couldn't help but tighten. The man in front of him was soaked in blood, as if he was an evil ghost walking out of the Shura field. Those red eyes were as calm as water, but they contained enough murderous intent to fill the entire space. If he didn't look familiar, Danzo would hardly believe that the person standing in front of him was Uchiha Itachi. Go! Protect Lord Danzo! Behind Danzo, 5 figures suddenly jumped out, holding various weapons, and headed towards Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's face was expressionless. He flipped his wrist, and the blood on the tungsten iron rod was neatly shaken off, because it was about to meet a new prey. Itachi squatted down lightly, then kicked his feet, bursting out with astonishing power. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, terrifying air waves scattered. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Itachi disappeared. "Where is the person?" someone exclaimed. Behind you, a rude organization member was extremely frightened and shouted a warning. Poof! With a swing of the stick, a member of the root organization was cut in half in an instant, and his internal organs spilled out, which was shocking. The unlucky root member failed to die immediately, and his painfully twisted face was unbearable to look at. It's so fast. Danzo was shocked. Uchiha Itachi didn't even form the seal. This was purely the speed of the body. Who is this monster? 1. Uchiha Itachi looked sideways at Danzo and spoke calmly. Faced with the provocation, Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand. F***Kami. Fire-style dragon flame bullet. A member of the root organization formed seals quickly and was about to cast a spell. However, the scene in front of him suddenly became blurry, and Uchiha Itachi came to him quietly. The next moment, he felt a palm touching his face in horror. Skill! Bang! The ground opened, and Uchiha Itachi smashed the head to the ground. His head exploded like a watermelon, and his brains splattered everywhere. 2. The remaining 3 people witnessed this scene, but did not flinch. Their eyes were red, and they rush towards Itachi again with madness. The opponent's speed is so fast that ninjutsu is ineffective. The moment the seal is formed, it is a decision of life and death. And taijutsu is no match for them. Since they cannot escape death, they decided to use their own sacrifices to obtain more information for Lord Danzo. Uchiha Itachi struck back and swung the tungsten rod in his hand, causing the man's head to sink into his chest, killing him instantly. 3. Whoosh! Uchiha Itachi threw it violently, and the tungsten rod came out of his hand and headed straight for another Root Organization member. The opponent's pupils shrank sharply, and he slapped the ground quickly. The earth flow wall rose rapidly, but in an instant, the tungsten iron rod penetrated the earth wall and penetrated straight into the opponent's body. The huge force threw him away. Then there was a loud noise, and the man was nailed to the wall. 4. The last member was instantly restrained by Uchiha Itachi. His limbs were broken, and his screams did not stop. Then he kicked him in the chest, and like a kite with broken strings, the man crashed into the wall and merged with the wall. 5. 5 people all died. This unparalleled strength and speed, your body. Danzo's eyes were full of shock. Is this really Uchiha Itachi? In his memory, Uchiha Itachi's fighting style had never been so brutal and brutal. In the past, he always relied on long-range tactics, combining Jinjutsu and fire style to outwit him. After all, Itachi's physical condition was not outstanding. Even though he has superb physical skills, he rarely uses physical skills in head-to-head confrontations. Today's Uchiha Itachi is not even half the same as before. He is simply a beast in human skin. Danzo pondered for a moment, and doubts suddenly arose in his mind. How could Itachi change so much in such a short period of time? In an instant, an idea flashed through his mind like a flash of lightning. Human experiments? Yes, the recent restraint of the Uchiha clan is probably because they are about to complete an experiment and do not want to cause trouble. I see. If the experiment is successful, it will give them the capital to resist. Is this the reason? Danzo's lips curved into a smile that he thought he had an opportunity, and he said to Uchiha Itachi, "It seems that you Uchiha clan are not so innocent in private. Are you secretly conducting experiments to strengthen the human body? So we are kindred spirits, Itachi." Danzo looked at Uchiha Itachi carefully with burning eyes, thinking in his mind. Itachi's condition shows that the side effects are minimal. If one can master this technique, it is not impossible to create an extraordinary physical skills army. Hokage position? That's just the beginning. He can even have greater ambitions. Danzo held his head high and declared with a confident attitude of winning, "Hand over the experimental results, and I can plead with Hiruzen to spare your life. As for the Uchiha clan, there is no need to exist. Any clan that dares to rebel should be eradicated from Konoha." The temptation of Sharingan is still lingering in his mind. Itachi can stay, but the Uchiha clan must be eliminated. Uchiha Itachi had just pulled out the tungsten iron rod from the wall. Hearing this, he couldn't help but look sideways and cast a look as if he was looking at a fool. What kind of experiment? Does he think that the changes in the immortal's physique are a laboratory product? How naive is he to think that everyone in the world is as unscrupulous as him? Moreover, he had already led his tribe to attack here, and Danzo still imagined that he would be spared? Isn't it foolish to be condescending? Ignorance. Itachi spoke calmly, holding the tungsten iron rod tightly in his hand, with murderous intent in his eyes. Danzo's eyes widened angrily, and he pointed his finger and said sternly, "Uchiha Itachi, don't seek death. Hiruzen is coming soon. Do you really think you can escape under the siege of all Konoha ninjas? Without my protection, you have no chance of survival." Itachi turned a deaf ear and raised the tungsten iron rod. Whoosh! In an instant, Itachi appeared in front of Danzo like a ghost. It's time to settle the blood debt of the Uchiha clan. The shadow of the stick was like a mountain, falling heavily. Danzo's eyes were about to burst. This guy was really serious. Is he really not afraid of the genocide of the Uchiha clan? Danzo tried his best to raise his arms to resist. Click! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and Danzo's arms instantly shattered into pieces. Immediately afterwards, his entire body was thrown away by this huge force. Boom! In a cloud of flying dust, Danzo violently collided with the stone wall, leaving a huge and hideous hole. Don't die in a hurry. You are carrying the hatred of the entire Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi's tone was indifferent. He could have killed the enemy with one blow, but he just left some room to enjoy this slow torture. Uchiha Itachi. Danzo slowly crawled out of the hole, covered in bloodstains and in a miserable state. Without his arms, he was like a cripple. For a ninja, this was a punishment more cruel than death. Can you still make a sound? It seems like the blow wasn't hard enough. Bang! Uchiha Itachi pointed his toes, and the ground roared and shattered. With this powerful explosive force, he shot towards Danzo like an arrow. Bang! With a heavy kick, Danzo suddenly lost control of his body and flew high like a kite with its string cut off. Itachi swayed, jumped into the air, and whipped the falling Danzo again. Amid the shrill screams, Danzo fell down like a meteorite. Bang! The cracks on the ground were scattered in all directions, like a ferocious spider web, and Danzo was lying in the center, his life or death uncertain. Plop! Uchiha Itachi landed firmly and placed one foot lightly on Danzo's head. This little strength is not enough to kill you. Why don't you consider struggling? Uchiha Itachi. Danzo let out a low roar. No one had ever humiliated him so much. Despite being at a disadvantage, Danzo did not give up, and he still held the final comeback trump card. Just wait for that moment. Thinking about Izanagi, Uchiha Itachi's gentle words sent a chill down Danzo's spine, and a bone-deep chill shot straight into his heart. He actually knows this. What I know is far beyond your expectation. Danzo closed his eyes, unable to delay any longer. Suddenly, Itachi put the stick behind him without warning. Bite! The tungsten iron rod suddenly moved sideways, blocking the kunai that was coming silently. The one holding the kunai was Danzo. Is it still possible to use Izanagi? Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work. Itachi chuckled. Whether it's useful or not, you'll understand soon. Danzo gritted his teeth. He waved the kunai wildly, stabbing, picking, and slicing with great proficiency in every move, but none of them could touch Itachi. All attacks were easily resolved by Uchiha Itachi. Since it was still within Izanagi's 1-minute limit, Itachi chose to defend conservatively. Just let him live a little longer. Itachi, Lord Third Generation is here. Uchiha Shursue's figure suddenly appeared, with a stern look on his face. The next action is crucial. Once they fail, they will be unable to withstand Konoha's comprehensive counterattack. So fast. Itachi was slightly surprised. Now that the matter has come to this, it is obviously inappropriate to continue to entangle with Danzo, so let's leave it to Shursui. He stretched out his body, jumped up, and stood side by side with Shursui. Itachi chuckled lightly, displayed his stick flower, and put the tungsten iron rod behind him. Don't worry, just follow the plan. Shursui felt slightly relieved by Itachi's comfort. Then, I'll leave this place to you, and I'll deal with the outside. Shursui nodded, reached for the hilt of the knife behind his back, and turned to Danzo with a calm gaze. Itachi stopped hesitating, slightly bent his legs, and kicked off suddenly. Boom! With an astonishing burst of power, he shot straight into the sky like a rocket, instantly far away from the root's stronghold hidden underground. Itachi left, and Shursui began to survey the battlefield. Seeing the scene in the Jin stronghold that looked like a Shura field, Shursui gasped. I don't know when Itachi's fighting style changed, and he no longer relied on Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu. It was replaced by a tungsten iron rod weighing 560 kilograms, sweeping everything with brute force. In the words of Itachi, this thing is much more practical than ninjutsu. Along the way, Shursui almost saw Itachi killing everyone by himself. With its current strength and tungsten iron rod, Ordinary people would be killed at the touch of it. Uchiha Shursui. Danzo's voice interrupted Shursui's thoughts, and Shursui looked at him in confusion. Shursui, the key to ending this rebellion lies in your hands. Uchiha Itachi has gone crazy. Stop him with your distinguished heavenly gods. Maybe we can save some people, otherwise the Uchiha family will be buried with him because of his fault. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Compared to the elusive Itachi, Shursui was obviously easier to deal with. He almost persuaded Shursui to break up with Uchiha, but at the critical moment, Shursui severed contact. He has been coveting Shursui's pair of Sharingan for a long time, especially after learning about the power of distinguished heavenly gods. He was eager to take it as his own all the time. I will never allow anyone to get in the way of Itachi's plans. This time, Shursui showed an unprecedented determination. Danzo frowned and was about to speak when Shursui's sword was quickly swung at him. You are seeking your own destruction. The Uchiha clan ends today. Danzo quickly jumped out of the way and jumped onto a tall building, glaring condescendingly at Shursui. Go through my level first and then talk about it. Phantom instant technique. On the ground of the Root organization base, corpses were scattered everywhere. Most of them were Danzo's men, but there were also Uchiha tribesmen. Even with Itachi and Shursui leading the team, sacrifice is still inevitable. After all, there are always ninjutsu that are difficult to defend. At this moment, all the Uchiha elites gathered together and watched the enemy on the opposite side with vigilance. They are all Umbu members from Konoha, as well as many active Konoha ninjas. There is no need to count them in detail. At a glance, you can tell that there are as many as 1,000 Konoha ninjas on site. They have been surrounded and unable to fly. Just by using their ninjutsu, they can drown hundreds of Uchiha tribesmen in an instant. Not to mention the old man standing in front of the ninja formation who was silent, but put heavy pressure on everyone. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Young Patriarch. Young Patriarch, you are here. The Uchiha tribe suddenly became noisy due to Itachi's arrival. Itachi raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then walked to the front of the team and confronted Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third generation Sama. What are you doing if you don't rest late at night? Itachi said with a smile. Opposite him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was wearing a black combat uniform and holding a psychic beast, the monkey demon, which had transformed into a Vajra, wand-wish rod. He looked like he was ready for battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy. Uchiha Itachi, there's no need to beat around the bush. I just want to know whether this was your idea or Uchiha Fugaku's. You Uchiha, are you determined to start a war? As soon as he finished speaking, the hearts of everyone present were in their throats. All eyes are focused on Uchiha Itachi, because his answer is related to the fate of the entire village. Even behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, there were already ninjas swallowing nervous saliva. Facing the prestige of the Uchiha clan and the bloodline limit of Sharingan, they felt a lot of fighting pressure. At this moment of public attention, Itachi smiled and said easily, Third generation Sama, you may have misunderstood. We are just here to settle some personal grievances with Shimura Danzo and have nothing to do with the village. The Uchiha clan has always advocated peace, so how could they start a war? You're worrying too much. As soon as Uchiha Itachi said this, many people in Konoha breathed a sigh of relief. Personal grudge? Okay, I scared you to death. It was really a false alarm. Personal vendetta is fine, as long as it's not a true rebellion. Personal grudge? Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly startled, obviously not expecting Uchiha Itachi to answer like this. And you? Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to speak, but stopped. At this time, someone from behind the crowd suddenly shouted and asked, Personal grudge? Danzo-sama is devoted to Konoha. How can he have a personal grudge with you? Don't use this as an excuse. If you can, show us evidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked back, trying to find out which ninja family was so impudent that he spoke without permission when his Hokage didn't speak. However, The night was dark, and there were so many people that he couldn't immediately identify who it was, so he had to hold it back for the time being. Just at this moment, Uchiha Itachi on the opposite side smiled, as if he was getting what he wanted. The naval forces are in full force. Evidence. Of course, please bring up the evidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed a hint of conspiracy. Uchiha Itachi's answer was too smooth, as if everything was as he expected. At this point, even as a Hokage, he can only wait and see what happens. As the evidence was brought up, everyone was shocked to find out. The so-called evidence turned out to be some mummies. There were also mutilated pieces of meat soaked in potion, and a strange smell spread out. And among the bottles and jars that were brought up later, some eyeballs and organs can be vaguely seen. Fortunately, the people present were all ninjas and had experience fighting. Although they were a little physically uncomfortable, they could still bear it. "What's this?" one of the ninjas asked tremblingly. Uchiha Itachi calmly displayed these chilling physical evidences and responded with cold eyes. "This is exactly the evidence you want. Improved evidence of cruel human experiments conducted privately by Shimura Danzo. Danzo has been secretly researching Sharingan for a long time, and has stolen the remains of our fallen clan members many times during the war. Therefore, what I did was not rebellion, but seeking justice from Danzo." As Uchiha Itachi's words fell, most of the ninjas were shocked. "What? Human experimentation? Isn't this kind of thing already prohibited by law back then?" Master Orochimaru betrayed the village and fled because he violated this taboo. Even Orochimaru was kicked out. So, why does Danzo still dare to do these things? Do you think Danzo would dare to do such a thing without Hokage's acquiescence? Is this what it is? So, wouldn't it be that Hokage-sama is the one who did this evil experiment? It's normal. All high-level officials in Konoha are like this. They protect each other. Listening to the increasingly outrageous comments behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face gradually darkened. "Do you think I can't hear your weirdness?" He twisted his neck and looked back, wanting to see who was the B************** D here, setting his own pace. He felt that the next moment he would be beaten into a heinous sinner, even though he had done nothing. Across the crowd, Uchiha Itachi's lips raised slightly. This is the power of public opinion. Among the more than 1,000 people brought by Hiruzen Sarutobi, there were a dozen water troops that Itachi had already arranged. They were responsible for muddying the water as much as possible. As a result, even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't resist the words of Gyojun and Eli. And Itachi did not accuse him unjustly. At least Sarutobi Hiruzen definitely knew about Danzo's human experiments. But he still chose to acquiesce. Suddenly, there was a cry and howl from the crowd. Uchiha Itachi was shocked and came to the most critical part. "What's wrong with you?" someone wondered. "My poor brother. I think of my brother. Many years ago, my brother awakened a powerful blood successor. He had no intention of becoming a ninja, but the appearance of this blood successor gave him hope. After unremitting efforts, he graduated with honors and became a genin. He smiled and told me that his dream is to become a Hokage and make Konoha better and better. He also said that if he becomes Hokage, he will expand Konoha and recruit talents from all the ninja world. All single people in Konoha will be assigned a husband or wife. He is always willing to help others without asking for anything in return. No matter how busy he is, as long as he sees someone in need of help, he will lend a helping hand, even if it makes him lose a lot of time." But for such an optimistic child, there was no news after being summoned by Shimura Danzo. "Every time I ask, I get the answer that he is out on a mission. I would ask every once in a while, but what I got in the end was the sad news that he failed to perform his mission and died. I have no choice. I don't know the truth. I can only accept it with tears. But now it seems that my brother probably did not die on the mission, but was used for human experiments by that damn Danzo." As the unknown ninja narrated, everyone's emotions were aroused. A child who is born with the ability to love. A child with a bright future who dreams of becoming a Hokage. Just like that, Danzo died miserably in endless torture. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but get angry. What kind of beast is this? The most important thing is that there is no such huge policy of allocating objects to the village. What kind of brain does it take to come up with such a good idea? What kind of idea is this for the invincible super Tyrannosaurus King in the universe? The Buddha statue at the fire temple should be thrown aside and let my brother sit on it. Uchiha Itachi was slightly stunned. The person who just spoke was also the envoy he sent there. But he just told the other party to let him make up a little story so that everyone could turn the blame on Danzo. Unexpectedly, this guy just told an explosive story, which immediately detonated the whole audience. Uchiha Itachi touched his chin. It seems that everyone agrees with the idea of dividing the village into two halves. Maybe this is a good idea, but only if there are enough talents. At this time, the crowd exploded with complaints and anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that if he didn't suppress it, there might be unpredictable consequences. Quiet. As Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly, the crowd's voice gradually became smaller. After many years in power, Sarutobi Hiruzen still has prestige in the hearts of everyone. After the crowd calmed down, he stretched his neck and looked back, wanting to see which be ************ D had been spreading this kind of thing. I really fear that the world will not be in chaos. But again, it was too dark and there were too many people, so he couldn't see anything at all. With a helpless sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Itachi again. He pondered for a while and said, I didn't even know Danzo was doing this. He did it secretly behind my back. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of boos among the many ninjas of Sarutobi Hiruzen. At first it was just the voices of a few people, but once someone took the lead in this kind of thing, others also responded. You. Who took the lead? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned back and glared with gritted teeth. There are bad people among the masses. Sarutobi Hiruzen now realized how disgusting the Navy was. Uchiha Itachi smiled lightly, stretched out his hand and said, We believe in you, Mr. Third Generation. Please continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him deeply and continued. Itachi, I know you have resentments. However, after all, Danzo is an elder of Konoha and serves as an assistant to the Hokage. Even if he makes a mistake, he should be handed over to Konoha for trial, instead of you lynching. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at the corpses of the root members on the ground. Besides, your target is Danzo, so why do you want to kill these innocent people? Did you know that they're also someone's children, husbands, fathers, and the backbone of the family? Is it just that you are acting so wantonly? Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made everyone suddenly wake up. Yes, if Danzo is a bad guy, then Uchiha's current behavior of killing innocent people does not seem to be justice. Uchiha Itachi's lips curved into a confident smile. How could he launch this plan if he was not fully prepared? Bring the stuff over here. Itachi whispered to the clansmen behind him. It's the young patriarch. Soon, with a stack of information in place, Uchiha Itachi took it in his hand and showed it to everyone. These are the information of Danzo's men. Everything they have done is recorded in it. When it was done and who gave the order is clear to glance. You can take a look. After reading it, you will know whether these people are innocent. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's confident look, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little doubtful. How deeply could Uchiha penetrate the roots? Can even this kind of information be investigated? He didn't quite believe it. Go and bring the things to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the people on the side. It's Lord Hokage. Soon, the information was brought over, and Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately started to look at it. When he saw it, his face couldn't help but turn green. It's actually true. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. He looked up at Uchiha Itachi. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He could really investigate the roots so thoroughly. How on earth did he do it? Uchiha Itachi met Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes and just smiled lightly. Actually, he didn't ask for it. He asked for it from someone in the group. Danzo has a strong desire to control his subordinates, and everything that everyone does must be recorded. Just take a copy of this document from a time and space where Danzo has been destroyed and use it. It's almost the same anyway. So, these people are not innocent. Uchiha did not kill wrongly. The Navy continues to exert force. It seems yes. If these people are helping Danzo and the tyrants to commit crimes, then it is indeed not a pity to die. Deserve it. The reputation has reversed again. The whispers of the ninjas behind him came. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned dark. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, unwilling to say anything more. Now if he can't feel that someone in the crowd is messing with him, there's no need to be a Hokage. Where is Danzo now? I will not pursue these people, but Danzo is a high-level official in Konoha after all, and needs to be judged by Konoha. Danzo? He's dueling with Shui below. Ladu can't hold him back, and I didn't intend to hurt him. He insists on holding on to him. I'll go down and take a look, but I can't guarantee he's still alive. After all, you can't ask Shui not to fight back when he's beaten. Uchiha Itachi smiled and spread his hands, looking helpless. You, bring Danzo out quickly. Hiruzen Sarutobi ordered in a deep voice. As commanded, Itachi smiled slightly, turned around, and walked into the depths of Gen's stronghold. He jumped down along the passage he came from and quickly returned to the underground. It seems that even if I wasn't there, you wouldn't be able to make any trouble. Uchiha Itachi glanced at it and couldn't help but want to laugh. In front of him, Shimura Danzo was tied tightly with multiple ropes by Shui, and he was paralyzed on the ground like a squirming insect. Itachi, did you succeed in persuading the third generation? When Shui saw Itachi coming back, a trace of joy immediately appeared on his face. Danzo, on the other hand, looked ugly. He had been looking forward to the rescue of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but after waiting for a long time, it turned out to be Uchiha Itachi. So, he has been completely abandoned? Itachi shook his head. I'm not completely convinced yet, but I'm almost there. Come on, take Danzo out first. When Danzo heard this, he raised his head suddenly. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. I knew that Hiruzen would never abandon me. Uchiha Itachi, let me go immediately. Otherwise, when I regain my freedom, you will only die. He glared at Itachi with a ferocious expression and threatened fiercely. Do you think that no matter how brave you are, you can still be the enemy of the entire Konoha? Uchiha Itachi was a little speechless in his heart. Is this guy Danzo really brainless? If you say this, aren't you afraid that you will kill him immediately? However, even if he is so stupid, now is not the time to end him. He has to be taken out to put on a show, and then his end will be. But it doesn't hurt to give him a little lesson. Uchiha Itachi smiled evilly. Immediately, he opened the group chat interface. Uchiha Itachi. At Uchiha Obito, is that gift that the group leader gave you before still there? Shinomiya Yuzuki. That's not a gift. It's really lunch made by Kaguya herself. Uchiha Itachi. Okay, do you have any leftover lunch? I have someone here who wants to try it. Uchiha Obito, huh? Good brother, it's better to come sooner than to come sooner. I'm planning to deal with it. By the way, who wants to eat this? The taste is really unique. Uchiha Itachi. Danzo. Uchiha Obito. Okay, I'll heat it up with fire style. You're welcome. After a while, a prompt popped up in the group. Uchiha Obito sent you a red envelope. You received Uchiha Obito's red envelope. Uchiha Itachi turned his gaze to Danzo and slowly approached him. Uchiha Itachi, what do you want to do? Danzo sensed Uchiha Itachi's intention, mistakenly thought that he was going to take action, and suddenly panicked. Itachi knelt down in front of Danzo with a smile on his face. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just bring you a delicious food made by my ancestors for you to try. As he spoke, Itachi waved his right hand, and an orange skeleton arm appeared out of thin air. Then, a black thing fell on the skeleton hand. The stench was overwhelming. Give it to me. Itachi grabbed Danzo's chin and forced the mysterious thing into his mouth. Danzo's eyes widened, his legs kicked wildly, and he resisted desperately. It seems that third-generation Sama. You're lucky, that guy Danzo is still alive. Uchiha Itachi dragged Danzo, walked over slowly, and then threw him in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes instantly focused, curiously examining the other protagonist who caused this battle tonight. Danzo has rarely appeared in public since he took charge of the Roots. Some people only heard of his name, but never saw his true appearance. Is this really Danzo? His appearance is really off-putting. He doesn't look like a good person at first glance. With so many bandages on his face, there must be some shady secret behind it. Has he already got Sharingan? In the past, the high-level officials of Konoha were now like a bound insect, squirming helplessly on the ground. The chatter behind him made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel depressed for a while. But he had no time to care about this. His eyes fell on Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed carefully and found that he had no obvious injuries, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Itachi was still reasonable and did not use torture in private. Danzo, let's just say, is there a possibility that my life has been aborted? What did you feed Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Danzo's expression was obviously wrong. He looked like he had eaten a fly. He kept retching, and his face turned green. Uchiha Itachi chuckled. Don't worry, it's not poison. We, the Uchiha clan, have always treated prisoners favorably, and we always have enough to eat. Even Danzo, who is the opposite, is no exception. But Danzo doesn't seem to adapt to our Uchiha food, so we can't blame him. Uchiha Itachi spread his hands, pretending to be helpless. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Although he was dissatisfied, he could only order his subordinates. Bring Elder Danzo here. Yes, Hokage-sama. Soon, Danzo was brought to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who untied the rope from him with a few moves. You're not hurt. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. This Danzo was always causing trouble. It seemed that his power would have to be reduced afterwards. Danzo kept coughing while holding his throat. It took a long time to calm down. It seemed that Kagaya's lunch was really not very delicious. Danzo suddenly raised his head, glared at Uchiha Itachi ferociously with a gloomy face, and roared. Damn it, Uchiha boy! You gave me such disgusting food. He turned sharply to Hiruzen Sarutobi, his eyes red. Hiruzen, immediately order the destruction of these hateful Uchiha. If you dare to rebel, you will never be tolerated. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly took a few steps back, holding his nose and looking surprised. Danzo, what did you eat? Why does it smell so bad? Hiruzen, you. Danzo stared at him in disbelief. Are you serious about taking half a step back? A small movement can still cause so much damage. Also, I'm talking to you about major issues related to the safety of the village, and you actually care about these little details? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to speak, the Navy Army hidden in the crowd got there first. Shimura Danzo, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious yet. Now, should you explain the issue of human experiments first? Why do you continue this evil experiment that has been completely banned? The sound was like thunder on the ground, seeming to represent the power of justice. However, this time the Navy Army operation went awry. Do it! Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order without expression, and a large number of Umbu personnel immediately emerged from the crowd. If you can't solve the problem by surrounding the person who raised the voice, then solve the problem by solving the problem. Do you think you can use your tricks again and again under my nose? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Itachi coldly. Uchiha Itachi remained calm and composed, and even had time to smile and greet Sarutobi Hiruzen. Does he have any other options? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself that no matter what, he would protect Danzo today. As for the exposed human experiments, although it is troublesome, there is always a way to solve it. As long as Danzo refuses to admit it, everything can be blamed on Orochimaru. Orochimaru, well, you are indeed my good teacher, a kind teacher, and a filial piety. Lord Hokage, the target has been captured. Several Umbu members appeared like ghosts. They captured a bald ninja tightly. Judging from his attire, he was a Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes and looked at the other person. It seems that he is not a member of the Uchiha clan, but a civilian ninja who was bribed. The Uchiha clan has black hair and black eyes, and most of them are very handsome. The one in front of me doesn't even have hair, so obviously not. Who are you? Why are you spreading rumors among the crowd? Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded sternly, with undoubted power in his voice. The bald man showed no fear in the face of the third Hokage's majesty. He raised his head and looked directly at him with a mocking smile on his face. Rumor? Huh, Hokage-sama. Why don't you ask Danzo-sama directly to see if what I said is a rumor? Danzo-sama, why don't you personally explain it to everyone? At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Shimura Danzo. A trace of helplessness flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Time would pass in vain in such questioning. You might as well ask me if you ask him. If you ask me, I will think of an excuse to fool you. And with Danzo's personality, even if the blame is placed directly on his Hokage, he will not admit it easily. Shursui, the time has come. Clear. Uchiha Itachi and Shursui whispered for a moment and reached a consensus. Shursui nodded slightly and quietly formed a seal under the cover of the crowd. In his eyes, the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan activated silently. On the other side, an imperceptible blood-red light flashed deep in Danzo's eyes. The distinguished heavenly gods buried in advance were activated. Danzo raised his face slightly and finally spoke. His face was as cold as ice, and he looked down at the bald head. Do I need to explain to you what I did? The bald man sneered and asked, So you admit it? What's the difference between admitting it or not? Danzo's face was gloomy, and he said indifferently, A natural disaster or a war will kill many innocent people. Have you ever hated the sky or the earth? I'm just doing experiments on a few people. So what? Underneath that relaxed tone, there is a shocking cold reality. After a brief moment of astonishment, Baldhead suddenly exploded, pointing his finger at Danzo, and shouted around. Did everyone hear that? He admitted it. He admitted it himself. He used villagers for live experiments, and he looked like it was a matter of course. In an instant, the crowd's anger was completely ignited. There may have been room for refutation of Uchiha's accusations before, but now Danzo himself has confessed. He is a demon with hands stained with the blood of Konoha people. How abominable! Such people should be executed immediately. How can you say such things so lightly? How many innocent lives are there? No one has found out for so many years. Who knows how many people he has harmed? There were scoldings one after another, and the people's emotions were extremely excited. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly sent Umbu to calm down the anger. However, there were hundreds or even thousands of people gathered at the scene, and just a few dozen Umbu would undoubtedly be a drop in the bucket. What's more, these Umbu are also people of flesh and blood. After knowing that Danzo had committed such a cruel crime, some Umbu also felt angry, and they would not join the crowd that condemned Danzo. But it won't stop these people from seeking justice. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sweating profusely. Seeing that the situation was out of control, he glared at Danzo angrily. Danzo, what the hell are you talking about? I can't protect you now. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled angrily. Danzo had such a heart and courage that he dared to openly admit this. At present, only a small-scale spread has caused such strong public outrage. It is hard to imagine what kind of shock it will cause once this matter spreads throughout Konoha tomorrow. By then, tens of thousands of ninjas and civilians across Konoha will probably flock to the Hokage building to demand an explanation. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel chills running down his spine. He was completely dragged into the quagmire by Danzo. However, Danzo remained unmoved and just looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly. Hiruzen, why are you panicking? They're just a few civilians. If they die, they will die. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, his eyes widened. You're still saying this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was filled with shock. He backed away repeatedly, as if he recognized Danzo's true face for the first time. Don't take me with you if you want to die. Can this kind of thing be said openly? Could it be that he was hit by Jinjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes, and he had a plan in his mind. Genjutsu solution. He slapped Danzo on the back suddenly, intending to interrupt the potential chakra control. However, all efforts seemed to come to nothing. Danzo was not controlled by any Genjutsu. Everything he did came from his heart. Crazy. Danzo has gone crazy. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured in a low voice, but out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently glanced at Uchiha Itachi and figure of Uchiha Shursui, distinguished heavenly gods. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly widened as memories came flooding back. If Genjutsu control still has the possibility of discovery, but the influence of distinguished heavenly gods is silent. Ordinary people simply cannot tell whether a person has been affected by the distinguished heavenly god spell. Uchiha Itachi. Hiruzen Sarutobi gritted his teeth, feeling mixed emotions in his heart. Such a method was used. Uchiha Itachi just smiled lightly. Means or means, they just used distinguished heavenly gods to get Danzo to reveal the truth. There is no added fuel or vinegar in the slightest. Gao Ming, you win. Sarutobi Hiruzen moved his lips silently, and his deep gaze stayed on the two of them for a moment. The matter has reached this point, and the overall situation is irreversible. Looking back on everything tonight, they seem to be led step by step into the game by the Uchiha clan. They were all linked together, catching him off guard. Excellent. Uchiha Itachi bowed slightly, his attitude extremely humble. Just combined with his appearance, as if he had been killed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, this scene did not feel modest at all. On the contrary, there's a sense of let you use all kinds of methods. I will defeat it myself. Retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an order, and all the Umbu quickly gathered around him, and then left decisively without looking back. Danzo was left alone. Danzo is hopeless, and if he is forcibly preserved, he will probably drag his Hokage position into the quagmire amidst the anger of the people. Now that things have come to this, we can only let go. If Danzo's sacrifice can put everything to rest, then this death will have meaning. Oh, Danzo, no one can save you from the evil you have done yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped quickly on the trees and soon disappeared under the night sky. Master Hokage is gone. Can we? In the crowd, someone hesitated to speak and made a chopping gesture with his knife. Of course, Mr. Hokage has given up on him, so why do you care? Go, teach him a lesson. That damn Danzo. The words stirred up 1,000 waves, and the crowd stopped hesitating and rushed towards Danzo like a tide. Facing the surging crowd, Danzo showed unusual calmness and looked around arrogantly. What do you want to do? I am the elder of Konoha. Please step aside. As soon as this statement came out, the crowd's anger was even more ignited. What a bullshit elder. A heavy kick hit his face, Danzo's face deformed, and he was instantly kicked away. The crowd immediately swarmed up and surrounded Danzo. Let me step on you. Don't squeeze. I'll punch you 2 more times and get out of the way. Hey, be careful. You hit me. Feel sorry. Seeing Danzo being bullied in a sea of people, Uchiha Itachi turned to his tribe and announced, retreat and come back in 3 hours to clean up the scene. Don't disturb the villagers tomorrow morning, lest they be frightened. All the Uchiha members straightened their backs and solemnly responded, yes, young patriarch. The night passed quietly. As soon as the glimmer of morning light appeared on the horizon, an explosive news broke out in Konoha village. Have you heard that in our village, someone secretly carried out shameful experiments on living subjects? The methods are simply appalling. What? Is such a thing really happening? Where did you hear the gossip? Rubbish? This has almost become street news. Who else can I listen to? It spread all over the village. Really? How come I didn't get the slightest hint of it? Why don't you just talk nonsense here? Hey, let's not worry about the details. Anyway, when a word comes to you, you can pass it on to the next one, and then pass it on to 10, and then it will naturally become a secret that everyone knows. Oh, is that so? Are you really that amazing? Sure enough, just as the person said at the beginning, this matter quickly exploded in the village. As long as they are a member of Konoha, Almost everyone knows about it. Shimura Danzo, the former elder of Konoha, secretly conducted those extremely cruel human experiments. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan, who are full of justice, exposed all this in time. Their Starry Night operation not only destroyed Shimura Danzo's dark experimental dens, also brings Shimura Danzo himself to justice. In the end, faced with overwhelming evidence, Danzo Shimura had to admit his crime. Under the wave of anger from the villagers, nearly 1,000 ninjas united and made Shimura Danzo pay the price with his life. Crushed it to ashes. Oh no, not even ashes were left. There were too many people present. Ninjutsu has everything you need, but after a bombardment, nothing is left. Uchiha did a great job this time. Well, Uchiha really made a great contribution this time. I originally thought they were just showing off in the village, but now I see that they're sincerely doing good for the village. How come I vaguely heard that third-generation Sama is also involved in this matter? Hush, don't say this nonsense. Be careful that walls have ears. If Uncle Umbu captures you, I won't be able to catch you. Sasuke, it's time to go to school. Uchiha Itachi stretched out his hand towards Sasuke, who was enjoying breakfast, with a gentle smile on his face. The blood all over his body last night disappeared without a trace after washing up. As dawn breaks, he transforms back into the Uchiha Itachi who loves his younger brother. Sasuke quickly stuffed the last bite of breakfast into his mouth, then grabbed Uchiha Itachi's hand, jumped deftly, and climbed onto his brother's back. He turned around, smiled, and waved goodbye. "Dad, Mom, let's go." Immediately, the two set off, walking through the lively streets of Konoha Village to the Ninja Academy. At this time, the front of the college was already full of students and parents seeing them off. Although Konoha suffered a huge change last night, life has to go on, school goes to school, and work continues to work. Everything was as usual, except for a few more voices greeting them along the way. But it is this subtle change that indicates that Uchiha Itachi's plan has been mostly successful. The next thing is left to time. A touch of orange sneaked into Uchiha Itachi's sight, making him slightly startled. Uzumaki Naruto. After thinking about it, Uchiha Itachi carried Sasuke on his back and walked in the direction of Naruto. Naruto lowered his head and walked alone, seeing others being picked up and dropped off by their families. A trace of sadness inevitably appeared in his heart. Suddenly, his eyesight dimmed, and he looked up, and a tall, smiling figure came into view. "Huh? Big brother, what's the matter?" Naruto asked curiously. Uchiha Itachi smiled softly. "You are Sasuke's classmate, right?" "I am his older brother, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke often talks about you, and I happened to meet you today, so I wanted to come over and get to know you." Sasuke glanced at Itachi, full of confusion. When did I keep mentioning him? Why didn't I know? Naruto's eyes lit up. "Really? Hello, brother Itachi. Nice to meet you." Itachi smiled and rubbed Naruto's head. "Since you are in the same class, you must take care of each other in school from now on." "Don't worry. I will definitely do it," Naruto assured with his head raised, his face full of excitement. "Sasuke, you too." Itachi turned his head and smiled at Sasuke on his back. Got it, brother." Sasuke pouted. "Who is this? Why is there suddenly someone else who shares his brother with him?" Itachi put down Sasuke and pushed the two of them gently. "Let's go. I'll pick you up in the evening. Naruto can also come to our house for dinner." Really? The excitement on Naruto's face was beyond words. "Certainly." Itachi narrowed his eyes and smiled broadly. In group chat, Uchiha Itachi sent a lucky red envelope. "You received Uchiha Itachi's red envelope and received gold coins *2233. Suddenly a bomb was dropped in the comm group, and everyone came out. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Hey, another boss has made a fortune. Let's congratulate this guy. As for why I'm the least lucky, I feel like there is something shady. Uchiha Bido. Haha. I actually grabbed 15,000, which is the best luck. Senju Hashirama. Yuiwe. Aren't you the leader of the group? Haha. Why are you doing your own dirty work? Uchiha Itachi. At everyone, thank you all for your help during this time. After a period of planning, My plan was successful, and now Uchiha's development is on the right track. Danzo has been eliminated, and the Hokage's seat is not far away. Uchiha Bito. That's so polite, my dear brother. Friends should help each other. When can we play Fruit Ninja? My hands feel itchy. Uchiha Itachi. Well, there's no need for this. Uchiha is fine now, so I don't need to worry about it. Uchiha Bito. Don't be nervous. I didn't say I had to go to your place to play. I mean, if a new group member happens to be in that situation, wouldn't it be nice for us to help them out? The knife was raised and lowered, and the knife was raised and lowered, slashing from the security department to the residential area. Shinomiya Yuzuki. At Uchiha Bito, something is wrong with you. Where did my sunny and innocent Obito go? Why did he become a shrimp rice? Take off that red mask first. Uchiha Obito, huh? Didn't I tell you that I have the samsara? I can be resurrected afterwards. I still have the immortal body in sage mode. I'm not afraid of chakra consumption, so I can play with it as I like. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Reincarnation I. When did it happen? US sat up from the bed with a swish of surprise, her face full of surprise. Yes, Yue is back in bed again. No matter how many days pass, as long as the camera cuts back, he will be refreshed on time in bed. This bed is almost turning into a monster spawner. This kid, he didn't even say a word. It's so shocking. Yue smiled happily. The samsara, I evolved from Kamui. I feel like it will gain special, heaven-defying abilities. Obito's Sharingan is already a particularly buggy pupil technique. After evolving into the samsara he will gain new abilities again. For example, Uchiha Madara's eye techniques, such as Ring Tomb and Border Prison and Tenzi Jinshin. Shinomiya, Yue. Hey, Samsara Immortal Human Body, Sage Mode. This set will cost almost 1 million gold coins, right? Brother Tuzi, do you still have enough gold coin reserves? After all, Yue can synchronize the gold coin income of group members at any time. After this expenditure, Obito's small wallet is almost bottomed out. Uchiha Bito. It's just a small amount of money. Besides, gold coins are just for use. You're busy these days, but I am not idle either. The remaining Sunagakure village and Kirigakure village were also persuaded by my reasoning and agreed to join the big family of Konoha. So far, I have completed the unification of the ninja world. For such a level of plot modification, there is no shortage of gold coins. Sigong Yue, I am the first emperor of Earth. So you're taking over at 5th Hokage now? Uchiha Bito. Not yet. Minato-sensei is still in charge. Hey, let me tell you, Teacher Minato is very prestigious now. Konoha is the only ninja village in the ninja world now. As the Hokage of Konoha, you can imagine his status. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Then what's your status in Konoha now? If you don't want to be a Hokage, do you want to be the Supreme Emperor? Uchiha Bito. I don't deserve anything. This kind of position looks majestic, but it's actually very tiring. Minato-sensei handles government affairs at such a speed that I can't even handle it now. If it were me, it would probably be even worse. Now I just live with Lin every day. It's relaxing and comfortable. Shinomiya Yue. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's share your new power of the Samsara I'm very curious. Uchiha Bito. Hey, let me keep it a secret and won't tell you for now. Shinomiya Yue. You kid. Obito's Samsara has 2 pupil techniques for the time being. I haven't decided what to call them yet and what their abilities are. Why don't you guys give me some ideas? Uchiha Madara. At Senju Bashirama. Hashi Hot Mom. Count the time. Your birthday is coming soon. Do you want to come over and celebrate it together? Senju Hashirama. It's already October where you are? It's only the beginning of summer here. Uchiha Madara. It's October 20th, and there are 3 days left. 6 Paths of Bito. Old guy, you remember this little thing very clearly. Uchiha Madara. How could I forget Hashirama's birthday? Why don't you come too? After the battle with Teruruchi, you left before I could thank you properly. 6 Paths of Bito. Me? Well, since you said so, it's not impossible. Uchiha Madara. Your temperament hasn't changed much after all. Then come over. I'll tell Naruto and the others to avoid causing a commotion then. After all, Hashirama here has been resurrected. It might be a bit strange for two of them to appear at the same time. Shinomiya Yue, damn it, you already have one over there, and you're still thinking about the one in the group? Uchihamadara, what are you talking about? How can the friendship between Hashirama and I be affected by quantity? Shinomiya Yue, it's better for you older generation to have fun. Then I will open the portal. Are you ready? Senja Hashirama. Okay. Six Paths Obito. Yeah. Now that the two were ready, Yuzuki teleported directly, sending them to Uchiha Madara's timeline. Shinomiya Yue, just hold me captive when you need to come back. Uchiha Obito. By the way, why didn't you see Minato-sensei online today? I haven't received the red envelope yet. Will anything happen? Don't do that. I haven't hugged Naruto yet. Shinomiya Yue, can't you just hope for him? Uchiha Obito. At Namikaze-Minato, at Namikaze-Minato, at Namikaze-Minato, at Namikaze-Minato, at Namikaze-Minato. After a bombardment of super information, Namikaze-Minato finally showed up. Namikaze-Minato. Obito, is there a possibility that I am sleeping? Somehow, US seemed to be able to see a helpless tone between the lines. Uchiha Obito. Sorry Minato-sensei. Shinomiya Yue. TSK, the most uncomfortable episode. Under the setting sun, Yue arrived in front of Naruto's house. He reached out and clicked the doorbell. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard in the house. With a click, the door opened, and Naruto poked his head out of the crack in the door with a puzzled face. When he saw Yue outside the door, the confusion on his face instantly turned into surprise. Yue, you came so quickly. Come in quickly. Naruto yanked the gate of opening and welcomed Yu in with a happy face. After entering the entrance hall, the two of them changed their shoes. Naruto closed the door and walked side by side towards the living room. Yue's eyes were clear, and she rushed straight to the newly added big sofa, lay down there, and said with a smile at the corner of her mouth, "Hey, today is such an auspicious day. It's really rare to be able to eat the meal you invited." Naruto returned to the dining table and was busy placing the tableware. "Hey, you always invite me, so this time it's my turn to be the host. I'm going to find something to drink." "Hey, are Minato and Kushin at home?" Yuzuki asked curiously. Naruto came back with a drink and explained, "Dad went to see Uncle Shikaku. After all, the Chunin exam is about to start. I heard from my dad that he is planning to hold a joint examination with other countries, which will be a big competition for the younger generation. As for my mother, she went to Sasuke's house to chat with Sasuke's mother. The two of them always have endless topics to talk about, but every time they chat, they inevitably involve me and Sasuke. It's quite embarrassing, haha." Yue lay on the sofa, propped up her chin, and said with a smile, "It's pretty good." During this time, he arranged for Hayden to go to Sasuke's place. Sasuke can use Earth reincarnation, and then let Hayden undergo a reincarnation, and the resurrection of the dead will be a matter of course. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto were able to see each other again, and Sasuke's family was finally reunited. But other Uchiha people, ahem, there were so many people that even Shursui hadn't queued up yet, so everyone else had to step aside temporarily. The chakra in Samahata has been exhausted, and now Kisame is fighting outside with Samahata. When it comes back with a full load, another round of resurrection will begin. "Naruto, what's wrong? Are you and Sasuke going to take the Chunin exam?" Yu asked with interest. Naruto answered without hesitation, "Of course, my goal is to inherit my father's position and become a Hokage." "How can a Genin be a Hokage? I must at least become a Jonin first, right? So I will never miss this Chunin exam." Yu almost laughed out loud. "Then the candidates in your same class are really lucky. In the Chunin exam, the top ones were probably Gaara and Rock Lee, but compared to Naruto and Sasuke, the gap between them was not even a tiny bit. It's not on the same level at all. It's like you just learned boxing for 3 months, and the coach asked you to compete on stage. All the information you had was that your opponent had the word Tai in his name. When you got into the ring, you found Tyson standing opposite you, and your heart froze. As a result, Tyson is the referee, and your opponent is Ultraman Taro. This is called a dimensionality reduction attack. Thorough. Hey. Naruto smiled a little sheepishly. Obviously, he understood this. When the time comes, be gentle. Must. By the way, Yue, will you participate when the time comes? Naruto's blue eyes were full of curiosity, as if he could speak. A smile appeared on Yue's lips. You want to see my skills? Yeah. Naruto nodded vigorously, his anticipation palpable. Every night, before going to bed, Kurama would always tell him a bunch of stories, which greatly expanded Naruto's knowledge base. The more you know, the deeper your awe will be. Now, he suddenly realized how powerful the elder sister who was always by your side was. She is the source of all ninjas and is known as the ancestor. Otsutsuki Kagaya, the goddess of Yura, controls the supreme power. He is such a character, but he follows Yue willingly and acts like a gentle and harmless big sister next door in his daily life. How can we not make him curious about Yue? Recalling that when they were in school, the two of them were still worthy of their reputation. In the blink of an eye, the two of them have become so powerful, and those classmates who once laughed at them are now gone. Forget it. Yue chuckled and shook her head. I think being a genin is pretty good. If he really takes the field, it will simply be like letting the Trisolarans beat up the Jurassic dinosaurs, without any suspense at all. Genin is not worthy of your status, Yue. Hey, come on. Let's take the Chunin test together. I'm looking forward to confronting you head-on. Yue said with a little helplessness. You are far behind. I only need to move my hand a little, and you will be unable to resist. That would be boring. Adding Sasuke would be more interesting. Then come with Sasuke. We'll beat you up. It should be interesting now, Yue. Naruto immediately smiled and answered. Okay, I'll just participate. Yue couldn't help but laugh in the end. In this case, it wouldn't hurt to satisfy Naruto's curiosity a little. The two of them chatted together, and time passed quietly. It wasn't until bursts of aroma wafted from the kitchen that Yue gradually came back to her senses. It smells so good. Yue blinked and was suddenly startled. Wait a minute, Minato and Kushina are not at home, and you are here. So who is cooking in the kitchen? Naruto grinned. Guess what? Your shadow clone? No. I know it's by you guy, Yue said meaningfully. Naruto, when he set out on his journey to the land of waves, there were 5 figures in his team, but when he returned, there were 6 by magic. I have to admit that he deserves the title of succubus of the ninja world and is extremely attractive. Naruto waved his hands quickly. Hey, that's not right either. Then I can't guess. Yue turned aside, nimbly got off the sofa, put on her shoes, and walked towards the kitchen with a curious look on her face. I want to see with my own eyes who this mysterious guest is. Could it be Zabuza? That's too outrageous. The kitchen door was pushed open by Yue expectantly, as if a treasure box had been opened. In the next second, his face was full of astonishment, and he was stunned on the spot. Nine, Kurama? Shinomiya Yue's face was filled with shock. The nine-tails fox, which was as tall as a human, was standing in front of the stove, busy working in full swing. Oh, it's you, kid. Don't just look around. Help me take the dishes out. Kurama turned his back to him and said while shaking the spoon skillfully. Oh, okay. Yue was in a daze and left the kitchen with the fragrant dishes. When he put the dishes on the dining table, he suddenly woke up from a dream and looked blankly at Naruto, who was smiling brightly over the sofa. Kurama still has this ability? Hey, Kurama is awesome. Indeed, it's admirable. Facing the tempting food, Yue nodded solemnly. Although it has not yet been eaten, the appearance and smell already indicate that this meal will not be simple. I have to find time to invite Master Nine to teach Kagaya and the 2 black Zetsu some cooking skills. Dong dong dong. When the doorbell rang, Naruto's expression instantly lit up, and he couldn't wait to run towards the door. They should be here. Yue was full of curiosity. Did Naruto invite other guests today? After a while, as Naruto returned, a group of people poured into the room. Damn, so many people? Yue's eyes almost popped out of her head. At the front of the team are several adults. Kakashi, Metkai, Uchiha Itachi, Zabuza, Yuhi Kurenai, and Laoma. Behind them were a group of half-grown boys and girls: Hyuga, Shaoli, and Tenten. Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Shiro, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. Also Shikamaru, Choji, Ino. The 12 Konoha heroes and their mentors all arrived. "Everyone, please sit down. The food will be ready soon," Naruto announced with a smile. Yue. Familiar faces greeted each other one after another, and Yue responded with a smile one by one. Naruto's residence is no longer what it used to be. It is no longer that simple den that doesn't even have a balcony. The current residence is a magnificent single-family villa. After all, it is the Hokage's residence, so the scale is naturally not small. Even though it is so spacious, it is still full to accommodate such a group of people, which shows the scale of today's feast. In the hall, there are 2 tables on both sides. One is for adults, and the other is the exclusive seat for these minors. Huh, is there wine? Yoyue's eyes lit up, and she noticed several bottles of fine wine in Kakashi's hand. "I want to sit at the adults' table." Yuzuki smiled and sat calmly between Kakashi and Zabuza. "Give it to me, thank you," Yuzuki said politely to Zabuza, who was pouring wine. Zabuza raised his eyebrows. "Hey kid, how can you drink at your age? If you get drunk, I won't be responsible for carrying you home." Although Zabuza is a ruthless character, he has been diligently performing tasks every day since he came to Konoha. In just a few days, he completed 3 B-level and 1 A-level tasks. In addition, he was brought back by Naruto, so everyone didn't have much of a barrier to him. "You're just kidding. I have a lot of alcohol and can drink for a whole day without getting drunk." Yue raised the cup and motioned for the other party to give him some. "Yue, it's better for you to avoid drinking at your age," Kakashi advised. "It's okay, I dash." Before she finished speaking, Yue's collar was suddenly grabbed by a hand, and she was dragged out. Looking up, a piece of golden hair came into view. "Suffer. I'll just take a sip, Ino." "No." Ino stood firm and refused to give in at all. Okay. I'll just sit at the children's table." Yue sighed helplessly. "Master Ninth, can we serve the food? I'm hungry." Yue shouted loudly. "Okay, come and help serve the food." From the kitchen, Kurama's voice came out. "Go duck. Go duck. Go duck." Time is like running water, and the months have passed by in a hurry. On October 6th, winter is approaching quietly, and there are only a few days left before Kushina will usher in a new life. Due to the drastic changes in the plot and the advanced technology brought back by Minato from the future, Konoha Village is experiencing an unprecedented stage of rapid development. The specific date of Naruto's birth may no longer be October 10th. It may be advanced to tomorrow, or even the next moment. However, no matter what, the task of protecting Kushina has already begun in full swing, and everyone is waiting with bated breath for the arrival of that important moment. Around Namake's Minato's residence, Kakashi's figure was hidden in a leafy tree. His alert eyes scanned the surroundings from time to time, guarding against any possible uninvited guests. He was here to protect Kushina as ordered, and Minato wanted to distract Kakashi with some matters to prevent him from overindulging in the pain of the past. "Kakashi, are you free now?" Suddenly, Namake's Minato's voice sounded in Kakashi's ears. "Minato-sensei." Kakashi perked up and turned around quickly, only to find that there was no one behind him. That sound clearly came from here. He muttered in his mind, slightly confused. Before he could figure out the situation, the voice came again. "Kakashi, come in. There is someone who wants to meet you." There was a hint of mystery in Minato's words, which made Kakashi even more curious. "Someone wants to see me? Who is it?" Full of suspicion, Kakashi jumped down from the tree and came to the door of the house. Although he was confused about the visitor's identity, he would comply with Minato-sensei's arrangements. Pushing the gate of opening and stepping into the house, Kakashi walked directly to the living room. However, only Namake's Minato was sitting there, and no one else was seen. "Please take a seat, Kakashi." Minato had the same warm smile on his face as always. "Minato-sensei," Kakashi asked as he sat down. "You just said, 'Who wants to see me?'" Minato didn't answer immediately, but looked at Kakashi with a smile. Just when Kakashi felt strange, his eyes suddenly fell into darkness, and a warmth enveloped his eyes at the same time. Someone gently covered his eyes with his hand from behind. Kakashi's body tensed up, and he was extremely surprised. Who is it? It was possible to approach him so quietly without him noticing. Fortunately, the visitor was a friend rather than an enemy. Kakashi secretly warned himself that he would have to train harder in the future. "Hello, may I ask?" He was interrupted before he finished speaking. A very familiar voice came from behind. "Idiot Kakashi, guess who I am?" This voice seemed to touch his heartstrings instantly, and Kakashi's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. "You." In fact, there was no need to guess. This voice was something he would never forget in his life. The moment the other person spoke, Kakashi already knew the identity of the person coming. But shouldn't he be gone anymore? "Obito, is that you?" Kakashi's voice was trembling, for fear that this was just an illusory joke. "TSK, you are quite clever." The person behind him let go of his hand, and the light returned. Kakashi was stunned for a moment and turned around suddenly. "Obito, it's really you." The Obito in front of him still had the familiar silly smile in his memory. Even though he changed into casual clothes and no longer wore the pair of goggles that never left his body, Kakashi still recognized him at a glance. Seeing Kakashi looking like he was about to rush over and hug him, Obito quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. "Wait a minute, idiot Kakashi, calm down first." Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and Obito continued. "I know you are feeling very upset right now, but we can find another way to vent it. Don't hug her all day long. I'm tired of it." As he spoke, he fished it up in the air, and the space fluctuations flashed away. Obito pulled out a maid outfit, as if by magic. "Come on, put on this and let me take a few photos, and that's it." Obito grinned, full of pride. Kakashi's face turned dark. "Are you kidding me? It's impossible to wear something like this. How come this guy's character has become so unique now? I was so moved that I was completely moved. It's a nice thought. If you want to wear it, you can wear it yourself." Kakashi grabbed the maid uniform and threw it aside. "Kakashi, just once." Obito held his head and pretended to cry. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once it happens, you can go back to your own time and space and tease Kakashi over there with these photos. Kakashi, you don't want these photos to be circulated, right?" Kakashi rolled his eyes and simply ignored Obito's nonsense, turning to look at Namikaze Minato, who was always smiling gently. With a hint of confusion and joy at seeing Obito again, he asked, "Minato-sensei, what on earth is going on?" Although it seemed a bit inappropriate to ask this question, Kakashi clearly remembered that Obito was in an extremely dangerous situation at that time. It's already a disaster. And now, Obito is standing in front of him unscathed. How to explain this? He's a visitor from other time and space. Not the Obito you're familiar with, but at the same time, he's indeed Obito himself. As for his origin, it can be compared to the dragon vein phenomenon we have experienced. Namikaze Minato did not hide anything and directly told the truth. So that's it. Kakashi's eyes were slightly hollow, and the previous excitement gradually subsided. It turns out that he is a visitor from another timeline. So our Obito is finally. There was a trace of disappointment in Kakashi's tone. But that's it. An arm was put on his shoulder, and Obito said unhappily, "What's that look in your eyes? How am I inferior to that person?" Kakashi raised his eyelids and sighed. "Comparison is meaningless. You are not the same person." Seeing that Kakashi was about to fall into depression again, Obito smiled and said, "What if I tell you that that person is not dead?" Kakashi raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of surprise. "You mean?" "Yes, it's exactly what you thought." "Where is he?" Kakashi couldn't wait to ask. "And if he is still alive, why doesn't he come back?" Obito waved his hand. "Don't worry, this matter is quite complicated. If you really want to explain it in detail, it will take a lot of time." "Then speak slowly," Obito said with a smile. "Tell you what? Okay, put on that suit first and show me." Kakashi's face fell, and he lost all thoughts in an instant. He couldn't help but push Obito's hand away, and then kicked him straight to Obito's butt. "I think I have to teach you a lesson." Kakashi secretly complained in his heart that this guy was much more outgoing than the Obito he remembered, but his temperament was, well, hard to put into words. Obito chuckled, his body instantly softened, and he easily dodged Kakashi's attack. What ability is this? Kakashi was a little surprised. Super practical ability. Okay, no more joking. Kakashi put away his smile and became serious. Didn't you lie to me what you just said? Is that person really still alive? Don't worry. Why are you lying to me? Besides, maybe you will be able to meet again soon. Obito smiled, pretending to be mysterious. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. That's good. Just when everything seems to be settled. Kakashi suddenly put on a playful smile again and took a flying kick. Can I still hide now? Unfortunately, Obito's virtualization was as fast as lightning, and Kakashi's surprise attack failed again. You still want to attack me? Kakashi, you're still a little young. Obito smiled with disdain. What an incredible ability. Kakashi shook his head, then sat on the sofa, giving up the idea of kicking Obito's ***. Obito sat across from Kakashi with a mysterious smile on his face. Kakashi, besides me, someone else has arrived. Guess who it is? Who is it? Kakashi raised his eyes with curiosity shining in his eyes. Obito stood up suddenly, opened his arms, and yelled with all his strength. Resurrection, my sweetheart. As Obito called, the space in front of him was distorted by Kimui's power, and a vortex-like portal gradually took shape. The opposite side of the space vortex is connected to an unknown and mysterious place. Soon, Noira Lin slowly walked out of the whirlpool. How's it going, Kakashi? Is it surprising? Obito winked at Kakashi, his face full of pride and expectation. However, Kakashi's reaction was far beyond Obito's expectations. He just raised his eyebrows lightly, an elusive trace of guilt and complicated emotions flashing through his deep eyes. Compared to the shock and excitement when he first saw Obito resurrected, Kakashi was unusually calm at this moment. It's okay. Kakashi's tone was gentle and calm. Lin, long time no see. Then he smiled softly and said hello to the old friend in front of him. Kakashi, Noira Lin called softly, her voice full of disbelief and emotion. I never thought we could meet again. I'm very happy. Her smile is as bright as a summer flower, innocent and warm, and seems to melt away all ice and distance. Obito looked confused. He looked at Noira Lin and then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, are you so calm? This is Lin. Obito's eyes widened. Open your eyes wide and look. You won't be able to see well, right? I'm not blind. Of course I know she is Lin. Kakashi looked helpless. But she should also be Lin from another time and space, right? Kakashi speculated softly, with a hint of relief in his tone. Although this gives me some relief. But I accidentally killed Lin in our time and space. This is a reality that cannot be changed. I failed to fulfill my original promise. Kakashi's expression gradually became serious as he recalled the pain of the past. Obito's face became strange, and he said loudly, Kakashi, are you confused? What nonsense are you talking about? This is Lin from your time and space. I just resurrected her not long ago. Kakashi turned around suddenly, and the sadness in his eyes was instantly replaced by surprise. What? He originally thought that Obito brought Lin here from his world to alleviate his inner guilt. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Is this true? Kakashi scratched his head as if he had made a joke. Kakashi, your smart head is starting to get confused? You are indeed an idiot, Kakashi. Nicknames never lie. Obito crossed his arms and clicked his tongue. Don't worry, Kakashi, it's absolutely true. Namake's Minato on the side intervened at the right moment, concluding the matter. Kakashi was speechless for a moment and was shocked. Lin, came to life like this? There was no warning. Kakashi? What's wrong? Kakashi looked at Noira Rin silently. The blameless smile in the other person's eyes made Kakashi's years of self-blame gradually fade away. Thank you, Lin. Thank you too, Obito. Kakashi expressed his sincere thanks. In any case, Noira Lin was able to regain her life, and Kakashi was filled with joy. The shadow of accidentally killing her has been tormenting him for this period of time, almost swallowing his soul. In any case, he is grateful to this Obito from another world. Why are you being polite to me? Which one of us is following the other? Obito chuckled. But in the end, this gratitude still needs to be expressed. Okay, let's go out and have a good time. Lin, let's go. Obito greeted. Minato-sensei, let's go too. Time passes day by day, and in the blink of an eye, October 10th arrives. As if it was fate or an unexpected coincidence, Kushina's delivery day was determined to be on this day. The important task of delivering the baby falls on the shoulders of third Hokage's wife, Sarutobi Bawako, who will personally go to battle to welcome the arrival of new life. Naruto is about to be born. In Hokage's office, Minato-sensei, relax. I will take care of everything. Just concentrate on staying with your master's wife. Obito was so confident that he directly took over the task of resisting the masked man. Okay, thank you for the hard work. Minato smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. In tonight's contest, there is almost no doubt about the outcome. Obito's victory seems to be certain. The Samsara Eye, Sage Mode, the immortal body. In the face of these, Minato really couldn't think of a reason for failure. I'm going to be hot on horseback. Suddenly, a door to space suddenly opened. Shinomiya Yu had jumped out of it, her face filled with uncontrollable excitement. Naruto's birth is such a big event. How can I be absent? Yue, did you come here specifically to watch? Minato was startled for a moment, and then he smiled reassuringly. Stable. Everything is stable. The Nine-Tails Rebellion probably has no chance of appearing in this time and space. Obito was surprised at first, and then he said with joy, Yue, you are here too. That's natural. How could I not be there on such an occasion? What's going on now? Shinomiya Yue asked with a smile. It's almost time. I was planning to intercept the masked man. Since you're here too, why don't we go together? Obito suggested. Would it be a bit too bullying if we hit him? After hearing Obito's words, Yue's expression was slightly subtle. It's okay. I believe he won't be knocked down that easily. Obito smiled evilly. TSK, the masked man is so lucky to have a peer like you. Okay, let's go then. It's been a long time since I taught someone a lesson. Looking at Obito and Yuzuki walking away with their arms around each other, Namikaze Minato silently mourned for Obito in this time and space in his heart. Hopefully that kid can handle it all. Then, without hesitation, he flashed golden light and his figure disappeared without a trace. At night, outside Konoha village, on the quiet forest path, a slender black shadow slowly appeared. A ray of moonlight as clear as water penetrated the sparse clouds and gently fell on the black shadow. The black shadow shrouded the whole body in the black robe, like a part of the night, elusive. Konoha, a low and magnetic voice, with a hint of complex emotions, sounded softly in the quiet night. The visitor raised his head slightly, and his figure under the cloak appeared more upright. In the shadows, the only thing exposed was a yellow, tiger-striped mask. The only hole in the mask was like a window to peer into the world. In an instant, an imperceptible scarlet light flickered through it and disappeared in an instant. This is your best chance to get Nine Tails. But once Nine Tails leaves the body, Master Nyong, in his whisper, his tones seemed hesitant, his hands clenched into fists unconsciously, and an imperceptible pain flashed across his eyes. In a world of ninjas, the separation of a tailed beast from its body is undoubtedly a death sentence for a Jinchuriki. At this moment, a sudden burst of joking words came from above. Well, this kid is not hopeless. I thought he was really cold-natured and cruel. This sudden interruption made the mysterious masked man's body tremble. A chill suddenly rose behind his back. Who could approach quietly beyond his perception? He raised his head suddenly, his eyes as sharp as a hawk, trying to catch the trace of the uninvited guest. However, when his eyes went beyond the layers of leaves and towards the towering wall of Konoha village not far away, I was shocked to find that two strangers, also wearing cloaks and masks, had quietly stood on the wall at some point. The masks worn by the two men were very similar to the mysterious masked man, but the color was bright red. The other person is even more peculiar. His mask is extremely simple. Only a piece of cloth is used to simply cover the face. The only decoration on the cloth is a bright red word, which is simple and powerful, revealing an inexplicable humor and provocation. Who is it? The mysterious masked man's eyes narrowed slightly, and his inner vigilance was raised to the extreme. Being able to approach without him being aware of it means that the opponent's strength cannot be underestimated. Faced with the questioning of the mysterious masked man, the boy in the red mask felt slightly embarrassed. He scratched his head and looked at his companions, as if seeking advice. He asked who we were. How should we answer him? This was not part of our plan. Hongzhong glared at him with disdain. Stupid. You just answer his questions? Why don't you just do it if you want to do so much? Red Mask nodded repeatedly, as if he suddenly understood. These two uninvited guests in strange costumes came specifically to intercept the mysterious masked man Uchiha Bido and Shinomiya Yuzuki. Since the other party likes to wear masks to show off, then they simply wear masks. Hey, that's fun. Abido took a step forward and imitated Uchiha Madara's voice while laughing. Well, who can't imitate it? Hey, the guy below, don't blame us for bullying the minority. Choose one of the two. You pick an opponent. Otherwise, we will carry out a righteous gang fight. The mysterious man was slightly startled. Why is this voice so familiar? Forget it. This is not the time to get hung up on the details. He raised his eyes alertly and stared at Abido and Yue solemnly. All the cells in the body seemed to be screaming warnings. The strength of these two seemingly careless guys was definitely beyond imagination. Follow their rules? Choose one. The mysterious man understands that for the other party, all this is just a game, and he is the toy in this game. Moreover, it is impossible to escape with Kimui at this time. It takes time to activate Kimui, and he is already firmly locked by the opponent. The slightest movement will result in a fierce counterattack. There is no way to escape. We can only deal with it head-on. Damn, where do these two guys come from? How could I not know that there are such masters in Konoha? Although feeling humiliated, the mysterious man finally chose an opponent. It's you. The mysterious masked man pointed at Abido, who had a red mask on his face. The opponent is strong, and they may be able to fight one-on-one, but if the two of them join forces, there is really no chance of winning. He looked around and decided to have a chat with the guy who looked a bit silly. Oh, what a good vision. Abido looked happy and patted Yue on the shoulder triumphantly, as if he had received some kind of affirmation. Then I'm welcome. I'll show you my respect first. TSK, you really have no vision. You didn't choose me first. Yue curled her lips, a little unhappy. Then I will appear as the second stage. Haha, don't worry. I will definitely keep it for you. After finishing speaking, Abido jumped off the high wall with vigor and landed firmly on the ground not far from the mysterious masked man. Who are you? How come you have a mask so similar to mine? The mysterious masked man's voice was deep, and the other person's mask was almost a replica of his red version, exactly the same. Sure, knowing too much is not good for your health. Anyway, you just need to know that your mask is not as good-looking as mine. Abido playfully raised a finger in front of the mask and smiled softly, full of teasing. The mysterious masked man narrowed his eyes. Really? Before he could finish his words, he suddenly launched an offensive, trying to catch Abido by surprise with lightning speed. Given the disparity in strength, he must seize every possible opportunity. Bang, 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 bang. The cold and hard chain seemed to appear out of thin air. The man held one end of the chain tightly and swung it violently. Driven by great force, the chain rushed towards Abido like a furious lion majesty. But Abido seemed not to have expected this sudden attack, standing there blankly, with no intention of evading. In an instant, the chain was in front of him. It's done. A glimmer of light flashed in the mysterious masked man's eyes, and he stared at Abido. I was wondering, is this guy overconfident, or did he not react at all? But no matter which case it is, in the current situation, unless he can become invisible, it is really difficult to imagine how to escape. But how is this possible? Hollowing is his unique eye technique, and in the entire ninja world, only he can master it. What? The next moment, the mysterious masked man's pupils suddenly dilated, full of disbelief. The chain actually passed directly through Obito's body, as ethereal as a reflection in the water. It's really G virtual. Are you Silas? How can you do this? The man exclaimed in amazement. The chain had indeed penetrated through, proving that Obito had really mastered virtualization. It's rare to see something strange. Obito smiled easily and casually drew out the long knife from his waist. His movements were unhurried, but he showed a calm and unhurried aura. Obito raised his long sword high and swung it down suddenly. A red half-moon-shaped sword energy roared out. But this was just the beginning. He slashed twice more, and 3 sharp sword energy pierced the air, heading straight towards the mysterious masked man. Bang, 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 bang. The chain that bore the brunt of the attack was instantly cut into several pieces, and the fragments of the chain were scattered on the ground. The mysterious masked man was also able to use virtualization, so the 3 sword energy penetrated his virtual body without any suspense and failed to cause any damage. But even so, the shock in his heart still came like a tide and occupied his heart. How come he can do this? The mysterious masked man's voice trembled and was full of disbelief. Forget it. You can actually launch an attack while remaining in a virtual state. What? Before his chain could be retracted after penetrating Obito, Obito started to fight back. If it were him, once he materialized, the chain would definitely pierce him. But obviously, the other party is not subject to this restriction. The opponent's virtualization is even better than his. It's very simple, as long as you have these eyes. Obito pointed to the eye holes on the mask and smiled quite proudly. Under the mask, a pair of deep purple reincarnation eyes quietly opened. It was the product of the evolution of Eternal Mangekyo, which gave Kimui the ability to launch attacks in the ether state without losing the ether form. And this is just an insignificant point among the many abilities of this pair of reincarnation eyes. Reincarnation eye. The mysterious masked man was shocked. What's going on? Why is the Samsara eye there with you? Did this guy kill Nagato? But when did this happen? When he went out this morning, he saw Nagato alive and well. Obito waved to him, motioning for him to come closer. No, come here and I'll tell you quietly. But the mysterious masked man immediately took several steps back like a frightened bird. Fisk, why are you so nervous? Obito pouted, looking a little helpless. The mysterious masked man remained silent, just looking at him warily without any relaxation. Okay, then it's my turn. Obito smiled impatiently. He gently raised his hand, and his fingertips collided with each other lightly, making a crisp sound. Clatter. This soft sound made the surrounding scene suddenly become strange and unpredictable. In an instant, the bright moon that was originally hanging in the night sky suddenly disappeared. The boundless world was pulled by an inexplicable force and fell into a sudden silence and darkness. However, the disappearance of the moon is just an illusion in the blink of an eye. When the bright moon appeared in the sky again, it was no longer the silvery white of the past, but turned into a shocking blood red. The scarlet moonlight poured down on the earth, dyeing everything with a sad and bloody color. Obito slowly raised the long knife in his hand, and with a slight flick of his wrist, the blade flashed a cold light in midair. Chong! Almost at the same moment, the sound sounded. Obito has quietly arrived in front of the mysterious masked man, slashing horizontally with his long sword at a speed that is too fast to catch. When a mysterious masked man saw this, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he secretly exclaimed, "So fast!" Almost like a conditioned reflex, he immediately used virtualization. His body twisted in the air, and he easily avoided this fatal blow. Immediately afterwards, the mysterious masked man quickly distanced himself from Obito. A searing heat surged in his chest, and then a huge, blazing fireball shot out from his mouth, accompanied by the roaring sound of flames. Fire-style, great fireball. Facing the fierce fire coming towards him, he turned his wrist, and the long knife drew an elegant arc in the air. In an instant, a huge red sword energy swept out like a tornado, heading straight towards the fireball, tearing the majestic great fireball into pieces in an instant. Just as the sword energy dissipated and the smoke settled, the mysterious masked man used the visual disturbance caused by the fireball to rush out of the smoke like a ghost. There is a new chain shining with cold light in his hand, intending to get close to Obito and launch a surprise attack. However, Obito seemed to have already expected this. He stood motionless on the spot, allowing the chains and detonating charms to fly around him, but none of them could touch the corners of his clothes. As had been guessed, the mysterious masked man frowned. Then, Obito stretched out his figure and jumped into the air like a ghost. Sword light swirled around him, forming a bright curtain of light that overwhelmingly enveloped the mysterious masked man looking downwards. Clang! 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 Under this airtight sword shadow, the mysterious masked man had no other choice but to constantly use virtualization to dodge. Every dodge consumes his precious chakra, and his eyes gradually reveal a trace of anxiety and unwillingness. So shameless. The mysterious masked man's eyes widened with anger, his heart full of dissatisfaction. He found that he couldn't even touch his opponent's clothed Kaku. Such a fight was undoubtedly in vain. Every attack from the opponent forced him to use virtualization. Frequent use of this ability is undoubtedly a huge burden on his eyes, and I'm afraid it won't last long. Boom! When the sword shadow in the sky finally fell, Obito struck hard with this blow, but it still penetrated the virtual incarnation of the mysterious masked man. Only the earth withstood all the power at this moment, leaving a huge and ferocious pit innocently. This is boring. The two of us have been disappearing and feeling lonely. Obito twitched the corner of his mouth and put the long knife back into its sheath. The mysterious masked man looked at Obito deeply. His eyes were complicated and difficult to distinguish, but he did not make any response. Beaten up? It was obvious that he had been beaten all the time. Immediately, he quickly retreated, seemingly wanting to adjust his tactics. However, at this moment, Obito moved faster than him. Several chains shining with cold light seemed to grow out of thin air, spreading out instantly and weaving into an airtight net. Let's put an end to our drama as soon as possible. It feels like Yue can't hold it in any longer. Obito's chuckle, accompanied by the jingling of chains, reached the ears of the mysterious masked man. The eyes of the mysterious masked man suddenly tightened. Facing the chains coming towards him, he activated the blur reflexively. I was secretly glad in my heart. If it hadn't been for this virtualization technique, I would have died countless times tonight. Just when he was full of confidence and thought that this time he could make all attacks fail like usual, something unexpected happened. What the hell? The mysterious masked man was shocked. The chains thrown out by Obito actually tied him tightly in his virtual state. What the hell is going on? The mysterious masked man was shocked. Has Kamui's ability, which he has always been proud of, malfunctioned? He didn't use it for 5 minutes straight. He always used it intermittently. You really thought I couldn't do anything to you, brother? Obito held one end of the chain, and the chain seemed to have a will of its own, entangling the mysterious masked man tightly, making it difficult for him to move. Looking at the mysterious masked man who couldn't move, Obito threw away the chain. Then he slowly walked towards the mysterious masked man, and at the same time slowly pulled out the long knife from his waist. Every time he pulled out a little bit, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Although Obito's movements were slow, every step he took seemed to teleport more than 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the mysterious masked man. Obito raised his long sword high and slashed it down without any hesitation. In an instant, the mysterious masked man's eyes went dark, and the moment before his consciousness dissipated, he seemed to hear something whispering, "It's already night. Disappear quietly." The mysterious masked man took a deep breath and opened his eyes suddenly. However, what he saw in front of him was not a long blade covered in blood or a cold underworld scenery. Rather, it is a forest full of flowers and greenery. After a brief moment of confusion, he touched his intact body and doubts arose in his heart. "I'm not dead." A trace of astonishment flashed across the face under the mask. Obito's knife was supposed to be a fatal blow. He was restrained by iron chains, unable to move, and his pupil technique failed inexplicably. Even the virtualization could not be achieved, and even the final trump card, Izanagi, failed to activate due to some kind of intervention. He just watched the sharp blade approaching, like a fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. What the hell is going on? The mysterious masked man began to examine his surroundings. This is still the path beside Konoha village, where he came from. But all traces left behind after the fierce battle with Obito disappeared. The destroyed ground was as smooth as before, and the trees swept by the sword energy were also intact. Even the blood-red moon in the sky has returned to pale yellow, exuding a gentle light. He was left standing here alone. Everything was like a dream. Well, he covered his head and felt a dull pain. Was what just an illusion? But soon he denied this idea, and his eyes became dark. No, that feeling is too real. It's definitely not an illusion. It's really strange. He was puzzled, shook his head, and decided to continue walking to Konoha village. Am I too nervous? It's better to check the status of Ninetales. But just as he took steps, a burst of ridiculing tones suddenly sounded in the sky. "Konoha ahead. No one is allowed to enter. It's getting late. You'd better come back and visit tomorrow." This familiar voice. The mysterious masked man's eyes widened. He raised his head suddenly and looked around. I saw two familiar figures standing on the high wall of Konoha. A red mask, a red mask. It's them again. The mysterious masked man was extremely surprised. This scene, did I ever experience that? He couldn't help but murmur. "Hey, the one below. Since you don't want to leave, just stay and play with us. How about choosing one of us to be your opponent? Of course, you don't have to choose, then the two of us will do it together. Don't blame us for engaging in righteous gang fights," Obito said with a smile, a hint of expectation in his tone. These familiar words convinced the masked man. He has indeed experienced all this. Did it go back in time? Or was it controlled by some unknown genjutsu? The mysterious masked man has never encountered such a bizarre thing in his life. His face was full of disbelief and confusion. "Hey, you have 3 seconds. If you don't choose, we will do it ourselves." Obito's voice sounded again, urging him. Without enough time to think too much, the mysterious masked man decisively pointed his finger at Shinomiya Yuyue, who was wearing a Hongjong mask. "I choose him. Everything is too unbelievable. But since there is a chance to re-elect, naturally, he would not choose Obito again, who looks stupid but is actually extremely cunning. That would undoubtedly be a huge trap. Infinite blur, plus the ability to attack even when in the blur state. This combination is almost invincible. Facing this guy, there is no other way but passive defense. This time, he will never make the same mistake again. This guy's so shameless. As expected, I chose you, Yue." Obito acted like he had already understood everything. "Needless to say, it's obvious. I was so frightened by your virtual transformation in the first week. How could I make the same mistake again in the second week?" Yue said with a smile. "Okay, let's see your performance. Did you just record it?" Yue asked. "It's covered." "That's good. Keep recording. This will be rare material in the future." Shinomiya Yuyue took a step forward. Standing on the wall of Konoha village, with his arms folded across his chest, he looked down at the mysterious masked man from above. "It's amazing that you have the courage to challenge me, but that's all I can praise you for." This arrogant tone seemed to have one a few points before the battle. The mysterious masked man narrowed his eyes. This guy. How arrogant. I hope you can hold on a little longer. Shinomiya Yuyue smiled meaningfully and then made a snap. Put your hands together. Wood-style deep forest bloom. Boom. The huge chakra is like a torrent of life, giving birth to trees wantonly. In an instant, the earth surged and countless thick trees broke through the soil. In the blink of an eye, the open space turned into a vast forest sea. The mysterious masked man had a look of horror on his face, staggering around as the terrain suddenly changed. Wood-style on such a scale. Who the hell is he? His shocked eyes fell on Shinomiya Yuyue. He can also use wood-style, but it is limited to simple moves such as wood-style and cutting technique. Throw a few branches as an attack, and if they hit someone, they will explode. It can also cause considerable damage. The top one is wood-style Hell Chaos, but compared with the person in front of me, that is nothing. Facing the overwhelming sea of trees, the mysterious masked man didn't have time to think too much and immediately formed a seal. Fire-style Storm Dance. The throat heats up and a ball of blazing flames spurts out. Combined with Kamui's twisting power, the power of fire-style is doubled. Whoosh crackle. The raging flames engulfed the forest sea, and the fire spread rapidly. However, before the mysterious masked man could be proud of this blow, the next second, the endless sea of trees extinguished the flames one by one. The endless forest sea is so huge that it is suffocating. There is no way to resist. The dense trees cover the sky and the sun, making it difficult for the moonlight to penetrate. Immediately afterwards, the mysterious masked man was submerged by the surging sea of trees, completely disappeared from Shinomiya Yuyue's sight. Everything returns to silence. Only a few huge flower buds slowly bloomed in the moonlight. Displays stunning flowers. One exaggeration. The mysterious masked man slowly walked out of the sea of trees that had taken shape and stopped growing, and looked around at the scene around him. At this moment, the area within 1,000 meters in diameter is dominated by trees. He has never heard of this level of power. The mysterious masked man stared at Shinomiya Yuyue solemnly. Who exactly are you? This guy with a weird red mask. Who is it? Hey, you guy, you don't even know him? Suddenly, a sudden sound sounded. Obito was seen pointing angrily at the mysterious masked man below. The mysterious masked man was slightly surprised. Should I know him? I've never heard of this person either. Obito squatted down, facing Shinomiya Yuzuki with both hands, and introduced excitedly. The one standing before you is the Land of Fire, Konoha Hidden Village, First Hokage, Senju Hashirama-sama. Senju Hashirama? This answer was beyond the expectations of the mysterious masked man. After a brief moment of confusion, he immediately denied it. Impossible. Senju Hashirama has been gone for many years. How could it be him? Your wood-style skills are indeed superb, but I never believe you are Senju Hashirama. After all, I'm Uchihamadara. The deep and firm voice of the mysterious masked man echoed. He gently adjusted the mask on his face, narrowed his eyes slightly, and locked eyes with Shinomiya Yuyue. Come on, it's time to reveal your true face. Let me see who you really are. It is undeniable that the opponent's magnificent wood-style ninjutsu does indeed reveal the momentum of Senju Hashirama. But no matter how powerful the attack, it can only be in vain in front of him. His virtualization ability can easily resolve all physical attacks. This guy is much easier to deal with than the guy wearing the red mask. The next moment, the mysterious masked man moved. The next second, the mysterious masked man is on the street. As soon as he took action, it was like stepping on a slippery soup bowl at home and falling down beautifully. The eyes under the mask were wide and full of confusion. My body, why is there no strength left? He collapsed to the ground, his whole body limp and powerless. It was as if the connection with the body was cut off, and he couldn't even move a finger. It's you who is causing trouble. His eyes shot towards Shinomiya Yuyue with resentment. Yuyue spread her hands easily. What are you talking about? You said I was causing trouble. Isn't it part of strength to show off one's own abilities on the battlefield? Steam buns, you don't have a handle? The mysterious masked man was stunned and speechless. Urachimadara, how come you were knocked down just by looking at me? Young people should not be too impulsive. If you don't do enough intelligence work, you will just get carried away. If you take 2 more puffs of pollen, you probably won't even be able to speak. Just sleep until the sun rises. There was a hint of joking in Shinomiya Yuyue's tone. The face of the mysterious masked man turned slightly red. This is so embarrassing. He looked at the blooming buds on the sea of trees, filled with regret. It's because of this. The last time he fought against Obito, he could barely struggle a few times. I thought I had picked a soft persimmon this time, but when I met Shinomiya Yuyue, I immediately rushed to the street. Damn bad information. Hateful. The mysterious masked man gritted his teeth, and the light in his left eye was permanently extinguished. Izanagi, activate. The body of the mysterious masked man gradually became blurred and finally disappeared without a trace. Still want to steam? Shinomiya Yuzuki witnessed the whole process and knew that the other party used Izanagi. He shook his head helplessly. Then let's keep having fun. Yuyue smiled slightly, and in an instant, his temperament became otherworldly. An invisible coercion radiated out. Sage mode, start. The majestic perception covers all around like a tide, making it impossible to hide anything. I found you. Yuyue's smile was meaningful. Behind Sigong Yuyue, the space suddenly split open. A black hand stretches out from it. The figure of the mysterious masked man appears again. His hand was already on Shinomiya Yuyue's shoulder. Morata. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the mysterious masked man. No matter if you were Senju Hashirama or not, once you are dragged into the Kamui dimension, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot escape from my grasp. Kamui starts now. Shinomiya Yuyue's figure began to twist, and she was slowly sucked into the Kamui space. But this process appears to be extremely slow. Such an amazing amount of chakra. Is this still human? The mysterious masked man was shocked. The chakra contained in the guy in front of him far exceeded anyone he had ever met. It's simply a tailed beast in human skin. It will take at least a second to transfer a unit with such a huge amount of chakra. For an ordinary person, 1 second may be very short, but when a master fights with him, it can be a short time. 1 second is enough to decide the outcome. Sure enough, at this moment, a burst of wind came from above the mysterious masked man. He looked up suddenly and saw more than a dozen huge red torii gates crashing down from the sky. The mysterious masked man's pupils shrank suddenly. This is the legendary Mingshan Gate. Is he really Senju Hashirama? Without thinking too much, he simply couldn't take away Shinomiya Yuyue before the Mingshan Gate fell. He made a decisive decision and retreated. If you get trapped by that thing, you're really doomed. Kamui flashed, and the mysterious masked man disappeared instantly. Boom! Amidst the deafening sound, the gate of Mingshan crashed down. The solid wall of Konoha village was as vulnerable as a child's building blocks, disintegrating in an instant. Loud noises echoed over the village like thunder, but even such turbulence failed to attract any curious eyes. Just because tonight, the 4th Hokage issued an ironclad order. No matter what happens outside, villagers are not allowed to go out to avoid unexpected events. The best policy is to stay at home quietly. Hateful. The mysterious masked man appeared in the hiding place, his eyes fixed on the wall destroyed by the Mingshan Gate. The smoke and dust billowed, covering the sky and the sun. His eyes flickered with reluctance, and the opportunity he had finally obtained through his Izanagi was lost in vain. But before he could think too much about it, amidst the roar, a giant wooden dragon, which was covered in emerald green and made up of countless trees, roared out, swooped from the sky, and pointed directly at the mysterious masked man. Wooden dragon jutsu. The mysterious masked man's heart sank. This is another first Hokage Senju's specialty. Could it be that the opponent is really the legendary ninja god? There is no need to think too much. Wooden dragon is here. The figure of the mysterious masked man instantly became blurred, cleverly avoiding the impact of the dragon. Taking advantage of the fact that the wooden dragon was close in front of him, he jumped up vigorously and came to the huge body of the wooden dragon. Between the lightning and flint, a black rod appeared in the hand of the mysterious masked man, and it stabbed into the wooden dragon's head sharply, making a clanging sound, and several black rods were driven deeply into the dragon's head. With crackling sparks flying everywhere, he once again attached a large number of igniting, detonating symbols. Followed by a series of subtle hissing sounds, sparks jumped like an hourglass timing, indicating the precursor to an explosion. When everything was ready, the mysterious masked man quickly evacuated and distanced himself from the wooden dragon. Under the blockade of the black rod, the chakra cannot be connected and the chakra link is lost. This wooden behemoth interfered by the black rod is only slightly harder than ordinary wood. Boom! A loud noise shook the sky, and a large number of detonating symbols detonated. The huge wooden dragon was torn in half in an instant, and the remaining body fell, and the night sky became silent again. It's not too much trouble. However, before the man who had just breathed a sigh of relief could finish his words, his face darkened. Ung. The deafening dragon roar sounded again, and this time 10 wooden dragons soared into the air, sweeping towards him like a tsunami. Besides, so much more. The mysterious masked man gritted his teeth, but he had no time to think too much. He quickly formed seals with his hands and slammed the ground. Dense black runes spread out like a tide, and in the blink of an eye, a huge formation emerged, with blazing flames rising into the sky and lighting up half of the night sky. Uchiha Fire Formation. 10 wooden dragons approached with a loud bang. Bump! The collective collision with the flame array caused waves of fluctuations, but the flame array was indestructible and only kept shaking. The mysterious man, trapped in the formation, looked at the wooden dragon around him with a solemn expression. This is a shame. He was wrong, terribly wrong. No matter which of the two choices Obito chooses you choose, it's a trap. Neither of these two people is easy to deal with. On the other side, Obito and Yuyue stood on a high place, looking at the flame formation. This guy is hiding in defense. Obito got into a slashing stance. Yuyue, do you want to cut it open with your dust-style lightsaber? The dust-style lightsaber can even cut through the planetary devastation, and the Uchiha Fire Formation is certainly no problem. Yuyue shook her head slightly and said with a smile, I am Senju Hashirama now, so naturally I have to use with style to deal with him. Obito pointed at the flame formation. Then what's your clever plan? Bombard it with Sage Jutsu. It feels okay too. Yuyue smiled mysteriously. Of course I have my own way. Oh, by the way, there may be a lot of noise later. Please help me keep an eye on Konoha and don't let the battle spread. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Obito glanced at Yuyue with interest, nodded, and stepped aside. Yuyue smiled softly. I hope it doesn't scare the villagers of Konoha. Putting her palms together, Yuyue whispered softly. Sage art, wood style, Sage Senju. Rumble. Tonight, I don't know how many earthquakes have disturbed the tranquility of Konoha. The villagers became curious and wondered about the secret behind this sudden change. After all, it is human nature to join the fun. But given the fourth Hokage's lofty reputation and clear instructions, most people resisted the urge to go out and explore. The previous few slight shakings had allowed everyone to take it calmly, but now this force made it impossible for people to just sit idly by. This earthquake was so unusual that it was so powerful that standing still was a luxury. Their figures in the house stood staggering. The cramped room made people feel uneasy, and people flocked to open areas to seek refuge. Tatsun, what are you looking at? A villager who had just escaped from home asked curiously. However, when he followed Long Ye's gaze, the next second, he was also stunned on the spot. Follow that line of sight. I saw a Buddha statue that was so huge that it seemed to connect heaven and earth slowly rising. It was it that caused a strong vibration in Konoha. This giant Buddha towers into the clouds, at least 1,000 meters high. The moonlight tried to penetrate, but was ruthlessly blocked by it, and not a single ray of light could penetrate. What is this? All the Konoha villagers who witnessed this scene were stunned. Shocking. Incredibly shocking. On the Konoha Hokage rock, a clone of Namake's Minato also stared at the giant Buddha in the distance, feeling secretly in his heart. This is the power of the legendary first Hokage. Even if it is displayed through Yoyue's hands, its majesty is unmatched. Huge roars continued, and the earth trembled. However, all the noise fell silent in an instant, just like the mute button was suddenly pressed in a movie theater. Obito, Namake's Minato, turned his head and looked behind him. Minato-sensei is really keen. Even if it's just a clone, the tiny spatial fluctuations can't be hidden from your eyes. Obito's figure appeared out of thin air, and when he took off his mask, his shimmering samsara eyes were clearly revealed. Is this your masterpiece? Minato wondered. He was referring to the ability to make everything fall silent instantly. Yes, Obito replied with a smile. I temporarily severed the causal connection between the real number Senju and Konoha. No matter how it moves next, it won't disturb us. Let's just watch the show with peace of mind. Causal isolation? What an incredible ability. That's all. The master and apprentice smiled at each other and looked outside the village. At this time, the mysterious masked man in the Uchiha flame formation had a strange look on his face. No hee-hee. Looking at the huge Senju, his eyes were empty and lifeless. At this point, he was convinced that the other party was Senju Hashirama. He had heard Uchiha Madara mention this move, and only Hashirama could perform such a powerful skill. Madara was severely punished by this trick back then. Obviously, the other party took his previous words seriously and treated him as Uchiha Madara. Questions arise. How should I explain so that he can believe that I am not Madara and let me go? The mysterious masked man was deep in thought, never expecting that one day he would be in trouble because of Uchiha Madara's identity. Normally, when he reveals this vest, the enemies should not be shocked and change their color. Why did the other party suddenly become excited? On the other side, Shinomiya Yue, standing on the top of the Buddha, had no idea that the mysterious masked man was struggling to defend his identity. He was high up, looking down at the insignificant Uchiha fire ray. Have you eaten? If you don't eat, punch me. Snap. Yue clapped her hands. The best. The huge Buddha statue slowly sits upright, extremely majestic. Thousands of giant fists suddenly stretched out and struck directly at the churning flame array below. The mysterious masked man just watched the huge fist getting closer and closer. Sighing, he turned on the blur. It's hard to support. Boom, 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 boom. It's deafening, as if the end of the world is coming. 5 minutes later, Senju's offensive ended, leaving behind huge potholes everywhere. Deep in the biggest pothole, the mysterious masked man lay quietly, motionless. Yue crossed the void with one step, and with a flash of white light, she instantly moved from the top of the Buddha 1,000 meters away to the bottom of the pit. The space on the side was distorted, and Obito's figure appeared. TSK, this is terrible. Obito looked at the half-disabled, mysterious masked man. Although he was not dead, he was already dying. His virtual blur evaded almost all attacks, but at the last moment, he was used continuously for more than 5 minutes. He was forced to lift the blur and was slightly touched by the aftermath. Even so, he was on the verge of death. Most of the mask was broken, revealing his true face. This is a good pose. Let's take a photo first. Obito smiled playfully and took out the video recorder and recorded the moment. The mysterious masked man opened his eyes with difficulty, and when he saw Yue, a trace of uncontrollable fear flashed in his eyes. Konoha encounters first Hokage. With style sage art is as strong as a monster, and you can't defeat it even with all your strength. It's time to be honest now. Let's take him away. Yuyue nodded with satisfaction and confirmed the arrival of the gold coins. The mysterious masked man has become honest. Regardless of the Eye of the Moon plan, this is what he calls hell. After a few punches, no matter how arrogant Shinibu was, he was knocked awake. The mysterious masked man seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but in the end he only moved his lips slightly. Then he tilted his head and completely lost consciousness. Obito easily sucked him into the Kamui space. Let's go. Wait, let's restore this place to its original state first. Yua called out to him. Oops, I almost forgot about business. Wait a moment. Then the two of them rose into the sky and ascended into the clouds. From high in the sky, Obito's vision covers the entire battlefield. His left eye shone with a strange light. Buzz, an invisible force spread to all directions, covering the world. A miracle happened. The devastated earth slowly healed, and the scattered soil automatically returned to its place, filling up the huge pits. The broken trees reunited among the sawdust and stood upright again into a forest. Everything seems to have gone back in time and returned to the same state as before. After a while, the land is flat and lined with green trees. It was as if a nightly battle had never happened. This is the power of Obito's samsara, eye left eye. Can control the flow of time in an area, accelerate, retrace, pause, and even divide. Okay, can we go now? After everything recovered, Obito smiled at Yuyue. Okay, let's go. I know you're in a hurry. At this time, Naruto's birth was probably successfully completed. Obito was also very anxious and wanted to go and have a look quickly. The two of them each used their own abilities, and their bodies flashed and disappeared into the sky in an instant. The mysterious masked man slowly woke up. Before he even opened his eyelids, severe pain hit him like a tide. Half of the body seemed to be out of control and lost consciousness. Recalling the heavy blow from Senju, half of his body that was fused with white Zetsu was almost torn apart. The moment is slowly repairing itself. After a moment, he barely opened his heavy eyes. What came into view was a snow-white ceiling, and a trace of confusion suddenly arose in my heart. Where am I? Mysterious. Oh no, his mask has been removed, and his true face is exposed. He, Uchiha Obito, has returned to his identity. That's right. I should have fallen into their hands. Thinking of those two weird guys wearing masks, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but feel irritated. Since putting on that mask, he has inherited the name Uchiha Madara. He had never suffered such a big loss before. He was completely suppressed and unable to fight back. He was like a cat playing with a mouse, being ridiculed. He sighed softly and stopped thinking about it. The current situation was no longer his choice. It's better to observe where you are taken first. Holding back the pain, he tried to turn his head and try to observe the surrounding environment. As soon as he glanced at it, a very familiar figure came into view. The man was lying on a bedside and sleeping quietly, his body rising and falling rhythmically. Although his face was hidden in his arms and could not be seen, Uchiha Obito recognized the other person's identity at a glance from his outline. Lin! Uchiha Obito's voice trembled with shock, and his eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed that his low cry disturbed the sleeping Noera Lin. She moved slightly, slowly raised her head, and her hazy eyes gradually became clear, looking at Uchiha Obito. Obito! Noera Lin rubbed her eyes, and a surprise and warm smile broke out on her face. Obito! You finally woke up. The excitement was beyond words, and Noera Lin immediately stood up. I'm going to tell Minato-sensei and them the good news. After saying that, she turned around to leave, but unexpectedly an arm suddenly stretched out and grabbed her hand tightly. Wait, Lin, is it really you, Lin? Uchiha Obito ignored the pain in his body, and when he saw Noera Rin was leaving, he subconsciously reached out to hold her back. Obito, what are you talking about? Who else could you be besides me? Noera Lin turned around, with a hint of helplessness in her smile. Hearing the affirmative answer, Uchiha Obito's heart seemed to be hit softly by something, stirring up 1,000 waves. He was trembling, his voice full of disbelief, but You haven't already? He once witnessed Noera Lin being penetrated by Kakashi's Raikiri, and the flower of life withered. She gradually became cold in his arms, and the scene was as deep as a brand. This cruel fact once made him almost crazy. However, what is going on with everything in front of us now? That movement and look all proved that she was the person in his memory. Could it be resurrection? A suspicion flashed through Uchiha Obito's mind, and Noera Rin's next answer confirmed his idea. She chuckled, like a spring breeze blowing through her heart. Someone resurrected me, so I can stand here in front of you now. It is indeed. Uchiha Obito sighed secretly in his heart. It was indeed a resurrection. Facing Noera Rin in front of him, Uchiha Obito had mixed emotions. The word resurrection is not unfamiliar to him. After Uchiha Madara passed away, he could have used the Rinnegan to resurrect Noera Rin at any time, but he did not do so. Because he knows it. As long as this world and this deep-rooted ninja system still exist, even if Noera Rin is resurrected, she may die in the war again. Therefore, he determined to destroy the old world, implement the Eye of the Moon plan, and create a flawless new world. But now, Noera Rin is standing in front of him alive, and Uchiha Obito doesn't know how to deal with himself. Should the Eye of the Moon plan continue? If he continues, how should he respond if the two weirdos wearing masks intervene? He is no match for those two guys. Uchiha Obito fell into a deep whirlpool of thoughts, and everything around him seemed to go away temporarily. Just then, a soft call sounded in my ears. Obito, why are you in a daze? Noera Rin put her hands behind her back, tilted her head slightly, and raised a curious smile at the corner of her mouth, looking both peaceful and full of life. Obito suddenly came back to his senses, and his eyes locked on Lin's figure involuntarily. That pure and energetic face made Obito's turbulent thoughts come to an abrupt end. The bulk of my thoughts came to the shore in an instant, and the little head of emotion sets sail quietly. Go to hell with all the Eye of the Moon plan. No matter what, I will guard Lin day and night. If anyone dares to hurt her, I will let him know why the 9 tribes are extinct. No, it's okay. I was just thinking about something. Even after going through ups and downs, Uchiha Obito still can't hide the tension and embarrassment in his heart when facing the girl he likes. Then I'll ask Minato-sensei to come over and get you some food. You've been lying down for several days. You must be starving, right? Noera Rin's concerned words were full of warmth. As soon as he finished speaking, an awkward gurgling sound escaped from Obito's stomach. It seems I'm really hungry, so I'll trouble you, Lin. Obito admitted frankly that after all, eating is human nature, even if Hashirama cells are implanted in his body. But even first Hokage, Senju Hashirama himself, needs to eat. After all, he is only known as the god of ninja, but not a true god. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing to himself. If Hashirama can't live without grain, he, a person who only possesses a part of Hashirama's cells, will not be able to eat or drink. Noera Rin left the room, went to inform Namake's Minato of the good news, and prepared some food to come back. And Obito is wondering how to face his teacher. After all, he had evil intentions, although he never carried them out. But the feeling of guilt for Minato-sensei and his master's wife, Kushina, still lingers. Perhaps it would be wise to apologize first. While he was thinking, there were soft footsteps outside the door. Before the door opened, Obito recognized the familiar and hearty laughter. "Ha-ha, is that guy awake? Let me be healthy." Obito's heart tightened, and he had a premonition of the coming storm. The door opened slightly, and a group of people filed in. Minato Namake's, Rin Noera, Kushina, and those 2 mysterious people who always wear masks. The man in the red mask held the infant Naruto in his arms and walked forward quickly with a proud look on his face. "Hey, I got Naruto 1 step ahead of you." Although the mask obscured his expression, Obito could almost imagine the complacent look underneath the mask. "Can you hold Naruto before me? What's there to be proud of?" Uchiha Obito ignored him directly. This man must be a fool, but the strength is very strong. Well, he is a powerful fool. Another masked man with a red pattern on his face caught his attention. Obito looked solemn. This person was far more unfathomable than the former. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama. It's better to meet him than to be famous. He is worthy of being a legend in the ninja world. As the masked man in red approached, Obito's body couldn't help but tremble. First generation, my lord, the younger generation would like to pay tribute to you. He saluted respectfully, feeling uneasy in his heart. I deeply apologize for my previous use of Uchiha, Madara's name. But as you can see, I'm not Madara, I'm just his successor. Obito explained quickly, fearing that he would be displeased due to his previous impersonation. Everyone knows that Madara and Hashirama were once mortal enemies, but little did they know that the two were actually close friends. Obito is well aware of this secret history, and he would not be surprised if Hashirama is offended by it. However, what he didn't expect was, after the explanation, everyone looked at each other and then burst into laughter. The man in the red mask was swaying with laughter, almost losing control. Ha 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 ha! He believed it. He believed it. The little Naruto in his arms bounced back and forth with the laughter. Instead of crying, he was made to giggle. Hey, be careful, don't drop Naruto. Kushina was extremely anxious, fearing that the red mask would miss her. What's going on? Uchiha Obito is completely confused. His eyes were widened, and his gaze turned around and around everyone. For a moment, I couldn't find a word to express my inner shock. Finally, Namake's Minato stood up with a smile and broke the deadlock. Okay, everyone, stop making fun of him. Red Mask chuckled, looking quite proud. Who thought he would really believe it? Yue, well done. He looked at Sinamon Yue, and Yue raised her fist in understanding and touched him lightly. The two looked at each other and smiled, saying nothing. You, Uchiha Obito's voice trembled slightly. You're not. Senju Hashirama. At this moment, how could he not understand that he had been tricked by these people? These two guys. Brother, do you believe whatever others say? You have to have your own opinion. Red Mask held little Naruto and shook it gently, saying with a smile on his face. Uchiha Obito felt a sweetness in his throat and almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Listen to what you are saying. Didn't I have any doubts from the beginning? But that guy's first move was the super large-scale Deep Forest Bloom, followed by Myojin Gate and Wooden Dragon. Finally, even the real number Senju was figured out. Can I not believe it? Even if Uchiha Madara were present, he would probably think that it was Senju Hashirama himself. So who are you anyway? After calming down a little, Uchiha Obito's eyes locked on Shinomiya Yuzuki. I just heard him call you Yue. I don't think I've heard of this name before. Could it be another fake name? Uchiha Obito said suspiciously. Ha ha, that's not the case. This name is true. Seeing Uchiha Obito's dubious look, Yuzuki couldn't help laughing. This guy is really scared of being deceived. Another masked man with a red pattern on his face caught his attention. Obito looked solemn. This person was far more unfathomable than the former. First Hokage Senju Hashirama. It's better to meet him than to be famous. He is worthy of being a legend in the ninja world. As the masked man in red approached, Obito's body couldn't help but tremble. First generation, my lord, the younger generation would like to pay tribute to you. He saluted respectfully, feeling uneasy in his heart. I deeply apologize for my previous use of Uchiha, Madara's name. But as you can see, I'm not Madara, I'm just his successor. Obito explained quickly, fearing that he would be displeased due to his previous impersonation. Everyone knows that Madara and Hashirama were once mortal enemies, but little did they know that the two were actually close friends. Obito is well aware of this secret history, and he would not be surprised if Hashirama is offended by it. However, what he didn't expect was, after the explanation, everyone looked at each other and then burst into laughter. The man in the red mask was swaying with laughter, almost losing control. Ha 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 ha! He believed it. He believed it. The little Naruto in his arms bounced back and forth with the laughter. Instead of crying, he was made to giggle. Hey, be careful, don't drop Naruto. Kushina was extremely anxious, fearing that the Red Mask would miss her. What's going on? Uchiha Obito is completely confused. His eyes were widened, and his gaze turned around and around everyone. For a moment, I couldn't find a word to express my inner shock. Finally, Namake's Minato stood up with a smile and broke the deadlock. Okay, everyone, stop making fun of him. Red Mask chuckled, looking quite proud. Who thought he would really believe it? Yue, well done. He looked at Sinamong Yue, and Yue raised her fist in understanding and touched him lightly. The two looked at each other and smiled, saying nothing. You? Uchiha Obito's voice trembled slightly. You're not. Senju Hashirama. At this moment, how could he not understand that he had been tricked by these people? These two guys. Brother, do you believe whatever others say? You have to have your own opinion. Red Mask held little Naruto and shook it gently, saying with a smile on his face. Uchiha Obito felt a sweetness in his throat and almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Listen to what you were saying. Didn't I have any doubts from the beginning? But that guy's first move was the super large-scale Deep Forest Bloom, followed by Myojin Gate and Wooden Dragon. Finally, even the real number Senju was figured out. Can I not believe it? Even if Uchiha Madara were present, he would probably think that it was Senju Hashirama himself. So who are you anyway? After calming down a little, Uchiha Obito's eyes locked on Shinomiya Yuzuki. I just heard him call you Yue. I don't think I've heard of this name before. Could it be another fake name? Uchiha Obito said suspiciously. Ha, that's not the case. This name is true. Seeing Uchiha Obito's dubious look, Yuzuki couldn't help laughing. This guy is really scared of being deceived. As for my identity, I am. Yuzuki deliberately prolonged her tone, while Uchiha Obito listened attentively. But suddenly, Yoyue's words changed. I won't tell you for now. You can take your time and guess. Shinomiya Yue said with a look of shame. Uchiha Obito almost spit out the saliva he just swallowed. Are you making fun of me? Yue smiled and turned to Namake's Minato next to her. Minato, the matter has come to an end. We have also seen Naruto, so we will withdraw first. Minato smiled and nodded. Okay, it's all thanks to you this time. He didn't try too hard to stay. After all, they were in the same group chat, and Yue could come anytime she wanted. Yue waved her hand, and two portals appeared. When he turned around, he found that Red Mask was still holding Naruto. Hey, let's go. He couldn't help but darken his face and shouted. After being reminded by Yu, Red Mask reluctantly handed Naruto over to Kushina. Kushina chuckled and took Naruto. You like children so much. Why don't you have one yourself? Oh, Master's wife. Red Mask's face turned red, and he rushed towards the portal as if running away. Wait, Obito, the blue door leads to my house, and the orange door to your house is. The moment Red Mask stepped into the portal, Yue suddenly called out to him. I'm sorry. Red Mask scratched his head in embarrassment, turned around, and walked into the orange portal. As the Red Mask left, the portals closed one after another, and Yue also stepped into the blue door and disappeared behind it. When the two figures disappeared completely, Uchiha Obito slowly recovered from the shock. Obito, he muttered unconsciously. That's right, the fake Senju Hashirama wearing the red mask actually calls the red mask Obito. In addition, when Red Mask left, Kushina's joking words. He calls Kushina Master's wife. With all the clues gathered together, do you still need to guess the guy's identity? The answer is self-evident. I should have noticed. Uchiha Obito took a deep breath. In the battle that night, the abilities displayed by Red Mask were exactly the same as his own. No, it's even better, but it remains true to its origins, and its core abilities are still insubstantial. Another me. Uchiha Obito's eyes sparkled with realization. Then where did he come from? While thinking, he looked at the smiling Minato Namake's beside the bed. Uchiha Obito also showed a relieved smile. Forget it. Why does he care so much? Those illusory people are not what he should pursue. The person in front of you is the most important. 60 years of Konoha. Shinomiya Yuzuki's timeline. The country of thunder, cloud-hidden village. Brother, Rakage was burying his head solemnly in a pile of official documents. The sudden shout from outside the door made his frown instantly relax. A bright smile appeared on his face. Soon, the door was pushed open violently, and the familiar figure of Killer B came into view. Why did you come to me in such a hurry? Rakage walked around the desk and greeted him with a cheerful face. Killer B is the complete opposite of Rakage. Instead of smiling, his face is filled with nervousness. Brother, something big happened in the village. It's haunted. A ghost is causing trouble. Killer B's opening was like dropping a bomb, and the smile on Rakage's face suddenly froze. It's haunted? How do you explain this? Tell me in detail. Rakage was extremely surprised. He had lived in this world for most of his life, but he had never heard of such a strange thing as being haunted in the village. Killer B quickly took out a scroll and handed it over. Brother, this is it. There was nothing next to my bed before I went to bed. When I woke up, it appeared there inexplicably. I asked Xiaoba, and he said that in the dead of night, a golden light flashed, and this thing appeared out of thin air. Tell me, besides ghosts, who else can do this? Killer B said, looking around uneasily, fearing that something unknown was watching them. Is this the ghost you're talking about? A scroll? Rakage carefully studied the object in Killer B's hand. Bring it to me and see who it is. Rakage took it without fear and unfolded the scroll neatly. As Rakage, the strongest man in the village, how can he continue to lead the ninjas in the village if even he is afraid? The scroll slowly unfolded, and the two of them waited with bated breath, but nothing strange happened. I saw a few lines of words written neatly on the scroll. Rakage reads 10 lines in one glance and can read the entire text in a matter of seconds. Habai, look at how scared you are. Rakage closed the scroll and couldn't help laughing. This is not a monster. It is a cooperation proposal sent by the 4th Hokage of Konoha Village. He proposed to unite all the villages to hold a unique Chunin selection exam. After listening to Rakage's explanation, the heavy stone in Killer B's heart finally fell to the ground with a plop. Oh, haha, that's it. It was so scary that my heart almost jumped out of my chest. I thought it was a ghost, but it turned out to be that guy from Namake's Minato. Hee-hee-ha. As they were enjoying themselves, Killer B and Rakage's smiles gradually became stiff. It seemed as if something more terrifying than a ghost had crept in. Namake's Minato. Rakage's eyes widened, and his voice rose several decibels unconsciously. Are you okay? Rakage threw away the scroll and quickly held Killer B's shoulders, looking up and down with concern. Killer B was also frightened and checked over and over again. I was afraid that I didn't know where a knife had been stabbed secretly. After a moment, Killer B looked up with some hesitation. Brother, I feel like I'm really fine. After receiving Killer B's response, Rakage was relieved, but his brows were still furrowed. Namake's Minato. The flying thunder god mark he left on you back then actually hasn't disappeared yet. This ninjutsu is too exaggerated. Rakage frowned and began to think about countermeasures. The flying thunder god technique comes and goes without a trace, and since Namake's Minato can place the scroll silently, that means Killer B can be killed at any time. Killer B is tenacious despite being surrounded by tailed beasts. But if a Rasengan falls from the sky and moves its head, no matter how strong the tailed beast is, it will be useless. This damn Namake's Minato. For a moment, I couldn't find a way to break it. Rakage looked a little anxious. Once marked, the other party can flash over at any time. There is no way to defend it all. After all, who can imagine when the other party will come? And they can only always be on guard, but people always get tired. If I go to the toilet or come over to you while eating, it will really blow up the tank. Moreover, the opponent can run away and go home at any time. Even if the attack fails, he can still wait for the next opportunity. I'm damning you. He looked around and suddenly felt that the desk was not pleasing to the eye, so he struck it down with a palm. Bang! This angry slap shattered together with those troublesome documents. For a moment, the depression in my heart seemed to dissipate a little. He turned to Killer B and said, Let's do this, Bai. You will stay with me these days. In addition, 8 Tails will be responsible for the safety at night. Killer Bee scratched his head and followed Raikage. Then he doesn't have time to practice his rap. Brother, Minato Namikaze won't suddenly attack me, right? Wouldn't this cause a war for no reason? I think he's quite rational. Raikage glared at him. How could he not know Killer Bee's little thoughts? He couldn't help but knock Killer Bee on the head. With Minato Namikaze's character, I believe he will not kill easily before we officially start the war. But we can't put our lives and deaths entirely on the kindness of the other person. What if one day his brain gets hot and he wants to have S*X with you? I'm just such a little brother. Faced with Raikage's iron fist and earnest persuasion, Killer Bee finally nodded and agreed to the plan. Well, then, brother, I will listen to you. But brother, as the old saying goes, it's easy to be a thief, but hard to prevent a thief. We have to think of a long-term solution. Raikage smiled and said, You are finally smart for once. Don't worry, I have it in mind. Raikage picked up the scroll again. Unite the 5 major ninja villages to hold the Chunin exam? What a whimsical proposal. Do you want us to see the younger generation? We in Yunin Village agree. In this regard, our Yunin Village never admits defeat. Bye. When the time comes, you come with me, and we will go directly to Minato Namikaze to remove the mark. Okay, brother. After making the decision, Raikage immediately yelled, Mabuyi! This call like a bell could be heard clearly by everyone in the Raikage building. After a while, the office door was pushed open, and Raikage's secretary Mabuyi walked in. Under her unique short silver-white hair is a beautiful and refined face, and her tight-fitting hip skirt outlines her graceful figure. Lord Raikage. She saluted respectfully. Mabuyi, Konoha invites us to hold the Chunin exam in a few days. I give you full authority to arrange this matter. Choose the best young people in our village to accompany me on the expedition. Let everyone in the ninja world see how powerful our cloud-hidden village is. Raikage said solemnly. Mabuyi was stunned. Go to Konoha to take the Chunin exam? What kind of novel idea is this? But since it was Raikage's order, she naturally agreed. Don't worry, Raikage-sama. I will make arrangements. Do you have any other instructions, Raikage-sama? Please let me get a new desk. I accidentally smashed the original one. Okay. By the way, Lord Raikage, have you read the documents I sent this morning? You're done reading. You're done. Go and ask someone to get a new table. Naruto stepped into Ichiraku Ramen. Yuiwe, the shadows from other villages have arrived at the entrance of the village, and Dad has already gone to pick them up. Want to join in the fun? There are so many people. I heard that geniuses from all over the ninja world have gathered together. Yuiwe slurped the noodles and said nonchalantly, Go ahead, but wait until I finish the bowl. A scent of aroma hit his nostrils, and Naruto took a deep breath, feeling that the gluttons in his stomach were aroused. But he had obviously just eaten. Come on, Uncle Handbeater, give me a piece too. Sit down, Naruto, still the old rules? Flavored ramen. Yes. After a while, the two of them wandered out of the noodle shop. Passing through the crowds of people, we headed towards the entrance of Konoha Village. Let's go from the top. It's crowded down there. Yuep pointed to the rooftop next to her. Compared to the crowded streets, it looked more like a dedicated passage for ninjas. Great idea. Naruto's eyes lit up. Immediately, the two jumped into the air, stepped on the ridge of the roof, and traveled smoothly, quickly arriving at the entrance of the village. They stood on the high wall and looked down, only to see a dense crowd. The entrance to the village was crowded, led by 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Except for Yunin Village, he sent envoys to convey the news to other villages. After receiving the invitation, all major ninja villages agreed to jointly organize the Chunin exam without exception. Every village has confidence in its own genius. In other words, the entire ninja world will be present. This will be an unprecedented gathering. Soon, the first team came into view. They're a delegation from Sand-Hidden Village in the Land of Wind. 4th generation Kazekage Luo Sha led the team. Yue glanced at it and recognized several familiar faces. Raza's children, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. There are also elite jonin in their village, such as Maki and others. Besides, Scorpion, this guy is on the team too. He did not control the puppet Fei Liuhu, but walked in a queue in human form. The whole person looks handsome and handsome, a handsome young man, attracting many gazes. After all, his appearance is indeed outstanding. However, probably no one knows that only the face is original in Scorpion's body. Haha, this guy actually ran back to Sunagake your village? Yua couldn't help but laugh. But it is reasonable. After all, in Scorpion's eyes, Tendo Pain, who is regarded as a god, is the leader of the Akatsuki organization. But such an arrogant leader, in his opinion, was easily defeated. Under such circumstances, who would dare to stay in that organization? That is indeed the real Raza. Orochimaru is not among them. A voice sounded from behind. Sasuke, Itachi, you are here too. Naruto turned around and greeted. Sasuke and Itachi slowly stepped forward and stood side by side with Yuzuki and Naruto. Yua smiled and said, "Don't worry, that guy will never be absent." "Oh, do you have inside information? Tell me about it," Sasuke asked with a smile. Yua smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, you will see him soon." He was not just guessing. He held 2 black zetsus in his hands. The 2 major intelligence leaders in the ninja world were with him, and his eyes and ears were all over the ninja world. No sign of trouble can escape their eyes. Even if Orochimaru acts secretly, there is no guarantee that no trace will be revealed. He has already set off and is heading towards Konoha. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it. Sasuke smiled intriguingly. Uchiha Itachi on the side also smiled helplessly. Orochimaru seems to have a plot against the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. If they meet, he may not show mercy. But with Sasuke's current strength, Orochimaru is probably going to have some trouble. When Luo Sha arrived, Minato led everyone in giving him a warm welcome. They were arranged to live on the outskirts of the village. It's not that they're not welcome to enter the village, but in fact there are so many people that they include guests from the entire ninja world. The 4 major ninja villages, plus various small villages, sent dozens of people to each place. No hotel in the village can accommodate such a grand occasion, so the time for a wood-style master has arrived. At the edge of Konoha, a wide and clear land is waiting for its owner. A man with empty eyes stood there expressionlessly. He is none other than Yamato, the wood-style ninjutsu master of Konoha village. He was originally on a mission to build a mansion for a rich man, but he was urgently recalled by the village. The task was taken over by others, and Yamato thought that there was a more important mission waiting for him. I rushed back excitedly and was about to show off my talents, but the task was still to build a house. When you go out, you build a house, and when you come back, you still build a house. I'm a wood-style ninja. Why do I keep doing this job? Come on, Yamato. There will be a big harvest after you finish this time, and the reward from Minato-sensei will be very generous. Kakashi came over with a smile and patted Yamato on the shoulder. Yamato glanced at him and heard that it was this Kakashi who suggested that Hokage recall him to build a house. The art of wood-style, I row houses. Yamato nodded his hand and slapped it on the ground, and the power of wood-style exploded immediately. Countless trees sprouted from the ground, growing in an orderly and intertwined manner at an astonishing speed. Soon, rows of exquisite houses lined up, both beautiful and practical. Each building has a standard configuration of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. What's even more amazing is that the interior furniture is fully furnished, including tables, chairs, benches, wardrobes, and beds. The hardest part is done. All you need to do is connect the water and electricity, and you'll have a perfect modern residence. Well done, Yamato! Kakashi gave a thumbs up and praised. Keep working hard. More people will need shelter in the future. Yamato held his knees, looking exhausted, breathing heavily. Hearing Kakashi's words, he gasped and raised his middle finger tremblingly. Shinomiya Yue's eyes seemed to be glued to one direction, refusing to move away. Over there, the delegation from a Wagakure village was slowly approaching. The leader is 3rd Suchikage, Anoki, leading a group of people. The focus of Yuue's attention was naturally not on Anoki, who was getting stronger and stronger, but on someone who was following closely behind. That is Anoki's granddaughter, Kuratsuchi. At this time, she was not wearing the high-slit cheongsam with bare legs that later generations wore. Instead, she was wearing a standard ninja outfit, but she wore a layer of fishnet stockings on her legs. It's not that charming at all. F***K, these legs. Okay. Mangekyo Sharingan was activated quietly, and the penguin pattern was reflected in the pupils. Under this enhanced vision, no detail can escape his discernment. How shameless, so shameless. Yua secretly gave a like. Below, Anoki was suspended at the front of the team, always with a faint smile on his face. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the yellow-haired boy beside him. How could you not be happy? Deidara actually came back on his own initiative, which was simply a miracle again. Old man, why did you insist on dragging me here? What if you run into that guy again? Deidara was filled with helplessness. He woke up not long after escaping from the Kingdom of Rain, and Scorpion told him what happened during his coma. Deidara was shocked to learn that the earth-shattering lightning strike was the work of Sasuke. Knowing that even the leader was no match for him and worried about being hunted down by Sasuke, Deidara readily accepted Scorpion's proposal. They split up and returned to the village to avoid the limelight. Now he is learning dust style from Anoki. When he learned that Anoki wanted to take him to Konoha, he strongly opposed it. After all, Sasuke was from Konoha. Even if he wanted to settle a score with Sasuke, it shouldn't be now. At least wait until he's been practicing for a while. Learning dust style has just begun. Why panic? Anoki couldn't help but educate. I can tell from your description that something is wrong. Uchiha Sasuke was obviously looking for Uchiha Itachi, but you listened to the leader and provoked him. It's your fault, and it's my fault for not controlling you. Just follow my arrangements. This trip is to let you see the major figures in the Genin world and the backbone of each village. You're going to take over Tsuchikage in the future, so you can't even know who the other Kages are. I just want to take this opportunity to familiarize you with it. Anoki said with a smile and leisurely clasped his hands behind his back. As the most promising genius in a Wagakure village, Deidara also has the qualifications to inherit dust style. Not surprisingly, he is the next generation Tsuchikage. Anoki was quite grateful to Sasuke from the bottom of his heart. It was his appearance that made Deidara feel relieved. Everyone in a Wagakure quickly arrived outside Konoha village. Namikaze Minato greeted them warmly. After a Wagakure's team has settled in, prepare to rest. Shinomiya Yue then reluctantly withdrew her gaze. However, at this moment another team arrived. That was the delegation from the Kirigakure village of the Water Country. Shinomiya Yue spotted a figure in the team. Her eyes suddenly lit up and her face was filled with excitement. Something more interesting is coming. The one at the front of the team is even more of a heavyweight. Fifth Mizukage Turumi Mei. Shinomiya Yue looked over there. Her eyes suddenly widened. My thunder is rolling. So big, no so white. In contrast, he obviously prefers this large scale. Under, Turumi Mei was laughing so hard that she was chatting happily with Minato Namikaze. Suddenly, a burning gaze locked her tightly. That sight was like a blazing flame, trying to penetrate everything she knew. The goal seems to be... She lowered her eyes slightly, looked down, and suddenly understood. A smile flashed in his eyes. Which little pervert is he? Looking towards the source of that strong feeling, Shinomiya Yue was standing on the wall, catching her sight. Oh, he's still a handsome guy. Turumi Mei's eyes lit up, and she said with interest. She covered her mouth and chuckled, then blew a kiss in the air in the direction of Shinomiya Yue. A soft sound of bow. On the other side, Shinomiya Yue responded with a smile and a blowing kiss. Bo sounded again. How audacious. Interesting little guy. Turumi Mei was overjoyed. In the past, she also liked to tease those shy little boys, but they usually lowered their heads and blushed or ran away directly. How could anyone respond so fearlessly like this young man? Hokage-sama, what's his name? Turumi Mei asked Minato Namikaze with interest without looking away from Yu. Minato smiled and said, "His name is Shinomiya Yuzuki. He's the most outstanding genius in our village." Terumi May blinked, slightly surprised. The greatest genius? To be praised so highly by Lord Hokage. That child must be extraordinary, right? Who doesn't know Namikaze Minato's reputation as a genius? He was born a commoner, but he was able to conquer the ninja world and ascend to the throne of Hokage. His talent and intelligence are undoubtedly the top of the ninja world, and it is rare for him to admire him so highly. Konoha is truly a land of outstanding people and talented people. It's more than extraordinary. Minato sighed with emotion. This has gone beyond the scope that can be described by the simple word, awesome. Terumi May nodded in deep agreement. Among everyone present, there were many people who paid attention to her, but Shinomiya Yuyue gave her a unique feeling of being locked in. Then will he take the Chunin exam? Terumi May asked curiously. Yes, you will be able to see it with your own eyes when the time comes. There was some inexplicable amusement in Minato's voice. I hope this Mizukage won't be too scared by then. I'll wait and see. Terumi May nodded knowingly. The team from Kirigakure then left and headed to the camp assigned to them. Shinomiya Yuzuki's eyes moved away from Terumi May and fell on a shy young man next to her. The young man carried a pair of strange and huge blades on his back. It looks like two fish whose tails were made into knife shapes. This is one of the 7 ninja swords of Kirigakure village, Hiramiko. And that young man is naturally the Bantang boy, Chojuro. Yua touched her head. He always felt that Chojuro's face would turn into that unyielding dragon at any time. Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Be ready to attack immediately." Okay, I'm having a bit of an illusion. Yua shook her head and laughed. Immediately afterwards, other villages also arrived one after another. Hidden Cloud Village, Raikage, and Killer Bee arrived together. The Abbey group that was once famous in the ninja world has once again reappeared. It attracted the attention of many Konoha villagers. After all, this was the opponent who once tied with 4th Hokage. They wanted to see whether the opponent had 3 heads and 6 arms or 1 head and 2 arms. After Cloud Hidden Village, there are the teams from other small villages in the ninja world. For example, Taki Ninja Village, Grass Ninja Village, Odo Ninja Village, etc. It's really here, Sasuke said suddenly. His eyes were fixed on the Kusakunin village team below. As if aware of Sasuke's gaze, a tall ninja among the grass ninjas looked up particularly sensitively. When he saw Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Hiss! He stuck out an unusually long tongue and licked the corners of his lips. Without thinking too much, this person must be Orochimaru. Who has ever seen ordinary people with such long tongues, licking them intoxicatedly from time to time? Representatives from many ninja villages gathered together. Namikaze Minato announced that the Chunin exam will begin in 3 days. This short interval not only allowed the ninjas who came from afar to rest, but also provided them with leisure time to integrate into Konoha and enjoy the food and beautiful scenery. Konoha Village suddenly became bustling with people, and foreign travelers and ninjas from all walks of life were intertwined, forming a rare picture of peaceful coexistence. The 5 great nations, fire, earth, thunder, wind, and water, abandoned the wars of the past and met peacefully in Konoha Village at this moment. Even if they meet by chance, they will just greet each other with a smile instead of tense. It's noon, but today the sun is shyly hiding behind the clouds. There was a cool breeze blowing in the air, and it was cloudy. It was a good day to go out. Hey, Mr. Scorpion. Deidara was walking down the street with Kuratsuchi when he accidentally bumped into an acquaintance from Sunageki Village. Not far away, Luo Sha also led a group of people to wander around the village, and Xie was among them. Deidara's eyes lit up. He quickly stepped forward and gave Scorpion a big hug. Master Scorpion, you have come to Konoha. Haha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. The two briefly hugged each other and then stepped away, Deidara with a bright smile on his face. There was also a faint smile on Xie's face. You are different and you are here? I thought you would stay in Yanin and not come out. Deidara shook his head helplessly when he mentioned this. It's not like the old man forced me to come. I don't want to do it myself. He said he would bring me to meet the shadows of other villages to enhance understanding. I'm really not interested in being at Suchikage at all. It's boring. Deidara waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. I see, I feel the same way. Sia chuckled lightly, and there was something in his words. Kuratsuchi on the side was not happy after hearing this, and puffed up his cheeks to retort. Brother Deidara, how can you say that? Ing is the most respected figure in the village. How can you deny the value of this position so easily? Deidara glanced at her. It seems that you yearn for Suchikage's position? Of course. Kuratsuchi crossed his arms and replied confidently. Deidara suddenly smiled slyly and flicked his fingers. Well, in that case, the next Suchikage is decided to be you, little junior sister. Oh, what? Kuratsuchi was stunned. What exactly did Deidara mean by this? Deidara, however, did not take this seriously and instead asked Scorpion, Master Sia, why are you here this time? Scorpio glanced at Kankuro and the team and explained, I met a little guy with some talent, and the old woman asked me to be his teacher and teach him some puppetry skills. Most of my puppets are seriously damaged, and it will take time to remake them. Just teach him while collecting materials. Konoha is rich in materials, and many materials can be purchased. So I'm here. Deidara looked at the naive Kankuro, then turned back to Scorpio and said with a sarcastic smile, I can't see that Mr. Sia is still enthusiastic about teaching. Sia glanced at him lightly. There are still many things you don't understand. Yes, Master Sia is so old that he is almost an antique. Don't talk about this. Let's go find a pub to have a drink or two. It's a rare get-together. After that, Deidara put his arm on Scorpion's shoulder, and the two of them walked towards the tavern. Looking at Deidara's back without looking back, Kuratsuchi looked in disbelief. Brother Deidara, are you leaving me now? Deidara didn't look back, just waved his hand. You should go shopping by yourself first. The security in Konoha is so good that we can't lose it. What does this have to do with whether public security is good or not? Kuratsuchi's eyes widened, and he complained angrily. She couldn't believe it. Deidara left her like this, accompanying a girl to go shopping, only to abandon her and go drinking with others, is really touching. Kuratsuchi curled his lips, turned around, and left. Why not go shopping and go back to practice ninjutsu? She seems to have gained some insights recently, and is just around the corner to break through the restrictions. Soon she will be able to switch between the two modes of light and heavy rock and weighted rock. By then she will be able to fly in the sky and fight on the ground. Luo Sha frowned and watched Deidara and Xia gradually move away. This guy left the team without making a sound, and he is also hanging out with people from Iwagakure village. Is this ridiculous? But when the words came to his lips, he could not rebuke him harshly. After all, the other party had a special status. As the leading puppet master in Sand Hidden Village and his own son's teacher. Not to mention, even if a traitor returns, he can still be reused, which is a very important skill. Behind him is the grandson of Elder Chiyo. With Chiyo's support, he can do almost anything. He sighed softly, turned around, and said calmly to the people accompanying him, Let's move on and see more of Konoha's geniuses. Only by knowing more can you not be easily defeated after the exam begins. Yes, father. Kankuro and Temari responded positively and had a positive attitude. Gaara, on the other hand, had a gloomy look on his face and remained silent. Just as everyone was about to move on, a voice sounded from behind, quick and clear. Wait a moment. Luo Sha paused, and the group turned around. I saw Uzumaki Naruto trotting over, his face full of excitement. Uzumaki Naruto. Information about this child quickly flashed through Luo Sha's mind. The son of Hokage is also a recognized genius. Go say hello. Luo Sha raised her chin slightly and ordered. Hello. Temari smiled lightly and introduced in a graceful manner. I'm Temari. This is my brother Kankuro and Gaara. Naruto stood in front of them with the same smile on his face. Hi, hello. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Sorry to bother you, everyone. Actually, I came here to see him. I heard that he is also a Jinchuriki. It just so happens that I am too. I think we can definitely chat. Can I take him for a walk?" Naruto's eyes fell on Gaara, who looked gloomy, as if he might explode at any time. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Naruto, who was hanging out with his friends on the street and making new friends, suddenly received a message from Ninetales. It was said that another tailed beast Jinchuriki came to the village, and he suggested that Naruto go and get in touch. Naturally, Naruto would not ignore Ninetales' words and followed his induction to find this place. Looking for Gaara? Temari was stunned, but she didn't expect that the other party's target was actually Gaara. She couldn't decide this matter on her own, so she quietly looked at Luo Sha behind her. Luo Sha narrowed her eyes and looked at Naruto. He knew that Naruto Uzumaki was a Ninetales Jinchuriki, but he was just a little confused. The same is Jinchuriki. Why does Naruto look sunny and cheerful? But Gaara is always so gloomy and has a cold face towards everyone. He thought for a while and finally nodded in agreement. Go ahead, go out and have some fun. Raza didn't stop him. He had no malicious concerns about Konoha or Naruto. Namake's Minato will not cause trouble at this point. It will not be good for anyone. In this case, it might as well let Naruto have free access to Gaara. Gaara is already like this, and the situation probably won't be worse. Maybe the communication between the two-tailed beasts Jinchuriki can help Gaara learn how to better control the tailed beasts. Only in this way can Gaara's value be truly revealed. Naruto smiled cheerfully and stretched out his hand to pull Gaara. Let's go. I will take you to a fun place. You might make a lot of new friends. Unexpectedly, Naruto's hand just touched Gaara. The latter reacted violently and slammed Naruto's hand away. Don't touch me. Stay away from me. I don't need friends. Gaara's eyes were red, and he stared at Naruto coldly. The surrounding sense seemed to be driven by some kind of will, slowly rising. At that moment, Naruto felt a strong hostility emanating from Gaara. Hatred, loneliness, bloodlust, world-weariness. All kinds of negative emotions rushed towards him, and Naruto seemed to feel something from it. I couldn't help but feel a resonance in my heart. He must have had a very hard time these years. Naruto did not flinch, but instead smiled brighter, like a hot little sun, enough to melt all the ice. He took a step forward, and his words were gentle and powerful. You call me Gaara, right? Naruto's voice was as gentle and firm as the warm spring sun. Gaara, I know that you have unspeakable pain and loneliness in your heart. But do you know that I was the same before? People in the village regarded me as a monster. I had no friends and only endless loneliness to accompany me. But I never gave up because I firmly believed that one day I could use my actions to change their views and prove that my existence is a gift, not a curse. There was a flash of fluctuation in Gaara's eyes. The surrounding sand became still, and the whole world seemed to be listening to Naruto's every word. Naruto continued, Gaara, you are not alone. In this world, everyone has their own pain and challenges to face. The key lies in how we deal with these problems, whether to turn them into shackles that imprison us, or whether to turn them into a driving force to move us forward. Your ability to control sand is so powerful. I believe that hidden behind this is your true power to protect the people you love. AI Luo's eyes became deep and complicated, and the years of loneliness and resentment seemed to have found an outlet for release. Protecting the people I care about? That's right. Naruto nodded vigorously. I also had hatred, but in the end I understood that only love can make us stronger. I have my friends. They are my most precious treasures. Gaara, why don't we be friends and work together to change this world that has hurt us? Gaara's hands trembled slightly. The sand gradually fell, and the tense atmosphere around him relaxed. Friend, there is uncertainty in his deep voice, but there was a hint of yearning. Come on, come with me. I'll introduce you to more new friends. Naruto smiled as brightly as the sun and stretched out his hand to Gaara. Gaara hesitated for a moment, and finally reached out and placed his hand on Naruto's palm. Naruto chuckled, pulled Gaara away from the crowd with a slight tug. "I'll take Gaara to play for a while. Don't worry, I'll bring him back intact later." Naruto took Gaara and trotted away, not forgetting to turn back and wave goodbye to Raza and the others. Looking at the two people leaving, Luo Sha's always calm face showed a little surprise. This guy, what an eloquent person! Luo Sha had never been so shocked. In order to let Gaara control the tailed beast in his body, they tried various methods, even using some despicable means. However, all efforts failed, even intensifying Gaara's dislike of the village. But Naruto, with just a few words, made Gaara's attitude change. Look at Gaara's clear eyes. Most of the hatred in them has almost dissipated. Tailed beast space. Two giant tailed beasts sat facing each other, like two hills facing each other. The scene in front of them reflected a scene like the water. Gaara and Naruto's conversation was unfolding enthusiastically. Shikaku stared at Nine Tails with eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on his face. Nine Tails lay down leisurely on his side, holding his chin in one hand and a faint smile on his lips. "Stupid civet cat, I won this time." Shikaku suddenly came back to his senses and shouted anxiously. "Smelly fox, you are cheating." "I think you're the one who's cheating, right?" Nine Tails warned him unhurriedly. "Don't go back on what you said." Shikaku immediately showed off his acting skills and pretended to be innocent. "When did I promise you anything?" "Oomph. I expected you to regret it." Nine Tails smiled contemptuously, mysteriously took out a small gadget from behind and placed it in front of Shikaku. "Here's the proof." Shikaku looked at the little black thing with a confused look on his face. "What is this?" "Recorder," Nine Tails said and pressed lightly. Shikaku's own voice suddenly sounded. "Smelly fox, so what if I make a bet with you?" Hate is something that can be easily put down with just a few words. I've said what I said, and it's hard to catch up. If you win, I will never question your stupid statement that you use your tail to measure strength. This is the bet between Shikaku and Kurama. Shikaku didn't believe that Naruto could make the resentment dissipate with just a few words. Kurama firmly believed that Naruto could do it. So, the bet came into being. As a result, Shikaku lost. Listen clearly. These are your own words, and you can't rely on them anymore. Nine Tails was triumphant. Shikaku stared at the recorder with wide eyes. "What the hell are you doing?" "Human technology, boy." Shikaku rolled his eyes and had a plan in mind. Snap! Shikaku suddenly stretched out his claws and smashed the recorder to pieces with a slap. Nine Tails snorted coldly and took out a recorder from behind. "I have been prepared for this move of yours." "What else?" Shikaku was stunned for a moment. "Admit defeat, stupid civet cat, hee. Looking at Shikaku's defeat, Kurama's face was full of joy. Doesn't he still know how powerful Naruto's mouth is? From six paths of Beto to Nagato, following Naruto for so many years, I have never seen anyone he can't handle. In this bet, Shikaku was doomed from the beginning. Stinky fox, stinky fox, stinky fox. Shikaku seemed to have a mental breakdown in an instant. Stupid civet cat, stupid civet cat, stupid civet cat. Nine Tails refused to be outdone and responded tit for tat. Tavern. As for the wine, of course the more the better, boss. Let's have a few more rounds. Deidara shouted to the boss loudly. Not long after, the waiter brought several bottles of wine and placed them steadily in front of the two people's table. Sia glanced at the table and said calmly, "I won't touch this stuff. If you order so much, you have to drink it for me." Deidara put on a proud gesture and waved his hand. "Don't worry. I have a huge capacity and can never pour 1,000 cups." As soon as he finished speaking, he filled a cup himself. "Come on, I'll do it first as a courtesy, Mr. Scorpion. Thank you for saving my life." Deidara smiled with a smile on his face and raised his glass in salute. Then, he tilted his neck, and not a drop of the drink was left. Immediately afterwards, thump! Deidara fell directly to the ground. Bang dang! The cup rolled to one side alone. Scorpion. Is this considered a massive amount? Which seed does your C come from? What a fool. Sia rubbed his forehead helplessly, feeling a slight headache. Just as he was about to drag the drunk Deidara away, a shout suddenly came over. "Waiter, bring more wine." Scorpion's hand stopped in midair. This sound, why does it sound so familiar? With some surprise and confusion, he turned his head to follow the sound. Through the gap in the curtains of the private room, swaying in the wind, a figure that he had never expected came into view. "Leader," Scorpio breathed out involuntarily. That's right, it's him. Although there are those weird nail decorations on his face, Scorpio will never mistake this face. Not to mention those reincarnation eyes. So the leader wasn't dead at that time. Sia looked at Yahiko, who was holding a wine glass, his cheeks flushed and chatting animatedly with a white-haired middle-aged man. At this moment, the image in Scorpion's heart that was as cold as a god and inaccessible to others collapsed. Is this really the leader I know? Sia touched his smooth chin and sighed at the unpredictable changes in human nature. It turns out that there can be such a huge difference between one person in front of others and behind others. Is this what is called contrast? Quite interesting. Puff. Suddenly, a weight pressed on Scorpion's back. Deidara's drunken voice came from behind. "Master Scorpion, what are you looking at?" Without waiting for Sia's answer, Deidara's sharp eyes also noticed Yahiko and others in the box. His eyes lit up. "Hey, it's the leader and the others. Master Scorpion, let's go over and toast." As he spoke, he stood up unsteadily, grabbed a bottle of wine from the table, and staggered towards the box. "Ha ha, leader, you are still alive. Come, let's drink to your rebirth." Deidara looked around with blurred eyes, and his words were a bit drunk. Their sudden appearance interrupted the gathering between Yahiko and his mentor Jiraiya, attracting the attention of several people. Yahiko was a little surprised when he saw Deidara. "Deidara, why are you here?" "I came to drink with Mr. Scorpion. I didn't expect to meet you." "What a coincidence. Come and sit down together." Yahiko stood up and enthusiastically pulled Deidara to his seat. Then he turned his eyes to Sia, who was standing at the door of the box, and waved. "Scorpion is here too? Come in quickly." Although Scorpion felt helpless, he still walked in. "Leader, Your Majesty the Angel." He bowed slightly to Yahiko and Conan. There was a red-haired man sitting next to Yahiko and Conan, but Sia didn't recognize him, so he didn't say hello. Conan smiled gently in return. This made Sia a little surprised. In the impression, the angel from Yuin village had never shown a smile. It seems that everyone is well versed in the art of contrast. The mentality changes so much between work and get off work. Jiraiya-sensei, let me introduce you to these two people who are former members of the Akatsuki organization. The twin stars of the art world, Scorpio and Deidara. In the ninja world, their names are as brilliant as their art. As soon as he heard the word artist, Jiraiya's eyes suddenly lit up. In my mind, I couldn't help but classify them as being on the same side of the people. After all, who is a serious person who plays art? They must have similar interests. Jiraiya's enthusiasm instantly increased. It turns out that I am also an art lover. Come on, let's celebrate with a toast. He raised his wine glass and specially handed a glass to each of them. Maybe there will be a new spark to create intimate paradise in the future. Thank you, but I don't drink. Xiao politely waved his hand and refused. The person in front of him was Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Logically speaking, he shouldn't refuse, but as a puppet, he doesn't have this function even if he wants a drink. But Deidara seemed much more heroic. Not only did he drink his share in one gulp, he didn't even weigh Scorpion's cup. This time, the eyes that were already slightly blurred became even more hazy. The blush on his face made his smile brighter, and he looked at Jiraiya. "Hey, you also have a special liking for art?" Jiraiya misunderstood, thinking that Deidara blushed because of their tacit understanding about things between men. So he winked and looked like he was tacitly understanding. "Of course, art is my favorite." "Haha, that's great. We have to talk about art if we have the chance. My art is absolutely top-notch. Looking forward to it." The two seemed to have reached some strange consensus, and then they put their arms around each other and started drinking while chatting. On the side, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan watched this scene while eating and couldn't help but find a little funny. I didn't expect that Deidara and Mr. Jiraiya would get along so well. But it may disappoint Mr. Jiraiya, the guy Delata's art. It's completely different from what Jiraiya-sensei thought. Sia sat next to Yahiko, unable to restrain the doubts in his heart, and asked, "Chief, how do you? You want to come to Konoha? If people from Konoha knew your true intentions, wouldn't you be asking for trouble and being besieged?" He and Deidara escaped quickly, and they didn't know the news that the Akatsuki organization had been disbanded. In his understanding, isn't the goal of the Akatsuki organization just to collect tailed beasts? Sia thought to himself that Yahiko might have come here for 9 tails, but now there are many experts in Konoha. Taking action at this time is not a wise move. What he was concerned about wasn't Yahiko's safety. After all, they didn't have that strong relationship yet. He was more forced to join Akatsuki, and he was convinced by Conan's strength. He was just worried that Yahiko would drag him, a former member, into trouble when he acted. He didn't want to face the masters of all the ninja world. Yahiko was stunned. My intention? They're going to attack me for what I do. Are my goals that annoying? Yahiko was confused and asked Sanlian directly. Sia frowned. If Konoha knew that you wanted to capture Nine Tails, it wouldn't be possible for it to stand idly by, right? Nine Tails Jinchuriki is the son of the 4th Hokage. If you touch him, let alone others, the 4th generation will definitely not sit idly by. Capture Nine Tails? Yahiko looked at Shiji's serious look and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Scorpion, you are mistaken. The Akatsuki organization has been disbanded, and we are no longer hunting tailed beasts. We came to Konoha just because this Chunin exam brings together geniuses from all over the world, and we don't want to miss this event. Plus Jiraiya-sensei who came to see us. That's all. Scorpion is a little confused. Akatsuki organization has been disbanded? No more catching tailed beasts? Call. Although I don't understand the reason, but since this is the case, there is no problem. Yahiko patted Sia on the shoulder and joked with a smile. But we have now established a Wildlife Protection Association. Do you want to join us? This? I'd better forget it. Yahiko chuckled. He was just making a little joke. Afterwards, everyone resumed eating and drinking in a relaxed and happy manner. After drinking for 3 rounds, Deidara and Jiraiya gathered together, muttering to each other, not knowing what they were plotting. Yahiko looked at him curiously, but in the end he didn't catch a single word. Unexpectedly, Deidara actually jumped onto the dining table. Stand as straight as a pine tree. Hey, what are you doing? Still eating? Everyone's eyes widened. Is this guy drunk? Deidara had a mysterious smile on his face. Want to see my ultimate art? Then I will open your eyes. Jiraiya stared expectantly, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yahiko glanced at Jiraiya and realized that these 2 guys must have hatched some weird idea just now. He sighed helplessly. Jiraiya-sensei, where's this song coming from? There are so many people here. Don't worry. Deidara said this is a serious art display. It'll be fine. Jiraiya waved his hands, looking relaxed. Let him put on a show. Well, it's a pity that I haven't finished my food yet. Deidara suddenly pulled off his shirt, revealing a body structure that was different from ordinary people. There was a mouth on the chest, sticking out its tongue, which looked very weird. Forehead. Conan quickly turned his eyes away. Yahiko was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out, and he looked at Jiraiya anxiously. Hey, Mr. Jiraiya, is this what you call serious art? Striptease? It's still the boy version. This, that. Jiraiya was speechless for a moment when asked. No, didn't Deidara say that he wanted to display formal works of art? What are you doing taking off your clothes? Well, Deidara, why don't you come down first? Forget it for today. Let's talk about it another day. Jiraiya quickly smoothed things over. Deidara shook his head and refused with a serious look on his face full of alcohol. How is this possible? Once art starts, there is no reason to stop halfway. Since he was so determined, Jiraiya could only take a step back. Then you try to solve it as quickly as possible. Of course, no problem. Deidara readily agreed. Immediately, he used ninjutsu, pinched out clay, and fed it to the mouth on his chest. Several audience members secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the performance was rubbish. I thought he would do something strange. Everyone's curiosity was aroused, but soon their expressions became subtle. Deidara's body gradually became transparent. At the same time, a huge black sphere appeared in his original location. In an instant, Jiraiya felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to the Tianling guy, and it seemed as if there were thousands of blades pointed at him from behind. He clearly sensed that this crisis came from Deidara in front of him. Extremely dangerous, the kind that concerns life and death. Jiraiya immediately darkened his face. Deidara, what are you doing? Stop right now. At this time, Deidara, who was almost transparent, showed an intoxicating smile. I can't stop. Everyone, please enjoy my ultimate art. C0, self-destruction. Dazzling white light burst out from the black sphere, as if it would explode in the next second. At this time, Jiraiya's perception reached an unprecedented alert state. Without delay, he quickly formed a seal and slammed the ground. Psychic art. In an instant, a huge toad rose into the sky, swallowed everyone into their mouths, and then disappeared without a trace. Shortly after they disappeared, the black sphere reached its limit, and there was a loud bang. Art is explode, rumble. A huge mushroom cloud covering a range of 10 kilometers slowly rose. Finally, it slowly expanded, forming the appearance of a white pie star. Konoha, no more. Boom. It's really noisy. There seemed to be a thunderous sound in my ears, accompanied by the shaking of the earth and the mountains, which made people feel uneasy. Such noise abruptly pulled Shinomiya Yuyue out of her sweet dream. Yue opened her eyes drowsily, her eyes confused. I was really unhappy that I couldn't wake up naturally this time. He frowned helplessly, thinking to see which guy without eyes or what had interrupted his sweet dream. After coming back to her senses, Sigong Yue was suddenly stunned. Where's my house? With a look of astonishment on his face, he looked around and saw nothing but emptiness. The small nest he had lived in for more than 10 years was missing. Without the house, the bed naturally disappeared. But Yue turned around and found that she was lying in Kagaya's arms. No wonder he felt soft behind his back. So cool. Are you awake? Kagaya floated quietly in the air. Feeling Yue's awakening, she lowered her head and looked at him with gentle eyes. What happened? Shinomiya Yue blinked her eyes, looking confused. In front of you is an endless lava field. Looking up, we see the blue sky and leisurely white clouds. Under the feet, there is a huge abyss with hot lava surging inside, billowing heat waves and steaming up. However, before these heat waves approached Yue and Kagaya, they were blocked by an invisible force and had no effect on them. Where did this come from? Is this still Konoha? Did you take me to the lava space? Yue couldn't help but ask. Kagaya chuckled and shook his head. No, this is still Konoha. Then why? It's just a small explosion that happened while you were sleeping. Kagaya winked mischievously. Obviously, this little explosion was not simple. I have blocked the aftermath of the explosion, but unfortunately, it still disturbed your rest. After understanding the ins and outs, even a fun-loving person like Yue would inevitably feel a little shocked. Konoha was just flattened to the ground by an explosion? Shinomiya Yue took a deep breath. Something happened. Family members. When you woke up, Yue felt like the sky had fallen. What kind of game is this? Let me see what's going on now. Yue left Kagaya's arms with some reluctance. He stood up straight, suspended in the void, jumped slightly, white light flashed, and in an instant he was high in the sky. Looking down from a high position, you can have a panoramic view of the entire Konoha. Where did such a violent explosion come from? The corners of Yue's mouth twitched. The Konoha below has long been changed beyond recognition. There's only a huge lava pit in sight. A rough estimate is that it is probably 10 kilometers in diameter. Everything in Konoha, including the iconic Hokage rock, no longer exists. Yue lowered her eyes. In the giant lava pit, the colorful Madara chakra light flashed. Although the explosion seemed to be widespread, its destructive power was not everywhere. Yue raised her eyes and looked into the distance, recognizing several familiar chakras. In the land of the Uchiha tribe, the orange-red Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi spread out impressively. As for Sasuke, his Susanoo is located in the center of Konoha, where Konoha Hospital is located. Next to him was the nine tails that Naruto had manifested using his perfect Jinchuriki form. They each used their own strength to protect some villagers and survive. This is Shikaku. Yue blinked to confirm that she had read it correctly. That guy Shikaku actually appeared, using his huge body to gather quicksand and provide shelter for many people. With their protection, some people were indeed saved, but Yue looked around and saw that the entire Konoha was in ruins. Even if Naruto and the others tried their best, the scope of protection could not exceed 1/10 of Konoha's area. In other words, more than 90% of the villagers are probably in danger. Hey, Konoha is in such trouble. It seems that even without Super Shinra Tianzhong, we can't escape the fate of being beaten into a big hole. Yue couldn't help but feel a little funny. It's not that he is born cool. It's just that this matter is not a big deal to him at all. Even if the planet beneath his feet explodes, he still has the means to recover. Let's see how our brothers died first. Bang! Clap your hands together. Yue instantly enters Sage mode, strengthening her perception ability. In an instant, his perception spread around him, taking in the surrounding situation into his eyes. No one died. As expected, they still have some luck. After all, they're also the protagonist group. Of course, Niji may be a little less. In the feedback of perception, he sensed many familiar chakras. The 12 little heroes were all together at the moment, and under the protection of Naruto and Sasuke, they were naturally safe. Those Jonin, such as Kakashi, Kai, Lao Ma, etc., are also fine. Further outside, Minato was currently with the Kages from other villages, but there were not many people. Yue remembered that when the teams from other villages came that day, there were about a few hundred people in total. Now there are less than 50 people left in his induction, and it seems that there are a lot of damage. It's time to call Super Wings. Yue opened the group chat unhurriedly. Konoha explosion? It's a trivial matter. I have my own means. Shinomiya Yuzuki at Uchiha Obito. Letty no Obito, are you there? Uchiha Obito. If you start, you must. Okay, no kidding, what's the matter? Find a new way to make money. Shinomiya Yue. What is the maximum range that the pupil technique of your left eye of the samsara eye can affect? Uchiha Obito. If we go all out, we can probably cover 5,000 meters without any problem. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly ask this? Shinomiya Yue. Ahem. I have a small situation, so I need to borrow your samsara eye. Uchiha Obito. Isn't that right? Who dares to touch you? Could it be that the god of Otsutsuki himself descended to earth? Uchiha Itachi. If that's the case, we might have to fight with all of us to be able to resist. Shinomiya Yue. It's not that mysterious. Besides, it's not me who has the problem. It's something going on in Konoha. Uchiha Obito. Is there something wrong in Konoha? What's going on? I remember you mentioned that you were preparing for the Chunin exam, right? That guy Orochimaru started planning to collapse Konoha in advance. He's very brave. When did he become so brave? Shinomiya Yuzuki. No, Konoha blew up. Uchiha Obito. What the hell? Where did it explode? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Literally, the entire Konoha village is gone. With a bang, not even ashes are left. And the explosion was quite powerful, with an impact area of about 10 kilometers. Now the place has become a giant sinkhole. Uchiha Obito. The keyword 10 kilometers reminds me of a person, whether it was Deidara. Senju Hashirama. Konoha exploded? Yue, what happened? Do you need support? Shinomiya Yue. I haven't checked the details yet, but the problem is not big. It can be solved by going back in time. Uchiha Obito. It's okay to trace back to Konoha, but the 10-kilometer range is beyond my capabilities. Shinomiya Yue. You don't have to do it all in one go. If you can't do it all at once, you can do it in batches. If you do it a few times, it will be over. Uchiha Bido. No. Using pupil technique frequently in the same area can easily cause time confusion, and the consequences will be very strange. For example, the time in one place is always 1 second faster or slower than the time next to it. Don't underestimate this 1 second difference. For example, if I exist 1 second faster than you, then you can't touch me no matter what. To you, I am the future. To me, you are the past, and our timelines are not the same. Even if I stand in front of you, seemingly very close, but in the flow of time, if I move forward for a second, you will also pass by for a second. We can never cross paths. Shinomiya Yua. It sounds quite fantasy, but it doesn't matter. Lend me your eyes. I have a way to solve this problem. Uchiha Bido sent you a red envelope. You accepted the red envelope sent by Uchiha Bido. Shinomiya Yua. Thank you. Reality. After Yue received the red envelope, she instantly felt a warm current gently wrapping her eyes. He then gently closed his eyes. When the warm feeling dissipated and he opened his eyes again, a pair of samsara eyes, shining with deep purple light, suddenly appeared. Abido generously sent a complete pair of samsara eyes, not just one. This approach is just right. After all, the true power of pupil technique can only be fully unleashed by using both eyes together. Although it is feasible to use one eye, it can only exert a quarter of its power. For example, Uchiha Madara's round tomb, border prison, can only summon one clone with one eye, but with both eyes open, it will be a spectacular scene of 4 clones. What powerful eyes! You admired sincerely. When the samsara eye appeared, a stream of information naturally poured into his mind. That's the secret of eye magic. The left eye controls the flow of time, and the right eye can erase or cut off the causal link. It is worthy of the samsara eye derived from the evolution of Kamui. The power of eye skills is astonishing. Let's do a little upgrade first. A mysterious smile appeared on Yoyue's lips, and she opened a new interface with a light touch. The chat group level has jumped to level 3, unlocking a new feature. Strengthen the furnace. You only need to invest gold coins to select a target to strengthen. The effect will be fully enhanced, and the power will be extraordinary. Both members of the group and Yue can use it, but as the group leader, Yue naturally enjoys additional benefits, and the enhancement fee is only 20% of the market price. The happiest episode of Permission Dog. Choose the object to strengthen. Samsara Eye. Confirm. Yoyue's fingertips danced lightly, and she quickly completed her selection. As the strengthening button is pressed, an upgrade is completed instantly. Coins consumed, 20,000. Reincarnation Eye strengthening successfully. Get Samsara Eye +1. Come again. Yue hit twice in a row. Counting the last time, the Samsara Eye has reached the 3rd level. Eye technique, Samsara Eye +3. Current gain, 120%. In just a few seconds, the power of these samsara eyes has doubled. However, the price is also high. Although each enhancement can increase the properties of the item by 40%, the consumption will increase exponentially. First enhancement, 20,000 gold coins. Second enhancement, 40,000 gold coins. 3 enhancements, 80,000 gold coins. A total of 140,000 gold coins. Don't forget, Yue also enjoys a 20% discount. If Abido himself strengthens the group, it will be a terrible expense. 700,000 gold coins. That kid would probably have to spend all his money to be able to afford it. Old Ma, is the price set too high? Members don't have discounts, so where can they find so many gold coins? If they want to use enhanced functions, isn't a luxury? Yue was confused, so she put forward her opinions in the feedback area. Bite. Feedback received. Testing in progress. Detection completed. Correct. The following are the replies from the chat group. The cost of strengthening is determined by the value of the strengthening object. The samsara eye you're currently strengthening is of a high-level grade, so the cost is higher. The problem of insufficient gold coins will be solved by opening a new section after the chat group reaches level 6. There, you and your group members will be able to obtain gold coins more easily. All questions have been answered. Do you have any other questions? I see. We have to wait until level 6. It's not too long. Now that I have the 3rd level in hand, it should not be difficult to upgrade to the 3rd level. Okay, no more questions. Thank you, Ma. UUS smiled and was about to close the feedback interface when a prompt quietly popped up. Tip: make reasonable use of your group leader authority, such as helping group members strengthen through discounts, which can save costs significantly. F***K. Shinomiya UUE is simply amazing. Are you still the old horse I know? You're actually teaching me to save money? UUE has a completely new impression of Lao Ma. It was as if I had known it for the first day. You're not Lao Ma. Who are you? Wish you a happy life. With a soft sound, the feedback area automatically closes. TSK Tisk. Lao Ma, you are really good. What else can you say? Worship directly. After bowing devoutly to the group chat interface, Yue closed the page with satisfaction. His eyes turned to the boiling lava sinkhole below. Now, there's no problem. Today's Samsara has a 120% gain, and the original distance of 5,000 meters has soared to 11,000 meters. Moreover, this enhancement is all-round, including scope, intensity, durability, and even the lead time of activation. What is even more exaggerated is that with the substantial strengthening of the Samsara, the consumption has not increased, but has actually decreased. This enhancement is heaven-defying. Retracing it all in one go, no problem. Yue said with a smile. Today's pupil technique range is enough to easily cover the entire Konoha, even far beyond its boundaries. Konoha covers an area of about 400,000 square meters, which translates into a circle with a diameter of about 800 meters. Even without strengthening, the original reincarnation is enough to trace back the entire Konoha. But how could Yuzuki only be limited to Konoha? That would be too abrupt. There is only one solitary Konoha village within 10 kilometers around. The surrounding area was empty, with no roads, trees, or lawns, and it was completely desolate. First, notify everyone to evacuate and ensure that no one is within range when the pupil technique is used. A high mountain some distance away from the explosion sinkhole. Namikaze Minato, Reikage, Onoki, Terumi-me, Raza, everyone is here. 5 shadows gathered together. It's just that everyone is no longer as glamorous as before, and everyone is extremely embarrassed. Reikage's robe had been blown away, leaving only a few scraps of clothing stuck to his skin. The only one who was relatively intact was Namikaze Minato. The moment the explosion occurred, he used the Flying Thunder God to move nearby people. It was not affected much. Whoosh! The afterimage flickered, and with a whoosh, Kakashi's figure appeared like lightning, his expression very solemn. Teacher, the mission is to find survivors. Kakashi's words were heavy. Fail. Except for Naruto and the people under their protection, all other villagers have died in the big explosion. After saying that, Kakashi couldn't help but lower his head. When Minato heard this, he closed his eyes in pain. Minato, Kushina hugged him gently from the side. Namikaze Minato held Kushina's hand, but his mood did not improve much. Hokage, cheer up. Reikage suddenly walked up, and his huge voice shook Minato slightly. Everyone is very sad when this happens, but the most important thing now is to find the murderer. I can't let my men die in vain. Reikage gritted his teeth and clenched his fists inadvertently. The explosion happened suddenly, and no matter how fast he was, he couldn't save everyone. Quite a few of the people he brought overdied. For this Chunin exam, he brought all the geniuses from the village. This time, it can be said that the vitality has been severely damaged, and seriously, the village may be disconnected in the future. Thank you. Minato opened his eyes and looked at him, trying his best to smile. Unexpectedly, it was his former opponent who came to comfort him. Don't worry, I won't sink because of this. I will find out the murderer as soon as possible. I'll give you and the dead an explanation. Listening to Namake's Minato's words, the rest of the people nodded slightly. Until now, no one has ever suspected that the Hokage or people from Konoha were causing trouble. Although this incident could cause some of the geniuses from their other villages to die prematurely, if Konoha took the lead, the price would be too high. All of Konoha is gone. More than 90% of the villagers were killed or injured. Whether Konoha can still exist in the future is unknown. Everyone is smart, so naturally they just skipped this impossible answer. Dad, Naruto, Sasuke, and others are coming this way. Behind them, there are many people, including Ino Shikacho, Sakura, Ningji, Hinata, Shino, Kiba, Shaoli, etc. Tintin was waiting for them all, including the scattered villagers. There are almost thousands of them. These are all the survivors in Konoha now. Naruto, is that all? Minato asked, looking around. Well, we can only save so much. Naruto nodded. As everyone knows, the conversation between father and son aroused doubts in everyone on the sidelines. They looked Naruto up and down, and they saw that he only had one head and two arms. How did he save so many people? A big doubt appeared in everyone's mind. The Kage's original location was at the edge of Konoha, and they evacuated as soon as the explosion occurred. But by some strange combination of circumstances, they missed the moment when Naruto and Sasuke showed off their Kamui. Dad asked those who were still searching inside to withdraw. Yua has to take action, otherwise it may affect them. Naruto's face was not too sad from beginning to end, because he received Yu Yu's message. Yua said that he would solve all problems and there was no need to worry. With Naruto's trust in Yu Yu, he naturally believed it unconditionally. Yu Yu, Namake's Minato was startled. This name seemed to penetrate his heart like a beam of light. Yes, and Yua, Konoha can still be saved. The haze in my heart was immediately dispelled. Okay, I'll arrange the manpower to notify them to come back. Just as Minato started to move, he suddenly changed his mind and his eyes were firm. No, I will bring them back myself. After saying that, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left in a blink of an eye. Minato left temporarily, and Naruto and Sasuke were not idle either. Under the leadership of Kakashi and other Jonin, resettlement of the surviving villagers began. Everyone in Konoha was busy working, but the remaining 4 Kages were free for a while. They looked at each other. Of course, they heard the conversation just now. Reikage pondered for a moment. Do you have any impression of the name Yue? From the looks of Naruto and Minato, they almost regarded that man as their savior. It seems that as long as he takes action, everything can be solved. But the problem is Konoha has been razed to the ground. No matter how powerful he is, he can't turn back time, right? Onoki tried to remember. After searching through his long memories, he finally shook his head. I have no impression, and I have never heard of it. Luo Sha also expressed ignorance. He didn't even know the old antique Onoki, so it was certainly impossible for him to know. At this time, Mizukage Terumi Mei, who had not been noticed much, said, "Oh," thoughtfully, attracting the attention of the 3 people. Mizukage, do you have any unique insights? Terumi Mei smiled lightly. I seem to know this handsome guy. Come and tell me. The 3 people's eyes lit up, and they seemed to have something to say. Terumi Mei crossed her arms across her chest and said slowly, He's a pretty handsome young man, but he's a bit mature. Hokage spoke highly of him, calling him Konoha's #1 genius. After saying that, Terumi Mei said no more, changed her posture, and continued to stand. Reikage still has more to say. That's all. Terumi Mei spread her hands. No, that's all. I know so much. I only met him once on the day I arrived in Konoha. When I learn more about it, I might be able to find out something, but right now... She smiled, her meaning obvious. Reikage frowned. This information really couldn't reveal much. Don't worry. Since Hokage trusts him so much, we'll just wait and see how things get better. Onoki looked like an old god was here. His men suffered the fewest casualties. After all, Earthstyle was one of the best in terms of defense. Regardless of the outcome, even if everyone ends up going back to their respective homes, Yanin village will have nothing to lose. However, there's a little problem at Yanin village. Has Deidara not been found yet? Anoki asked softly to Huang Tu on the side. Not yet, no news at all. Huang Tu shook his head. Anoki was not too worried. Okay, let's put this aside for now. That kid has a very high immunity to explosions. You won't be blown up. Wait until he comes back on his own. Deidara's body structure is very different from ordinary people, and he can produce explosive clay. The explosive clay he used was not limited by blood, but a unique secret technique. Deidara calls himself my explosion style. Also, thanks to this unique physique, his own explosion resistance is very high and he will not be easily blown to death. So Anoki wasn't too worried. Okay, father. Huang Tu nodded, then stepped aside. Anoki cast his gaze in the direction of Konoha, wondering if Deidara was buried somewhere. From beginning to end, he never doubted Deidara as the culprit of the explosion. It's not like he hasn't seen Deidara's explosive power before. Deidara's most powerful ninjutsu is C318. At best, it's like blowing up a village. The explosion range is about a few hundred meters, which is not the same magnitude as this. Naturally, he wouldn't think of going to Deidara. Call out. There was a sharp sound that broke through the air, accompanied by a golden flash, and the figure of Namikaze Minato came into view again, accompanied by two ninjas from the Leaf Village. After everyone returned safely, Minato didn't stop and instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Then, like a chain reaction, the dispatched ninjas were pulled back one by the teleporting light. Within a few moments, all the ninjas who went out to search for survivors returned safely. Namikaze Minato took a step forward, looking deeply at the vast expanse of lava pit. Yue, it's up to you. He whispered softly, feeling certain in his heart that Shinomiya Yue would definitely receive this trust. At this moment, directly above the lava pit in the sky, did everyone evacuate safely? Okay, I'm ready to start. Yue nodded silently and said to herself. He obviously received Minato's message. For him, every plant in the world can be turned into eyes and ears, transmitting messages and showing vision. Backtracking. Start. As Yue finished speaking, the pair of samsara eyes, shining with deep purple light, suddenly burst into dazzling light. This light expanded rapidly, rippling like ripples, covering the entire sky. Immediately afterwards, the suffocating light suddenly shrank, converged into a line, and shot directly into the huge lava sinkhole below. Boom! Time seemed to be moved by a pair of invisible hands and began to flow backwards. The hot lava seemed to be pulled by invisible forces, rushing underground, and finally retreated into the underground abyss. The broken surface of the earth was slowly stitched together, and the broken mountains and rivers were reconnected, as if the scars on the earth were healed in an instant. The smoke and dust floating in the sky are like sand paintings blown away by the wind, returning to the original scenery bit by bit. On the horizon, a strong fire suddenly appeared. The roar is constant and deafening, and accompanied by dazzling white light, flashing throughout the world. That's exactly what happens when an explosion occurs. Yue's hand turned slightly, as if moving the hands of an invisible clock. In an instant, the fire of the explosion came back, quickly compressed into a point, and turned into a black sphere. Finally, he returned to Deidara's drunken form. As expected, it's this guy, Deidara. Obito is really right. Unexpectedly, this sudden huge explosion was actually Deidara's fault. Is he drunk? Yue's eyes were locked tightly, staring at the drunken figure. TSK, we can't let him touch alcohol easily in the future. It's too crazy for this guy to get drunk. Yue really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Others were just talking nonsense or making small fights when they were drunk. It would be better for him to just blow himself up. The entire Konoha was blown up to the sky by him. Look there. What's going on? Why? The scene is flowing back. It's like going back in time. People were horrified to find that the surrounding environment began to deteriorate rapidly. The broken building fragments are gradually pieced together until they are intact as before. disappeared, houses appeared one after another, streets, trees, lawns. Even the villagers who had been blown into ashes recovered from the ashes. All familiar things reappeared before my eyes, as if everything had never happened. What is going on? Raikage was stunned. It's as if the worldview has been refreshed. Is this the power of ninjas? Brother, this is obviously going back in time. Can't you tell? Killer Bee on the side said a little funny. Nonsense. Raikage punched him hard and couldn't help but said, "Of course I know this is going back in time. I'm just surprised that someone can manipulate time, you know? You idiot." I understand. Killer Bee smiled and shrank his head. Onoki, Terumi, Mei, and others were also stunned and looked at all this in disbelief. That little handsome guy, is he the reincarnation of the legendary sage of 6 paths? Is this Yoyue's power? Naruto murmured to himself, with unconcealable excitement and admiration in his eyes. This guy is as exaggerated as ever. Sasuke couldn't help but sigh, even though he usually doesn't praise people easily. But regarding this situation, he had to admit that Yoyue's ability was far beyond ordinary people's imagination. He had made a guess about Yoyue a long time ago, and there was a high probability that the other party had considerable attainments in time and space. After all, Yoyue brought him back to this era from the future decades later. In this scene, the calmest person was Haiden. His face was full of disdain. Is it necessary to be surprised? This is just a tip of the evil god's powerful power. Then he looked at Shinomiya Yoyue with admiration on his face. Start worshipping, Lord Evil God. And above the sinkhole, there were fine beads of sweat on Shinomiya Yoyue's forehead, maintaining such a large-scale time retrieval. Even the strength in Samsara Eye is a huge burden for him. After all, he is not the master of the Samsara Eye. Although he can use the eye technique, it consumes an unusually large amount of energy. Fortunately, there's a fairy body. His chakra is extremely large and recovers very quickly, which can achieve a balancing effect. He now looks like the kind of problem that often occurs in elementary school, where the pool is filled with water and drained at the same time. Yoyue took a breath, and her purple Samsara eyes gradually dimmed. Almost done. It's just the last step. Yoyue looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. Then he took a deep breath, opened his arms, and shouted solemnly, "Resurrection, my Konoha!" As soon as he finished speaking, the whole world seemed to stand still for a moment. Then, an irresistible force erupted from the center of the sinkhole, completely erasing the traces of the catastrophic explosion. The lava receded, the smoke cleared, and Konoha Village stood intact in front of everyone. Even those lives that had been destroyed seemed to be reborn and full of vitality. Success. Everyone saw this miraculous scene. Their eyes were filled with shock, and they couldn't stop at all. A long-lost smile appeared on Minato's face, and the joy of being reborn was indescribable. Everyone, return to Konoha. Minato ordered with a smile, his voice sonorous and powerful. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Konoha ninjas all recovered from the miracle and followed Namikaze's Minato back to Konoha with their hearts filled with shock. They jumped from the top of the mountain and ran through the tall trees. As for the ordinary villagers, they were not that fast, and Naruto was responsible for arranging for them to return slowly along the road. Everyone returned to Konoha and entered the village. The picture in front of me is a scene of blooming flowers. The bustling flow of people seemed as if the earth-shattering explosion had never existed. Hey, it's Master Hokage. The appearance of Namikaze Minato immediately ignited the excitement of the villagers. Their faces were filled with smiles, and their eyes were filled with respect for Namikaze Minato. Other than that, there is nothing different at all. The explosion didn't seem to register in their memories. After Minato briefly greeted him, he found an excuse and left in a hurry. In Hokage's office, the 5 great shadows gathered together around the table with different expressions. It seems that everyone who has gone back in time has no memory of the explosion. Minato was the first to speak, sharing his observations. This should be a normal phenomenon. After all, They have returned to the time before the explosion. Terumi May answered with some hesitation. After all, going back in time was a new experience even for her. No matter what, I don't care about this issue now. I only care about, has the murderer been caught? Rakage tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Although his men were resurrected, he would never erase this debt easily. Don't worry, I have sent people to the explosion site to investigate, and the results will be clear soon. As soon as Minato finished speaking, the office door rang. A figure pushed open the door and entered, with another person floating next to him. Yue. Seeing the person coming, Minato quickly stood up and greeted him. Hi, Minato. Hello, everyone. Yue smiled and waved. A relaxed smile appeared on Namake's Minato's lips, and his eyes were full of admiration. I was still thinking that you worked too hard this time and needed a good rest, so I didn't bother you. I planned to formally thank you tomorrow. But now it seems that earth-shaking time travel is just a piece of cake for you. It's really amazing. Well, it still has a small impact to some extent, but it's not very obvious. Speaking of thanking you, do we still need to be so open to each other? Shinomiya Yue raised her eyebrows and smiled nonchalantly. The two people's eyes met, and Namake's Minato's heart was filled with gratitude. Others may not care about these details, but he will remember this kindness in his heart. It is truly a blessing from God that there is a person like Shinomiya Yuzuki in Konoha Village. He is extremely powerful, but he is not greedy for power, nor does he disdain a superior status. In fact, as long as Yu nodded slightly, he could give up the position of Hokage. But the other party has never expressed such an idea. Such a person is definitely a blessing for Konoha. Hi, handsome boy. We meet again. Terumi May winked and waved in response. Hello. Yue blinked. Originally, he was looking at the other person's eyebrows. But my eyes always fall on Terumi May's unusual place involuntarily. Terumi May covered her mouth and chuckled. This little guy. Is he the Yuzuki the Hokage mentioned? So young. When Rakage saw that Yu was just a young man, he couldn't help but be dubious. But despite his young age, his power as powerful as a god is an indisputable fact. He stood up suddenly, his eyes full of awe and gratitude. Thank you for your help. I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the boys of Yunin Village. Yue waved her hand humbly. You're welcome. It's a trivial matter. At this time, Onoki noticed that the person floating next to Yu was Deidara, whom he had never forgotten. He also stood up, but only stepped on the chair. After all, Tudo is only 1.3 meters tall. Sir, why is Deidara with you? What happened? Looking at the sleeping Deidara, Onoki showed a rare expression of anxiety. Yue glanced at Deidara and suddenly realized, oh, he's fine. He's just drunk. That's it. Onoki just breathed a sigh of relief. You have to watch him closely in the future and don't let him touch alcohol again, otherwise bang will happen again, and the scene will not be good. The moment Yue finished speaking, something seemed to turn on. Next moment, rumbles of thunder followed. Boom! Hey! Rakage's whole body erupted with thunder and lightning. His eyes widened in anger as he stared at Deidara. Your Excellency Yue, are you saying that this kid was responsible for this explosion? Yue nodded without knowing why. Yes. The moment he received the confirmation, Rakage's anger surged to the top. The thunder armor exploded, reflecting the anger in his heart. He put his shoulders back and raised his elbows, as if he was preparing to attack Deidara. Suddenly, a buzzing sound sounded from his side. Buzzing. Everyone turned around and saw Onoki holding dust style condensed in his hand, looking at Rakage coldly. Rakage, what do you want to do? Rakage sneered. What? Kill him to avenge my men. What? You want to stop it? He has a blood feud with everyone here. Do you dare to stand in the way? Do you want Yunin Village to be criticized? Onoki remained unmoved, just looking at Rakage quietly, as if Dust Style would attack him immediately if he made any move. Hokage, what do you think? Seeing that Luo Sha and Terumi May were silent, they obviously had a wait-and-see attitude. Rakage then turned his attention to Namake's Minato. After all, this was Konoha, their territory, and the party that suffered the most. However, Minato looked at Shinomiya Yue. He smiled and said, Yue, what do you think? Reikage was slightly stunned. Hokage actually wanted to ask other people's opinions? Well, if it's this guy, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Naturally, everyone's eyes focused on Sigong Yue.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.